Hi. Hi. Hi, it's Jeannie from In Loving Hands ASMR. How are you? Hmm. So good to see you. Hi. Oh, I'm so glad you could join me. Hmm. How are you doing, dear one? Hmm. Gonna set the lantern over here. See if that's better. There we go. Hmm. So good to see you. Hi. Hey, hi to Gamer. How are you? I'm so happy you're here. Hmm. Hey, you know what? You can help me figure out where to put the lantern, okay? Look at this. Should it be here? Or should we put it here? I'm trying to figure out the lights. You're the perfect person. What do you think? Do you like the first way? Do you like that better? Hmm. It's good to see you. I'm so happy to see you too. What do you think about the lantern, dear one? Should we put it down there or should I have it the second way? Hmm. How has your day been? What did you do today? Did you play any games today? Hmm. Hmm. Oops, where did Peeps go? Peeps has got to say hi to you. Hmm. You like the second way? Okay, let's see. Like that? Is that better? Hmm. Yeah? Okay, thank you. Let's see. We had a little bit of a power outage last night. I was doing a live stream at like 5, just before 5 a.m. The power went off. A tree went down and the power went off. So all of a sudden everything went black and I couldn't live stream anymore and I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to everybody. And I felt bad about that. But I'm so glad you're here now. Mm. Hi. You did a live? That's great. What do you play Fortnite in your life? You have to go? Oh, that's okay. Thank you for showing up. It was wonderful seeing you. I hope you have a lovely evening and sweet dreams. Mm. Oh, thank you. It was so good to see you. Mwah. And oh, Peeps has to say bye to you. Bye to Gamer. Mm. Mm. Alaska Bike. Hi. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Sharon. How are you? Bye to Gamer. Hi, Sharon. How are you doing, dear ones? Hi, it's Jeannie from In Loving Hands ASMR. And Peeps. We're so happy you're here. Hmm. How are you doing? What has your day been like? Can you tell me in the comments? And will you please hit like and subscribe? That would be wonderful. Then you could get a notification when I go live. You could join me. That would be wonderful. Hmm. You know what I have to remember to do is write down the time that I started. How is everybody? How are you doing? Hmm? Hmm? Alaska bikes. Are you biking across Alaska? That sounds really amazing. Tell me about it in the comments. Hmm. Hey. Hmm. Hmm. Well, this? Comes out looking funny on the scene, and I don't know why. Oh well, we'll just leave it the way it is. How are you doing? How was your day? Are you getting all cozy? Getting ready to go to sleep? I'm gonna have some tea. Would you like to have some tea with me? My tea is really cozy. I'm having chamomile tea. It's very cozy. Do you have a cup of cocoa or a cup of tea? Do you like to get cozy at night before you go to sleep? What do you like to do before you go to sleep? Do you have your covers all cozy? Do you like to get your pillow all cozy? Yeah. I like to have a little bit of chamomile tea. How's it going? Are you relaxing? Yeah. That's good. Having a relaxing time. Hi, it's Jeannie from In Loving Hands ASMR. We're here relaxing. Do you have some tea or some cocoa you can come and relax with us? I'm having some chamomile tea. It's very cozy. Do you like to get cozy and relax? Yeah. If you have anything you'd like me to pray about, you can put it in the comments. Or if you'd like to have advice on something that's going on in your life. Yeah. Can you hit like and subscribe and come say to me? Say hi to me in the comments. Let's see what you say. Well, you have a name like Wilford, so I'm expecting you to be pretty old too. You got an old name. How's it going? I hit nothing. Well, I hope you're having a good day. Hi, Samara. Oh, that's wonderful, Samara. I'm sorry. I wonder if you were there last night at about 5 a.m. You know what happened? We had a tree go down on our line, so the power went off. So everything just went black last night at the end of my live. So that was very disturbing. I didn't like it. I wanted to say goodbye to everybody, but we just had no power. It's part of living in the forest, I think. Yeah. How is your day going, Samara? How is it? Peeps is going to say hi. Hi, Peeps. You say hi to everybody? Yeah. I'm so glad you found me, Samara. That's wonderful. Yeah. Lee Hatfield. Hi, Lee. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hey, everybody, can you hit like and subscribe for me? That would be wonderful. Then you can find your way back to me when I do another live stream. Yeah, that'll be wonderful. Thank you so much. Hey, hi there. Hi, Truth. It's good to see you. Oh, it's so wonderful to see you again. Hi, it's Jeannie, and look, I have Peeps with me tonight. Peeps, say hi. And look what we got for Peeps. We got Peeps a little fish. So Peeps is gonna hold his little fish, because there was somebody who was here who was very worried that Peeps wasn't eating. But don't worry, I feed Peeps fine. Oh, oh, thank you so much. It's great to see you. Aw, thank you so much. I wasn't here for the end of the broadcast because I was studying. Today was really tiring because of my university studies, but everything is fine. Oh, well, I'm going to be praying for you. Can I pray for you that your university studies will go well? God bless you. Thank you, Lord. Bless. You know what? Samara. Am I saying your name right? I sure hope so. Dear Lord, please bless Samara. Bless Samara with the studies. And I just ask that you bring everything to mind, the exact right time, and give them peace for their studies. In Jesus' name, amen. And Mabu times two, shout out from South Africa. Hi, I'm so glad you're here. Oh, you're very welcome, Samara. You have a beautiful name. Can I ask you what you're studying? If you don't want to share it, you don't have to. But I'm just curious. I always like to learn about people and what they're studying. Oh, it's so much fun. I love learning. Learning is really wonderful. I love learning new things. I love reading. I love doing research. It's really fun. One of the most happy times in my life was when I was at university. It was also one of the most stressful times of my life, but I really like learning. Guess what? I read double chapter 4 today. I read chapter 4 today. That's wonderful, Truth. That's wonderful. Isn't it a good feeling to read the Word of God? Yeah, it is. Hi, everybody. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. And if you hit the notifications on the little bell, you'll be able to find me when I go live. Yes, it was very nice. Good. It's very soothing to read the Word of God. Sometimes it's stimulating, sometimes it's exciting, sometimes it's calming. You never know. Just depends on what you're reading, huh? Yeah. Well, I had some excitement last night on my stream. A tree went down over the wire, so the power went out. So we had a blackout here. And so all of a sudden I was streaming and it just quit. And I felt so bad because I always like to say goodbye to everybody. And I didn't get a chance to do that. The power just went off. And then we didn't get power again for 9 hours. So, it was hard. It was a good thing Winsome Cat was there. And she told everybody there must be a technical difficulty. And she said goodbye to everybody for me. But it was shocking. But I guess that's what happens when you live on the edge of the forest. I love the trees, but sometimes we get a windstorm and they blow down. Never know what we're gonna get, huh, Peeps? Yeah. Peeps is saying hi to everybody. Thank you so much for those hearts. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Yep, you pronounced my name correctly because it means Arabic, dark-skinned girl, but my complexion is almost Swedish. Aw, I bet you have beautiful skin. It's a beautiful name. Yeah. My name means Jeannie. My name Jeannie means God's gracious gift, or God is a merciful God, God's gracious gift. Yeah, I think the meaning of names are so interesting, don't you? Your mother chose a beautiful name for you. It's really a pretty name. Mm, it is. I study business administration. Good for you. That's wonderful. Everybody can use business. Yeah. You're going to be a big help to someone in their business. Maybe you'll even meet a wonderful man, and maybe you'll be a help in your own business. Maybe you'll start your own business. You don't know. Hmm. It's really good. I think everybody can use business administration because, to run a home and a family takes so much wisdom. It's running a business. It is. And then if you take business administration, whatever you do, you're going to prosper because those principles you can use in any area of life. Yep. I'm happy for you. That's so exciting. In real life, my name is Anthea. The people call me Summer. Anthea. Oh, Anthea. I'm going to write that down so I can put that in my prayer journal when I pray for you, okay? Anthea Summer. Truth. You chose a nice name for yourself. And I like Anthea. What a beautiful name. And Summer's a beautiful name too. Two of my favorite people in my whole life have been named Summer. Yeah, that's a nice name. You have good taste. You chose a good name for yourself. Hi. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome. Can you say hi to me in the comments? And hit like and subscribe for me, everybody, okay? Then you can find your way back to me when I live stream. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for hitting like and subscribe. And I was named after a goddess. Yes, there is a goddess Athena. Yeah. Hi, Joe. How are you doing? So good to see you. Peeps, Joe is here. Can you say hi? Hi. We're happy you're here. Hi. Bless you, Jeannie. Just wanted to say hello. It's school tomorrow, and it's 12, so I gotta go now. Bye. God bless. Thank you. Hit like and subscribe, okay? Thank you, Joe. I hope you have a lovely day at school tomorrow. I'm sending you a big hug. Thank you for stopping in. That was really kind of you. I'm always so excited to see you, Joe. Sweet dreams. Let's see what my dear one says. I wanted another major, but I was accepted into business administration, and I knew that God's choice was better for me than my own, so I am satisfied with it now. What a good attitude. What a good attitude. There's a Bible verse that says, the Lord chooses our inheritance for us, and the Lord chose a really good major for you. I understand what that's like. That takes a lot of courage and bravery to accept the Lord's blessing in your life. Business administration is going to be a big blessing for you, for your whole life. It'll help you with budgeting. It'll help you with dealing with people. You'll learn the basics of business. And the basics of business you can use in any job you have, any career, any field you go into, and especially in marriage and family, running a home. Yep, and you can use it too. Maybe, you don't know, maybe you'll be running your husband's business for him, or maybe you'll have a business of your own, or maybe your husband and you will have a business together. It's going to be a big blessing. Yep, some of the smartest people I know majored in business administration. Yeah. I'm happy for you. God bless you. It's going to be good. Yeah. You have a bright future, Samara. That's lovely. Yeah, the goddess of war and wisdom. Yeah. Peeps. Oh, Let's see. Peeps is here. Hi. Sweet dreams. I hope you have sweet dreams. Peeps is here. He's so happy to see you. Mm. I did. Oh, I know you did. You know what? I have to get in practice of asking people to like and subscribe. So sometimes I ask when my dear ones are here because it's not as embarrassing. It's sort of hard for me to ask people to like and subscribe, but I'm getting better at it. Peeps thinks I'm silly, huh, Peeps? Yeah. Let's see. Uh, I love you so much too. You have sweet dreams. God bless Joe with sweet dreams. Here's my favorite verse for going to sleep, Joe. In peace I will both lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, cause me to dwell in safety. That's Psalms 4:8. You have a lovely day at school tomorrow. I'll be praying for you. Sweet dreams, dear one. Blow you a kiss. And Peeps says night night too. Let's see what else we got here. Aw, thank you. How was your day? I hope it was good. It was. I was doing a live stream and the tree fell on the line and everything went black, and then I felt so bad because I couldn't say goodbye to everybody. But I thought, okay, Wisdom Cat, she'll know what to do. So I took my makeup off and washed my face and went to sleep. And then when I woke up, the power still wasn't on, so I slept a little bit more, and then I woke up and the power was on, so I could charge my phone and my battery, and I go to another live stream. So I went there, and Wisdom Cat was there, and I got to tell her what happened. And I said, "What did you do?" And she said, "Oh, I just told everybody you were having technical difficulties and said goodbye, and that if they liked and subscribed, they could come back and find you tomorrow." And I thought, she is so brilliant. She's so wise, and she just knew what to do, and I didn't even have to worry. So it was good. I guess it's kind of part of being in the forest. I live in a little cottage in the forest, kind of on the edge of the forest, but every once in a while we have a windstorm and a tree falls, and you know how power lines are? The tree will fall on the power line, and then the power line goes out. And so then they get the guys with the trucks to fix the power. And it was really fast. They fixed it fast. But I don't know, I just sort of felt kind of out of control, you know what I mean? But then I realized, control is sort of an illusion. We're really not in control. God's in control. And we never know what's going to happen. And I guess that's kind of the spice of life, right? That's what makes life kind of exciting, is you don't know what's going to happen next. So hopefully we'll have a calmer stream tonight. No windstorms. How about you? How was your day? Tell me in the comments, and hit like and subscribe for me, okay? And then you can find your way back again. That'll be lovely. I'm gonna look at the comments and see what you say. Thank you, Jeannie. Love you so much. Oh, I love you too. Uh-oh. Hi, A. How are you? Bye. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night, Truth. Thank you for visiting me. I hope you have sweet dreams. Peeps, Truth's going to sleep. And you say night-night. Sweet dreams. Bye, Athena Summer. I hope you have sweet dreams. Aw, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the hearts. That's really kind. And then she says, I don't know why, but I feel the same way with when I sit with women and we drink coffee and talk about random things, and it's the most beautiful thing in the world, though it's a simple thing. I know, right? I'm gonna grab my tea. Isn't it wonderful just to talk about simple things with people you love or people you care about. Yeah, it's very, I don't know, there's something about it, like you get in touch with this ancient wisdom, like you realize, wow, women for all of human history have been sitting around a fire or a candle, having coffee or tea. Hmm. Like all in the ancient world, people would make a fire on their stove or in the fire pit and sit and have hot hot tea and be cozy in a blanket and maybe have their babies or their children with them, and the women would keep the fire going and just share. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, I love you, Truth. You have sweet dreams, dear one. Hmm. Thank you for stopping in. That was so kind of you. I hope you have really sweet dreams. God bless you. Yeah, you have sweet dreams. Aw, thank you. Blessings on you. Thank you so much. I love you, dear one. I'm so glad you came to say hi to me. It's really special. I'm giving you a big, cozy hug. Mm. We have sweet dreams and a good day tomorrow, okay? Mm. Yeah. Makes me feel warm and that life is still beautiful despite all its pressures and problems. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't it just feel like, mm, there's a Shakespeare, there's a line in Shakespeare and it says, knitting up the raveled sleeve of care. Mhm. And I think he said that so well. It's like, let's see, sleep, the end of each day's sorrow, knitting up the raveled sleeve of care. Mhm. I feel like that sometimes, that just to have a cup of tea with someone you love, just to be, all cozy, it it knits up a part of us. It's just soothing, soothing to just be together. Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons, the main reason why I do the um, YouTube channel is because it's so wonderful to share a cup of tea with somebody else and just help someone else be calm and relax, or talk about what's troubling us, say a prayer. It's like it gives me something I can do to help heal the world. You know what I mean? Yeah. We can pray, we can talk about things, we can share our hearts with one another. It's really special to be able to ask God to help us, to bless each other, to pray for one another, just creating a nurturing, warm, cozy place, like a haven set apart from the world. Yeah. A long time ago, when my kids were little, I went to the dollar store and I found these little glass birds. And I think that they were like hand blown. They're just little tiny ones, like little doves. And they were clear, like blown glass. And they came in all different colors in a little box. I think it was like meant to be like a Christmas tree decoration or some kind of a decoration that you hang in your window. You know those little prisms they have? You can hang in your window so that the birds don't fly in your window, that kind of a thing. But what I did with them is I put them on a cord. I had bought at the dollar store, of all places, some really beautiful silken cord. So I had 6 of them and I put them all on a cord, one at a time. And I made little necklaces and I gave them to people for Christmas. And inside I made a little card, and it was in a little pouch, and you take the card out and there was a dove on the front, and you open it up, and I made the card and I put a little piece of olive branch in the dove's mouth, and I said, "Let there be peace in the world, and let it begin with me." And I wish I'd saved one of those necklaces. I gave them all away. And then I went back to that dollar store and they didn't have any more. And I've never seen those doves again. But they were really special to me. It was like, I can't make peace in the world, but I can bring peace to my home. I can create a little haven of rest, and I can make a little haven of rest on YouTube, and maybe some people can come and share in it. Yeah, so it feels really good. I'm so happy you can join me in it. Yeah, it's really, really happy. Hi, Maestro Jan. How are you? How are you doing, Maestro Jan? Hi, dear ones. It's Jeannie from In Loving Hands ASMR, and we're just having a cup of tea and talking. Can you hit like and subscribe for me so you can find your way back when I go live again? Hmm. Hmm. I have a little bit of a tickly nose. Sometimes that happens. Hmm. How are you, dear one? How is your day? We're just having some tea. I have a little bit of a chamomile tea. I'm just relaxing. Actually, this is sleepy time tea, so I hope I don't get sleepy. It's mint and chamomile and hibiscus and lemongrass. It's very lovely. It's very soothing. And I added a little bit of honey. Ah, it's really nice. Can you get some tea or some cocoa and come relax with me? Mm. I'm going to see what my dear one says in the comments. Oh, it is a beautiful thing. But you still remember these ducks, and the people you gave them to must remember, and your kindness whenever they see them. Aw, you know what they were? They were doves. Doves are like the international symbol for peace, and they were just really tiny, and I've never seen anything like them before. But you know what I did last year and the year before? Um, you know, I made cookies. I made a cookie cutter. I shaped metal into a cookie cutter that was shaped like a little dove. It was about this big. And so I made sugar cookies, and then I frosted them with lemon icing. Then took a little piece of herb to put there, a little piece of rosemary to symbolize the olive branch, and I let them dry. And when they dried, I made a little eye, little blue eye, and then I wrapped them in a zippy bag, but tied it with a bow, and I put a little tag that said, "Let there be peace in the world, and let it begin with me." And I gave that away to people. Like, I just brought a bunch of them with me. I was going to the health food store and doing some errands, and normally I give cookies and things to people that I know and I love and like my neighbors, but I thought, I'm gonna give my gifts to people who can't give anything back. So I went to like the bank, and there was a lady there, and I just gave her one. I went to the health food store and I just gave one to a lady. I went to the grocery store and I just gave one to somebody that I didn't even know, you know. But it made me feel like I could do something to bring some peace and happiness to people. You know what I mean? And sometimes I think we can feel really powerless about all the things that are happening in the world. So I try to put action behind my emotions. So I just sort of said a prayer and said, "God, guide me to the right people who need that. little cookie just to like brighten their day. You know what I mean? So it was really special. And now it's a really happy memory for me. Mm. I think, oh, that was a really happy memory. Mm. Yep. Hi. Oh, it was delicious. If you ever get a chance, if you make a plain vanilla sugar cookie and you add lemon frosting, oh my goodness, it was delicious. All I did was make a regular frosting recipe, but instead of the water or the milk, I used lemon juice. So it was tangy, it was really delicious, and a little bit of rosemary for the little branch in the mouth was perfect. It was really delightful. Hi, Justice Jane. How are you doing? I'm so glad you could join us. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the hearts. Hi, it's Jeannie from In Loving Hands ASMR. Can you hit like and subscribe? That way you can find me the next time I go live. So good to see you. Can you say hi to me in the comments? That would be wonderful. We're just having a little cup of tea together and saying hi, being cozy. I've got Peeps here. Peeps is saying hi. Peeps says hi. And I got my cozy blanket and my tea. And I'm just being cozy and we're just chatting. Let's see. There is a question that came up in my mind because you must have a lot of life experience. I do. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have. Anytime you want me to pray about anything, or if you have a question, if you need advice, be it spiritual advice or life advice, I'd be happy to give you my 2 cents worth. I would be very honored, actually. I'm waiting. You can go ahead and tell me. Oh, let's see what she says. How did you get over the wrong people in your life, but give them a lot of love? You mean like somebody that I loved, but they were wrong for me and I had to break up with them? You mean like that, like a love? That's a good question. And I have a really good answer for you. So let me grab something. It's over here to reach kind of far. I need to go across the room to get it. This is a file folder. Can you see it? And I don't know if you can read that, but it says why. So I took a file folder because I have a lot of, like, I'm like more business oriented. Like in my office, I have file folders. And so, you know, a file folder, you have like this surface and the back and the inside. So I wrote why on the file folder because I needed to know why I was breaking up with them, because they were really toxic. They were really bad for me. And I realized I was in a relationship that was draining me. It was like the person was an energy vampire and they were a narcissist. And I had to I had a trauma bond with them. And I came to realize that I really didn't love them. It wasn't love, it was a trauma bond. And so what we have to do is we have to deliberately break the trauma bond, okay? So what I mean by that is, I'm gonna move my Bible over there. Sometimes I get too much on my lap. But what I mean by that is um, toxic people have a I'm gonna talk about a love relationship, like boyfriend girlfriend or husband wife, okay? So what happens is when you're in a love relationship, you start a friendship with someone and then you fall in love with them. If they're a toxic person, there is a definite pattern to the relationship. So let me see what you say really quick. Um, I was in a relationship when I was 18, but after 2 years I realized that I was the only one who loved him, that I was the one who was hurting myself because of him. Yes, exactly. So what happens is if you think of it as a pattern, okay? And the first phase is called love bombing, like love bombing. They literally bomb you with love and attention, okay? So in the beginning, they act like this really nice, perfect, charming person, right? And they try to convince you that they're your ideal mate, that they're the love of your life. And in the beginning, you even believe that they are the love of your life. You're so excited and you're so in love, and this person seems to be just perfect, right? All your wants and dreams and desires, they bring them all to you. They bring you flowers. They care about you. They call you. They text you. They take you out to dinner or whatever's culturally appropriate in your culture, right? They're courting you. They're trying to convince you that you want to choose them. And then they are what they're doing is they're studying you. They're looking at you, they're watching you really intently, and they're noticing all the details of your life, and they're giving you everything that you want because they study you and they figure out what you want. Hold on, I'll read the next comment. Let's see. Thank God that I am religiously committed and our relationship was just love and I did not allow him to touch me. Just love, and I did not. I expect that the impact of his bad relationship would be stronger. Yes, exactly. Praise God. Thank God that you're a devout woman of faith, because he would have totally annihilated you and your heart if you were in a sexual relationship with him. But here's the thing. Um, I'm going to go through the stages so that you and everybody else who sees this in the future can understand, okay? So first, when you're in a relationship with a narcissist, and all predators are narcissists, they're self-centered, the first stage is called love bombing. So you really think that they're your soulmate, that they're your ideal mate, that they're the love of your life, right? Because they're a predator and they study the prey, you're the prey, and they study you and they give you everything you want. So if you're a religious woman, if you're a woman of faith, if you're devout, then they pretend to be devout. They pretend that that's important to them, even though it's not. So it's very, very painful when you figure out that this is all a lie. But you don't figure it out for a while because they're giving you everything you've ever wanted, right? Yes, I understand you completely. Okay, so the first stage is that love bombing stage. Now, what we don't realize is during the love bombing stage, they're studying us really, really closely, and they're looking for ways that they can test us, and they're testing us, and it's very subtle. Like a lot of American women will tell a story about when they were first in the love bombing stage. Maybe they went out to a restaurant and it's really romantic and everything's perfect, but he screamed at the waiter for making a mistake on the order, or he was rude to the waitress, or they were in an office situation and he was really rude to the janitor, or he feels like he's above everybody else. And so there was just kind of these subtle things that would happen, but the women always say, but in my mind, I just thought, oh, he must be really having a bad day because normally he would never treat anybody that way. So I just thought it was an off day. But really, what's happening is he's wearing a mask. He's pretending to be the person who's charming. And what was happening was the mask was slipping and you were seeing the real him. But we are such kind, good people. We have such good, kind, good intentions that we project our good qualities onto the other person. So we're in a relationship and we're assuming the best about that person. Does that make sense? So they start testing us a little subtle ways, even during love bombing stage, and we don't perceive it, we don't pick it up, we don't recognize it, because here we think that we've found our dream, our soulmate, the love of our life. Now, where does he get all the information to describe the love of our life to us? He gets it from us. He studies us very intently. Predators study their prey. They know all their habits. And you'll see this sometimes. You'll see this eye stare, this look where you'll be doing something and you'll look up and they're looking at you with this glare, with this really intense study. They're studying you. And you get kind of a funny, creepy feeling, but then you go, oh no, I don't know what that is. Let me see what she says. The false mask appeared despite the time, and I'm proud that after 3 years have passed, and I am 21 years old, I still accept others despite the bad relationship I went through. Yes, that is a testament to your heart. That's a testament to your heart. And I believe it's only because you have God in your life that you are able to heal from this relationship and that you are able to recognize that not all people are toxic. Because, there are many women, there are many men who say all women are alike or all men are alike. After they've been involved with a predator, it's normal to want to paint all men with the same brush or all women with the same brush. And you'll see this. You'll see people growing really bitter. Mm-hmm. And then she says, your word is totally true. Well, there's more. Wait till you hear the rest of it. It's gonna resonate with you. So sometime while we're in the love bombing stage, we're convinced that this is the love of our life. We think we're going to marry this person. We think we've hit the jackpot. It's too good to be true. We can't believe it. This is like every love story we've ever seen, every book we've ever read, every TV show we've ever seen that was a positive, wholesome love. Everything we've ever dreamed of is delivered to us in the form of this man, or if we're a man, in the form of this woman. And we think, oh, this is it, right? But what happens is the devalue stage begins. And it's very subtle, and we don't recognize it. And what happens during the devalue stage is there's all the tools in the narcissist toolbox come out, and they start using them against us. They start gaslighting us. Gaslighting is when somebody tells you you can't know what you know. So they lie, they cheat, they steal, they may not be physically cheating on you, but what they do is they do this thing called the silent treatment. So they will pick a fight, they will find something to fight with you over or disagree with you over. And if you're a kind, wholesome person and you're just the kind of person that wants to get along, and so you're not even, they're throwing little traps out there. Have you ever seen the little bunny traps that hunters use? It's like a snare. It's like a piece of wire that's round, and then there's a long tripwire, and they hook it up to the tree. And when the little bunny comes along and puts its foot in the tripwire, it makes the trap go around the bunny's foot, and the bunny can't get free. And it's like there's this whole obstacle course when you're involved with a narcissist. There's one little trap, a snare trap after another, all through. Every time you have a conversation, they're trying to pick a fight with you. They're trying to find something to be upset with you about. And you could be the person who's more of a people pleaser and you want peace, and so you don't go for it. And then they'll find something that they'll invent to be mad about. And sooner or later, they'll get mad and they'll leave. And they won't call you, they won't text you. It'll be out of their pattern, because maybe normally they text you 3 times a week or once a day or twice a day, and all of a sudden they'll just interrupt that pattern and they won't text you for 2 weeks, or they'll disappear for 3 days, or they just won't have any communication, and it's outside of their normal pattern. And it's called the silent treatment. They'll just go silent. And they'll do that until you give in and give them what they want. It's like the adult version of a toddler throwing a fit. They're pouting, okay? But what a lot of women don't, they don't understand, what a lot of men don't understand when they're involved with a narcissist is, it's not about them. It's the pattern that the narcissist uses to abuse. It's called intermittent reinforcement. So it goes like this. They're nice, they're nice, they're nice, they're mean. They're nice, they're nice, they're nice, they're mean. They're nice, they're nice, they're nice, they're mean. And so pretty soon you start feeling unstable. You don't trust them. You don't know what to believe. You don't know what's going to happen next. So you start walking on eggs. You start being really worried with everything you say. Maybe he's going to fly off the handle. Maybe he's going to get mad. Maybe he's going to call me a name. Maybe he's going to blow up. Maybe he's just going to disappear for 4 days or 2 weeks, And this happens in dating relationships. This happens in romantic relationships. This happens in marriages. This happens in friendships. This is how narcissists manipulate their prey, their supply. They're getting supply. They're getting attention from your attention. And they want you to adore them and tell them they're perfect and say everything is good. And they want constant streams of attention all the time. And one of the ways that they get this attention is by creating drama, creating a dramatic situation. They're the problem and the cause of it. And they just like to stir the pot. They just like to make trouble. It's in 2 Timothy chapter 3 where Paul describes what a narcissist is. He says that they're irreconcilable. So in other words, no matter what you do, you can't solve this problem. They are just going to create trauma, create a problem continually because they like the attention. They like to play poor me. They like to be having drama. They get attention from it. They like that negative energy. I'm going to look at the I completely agree with you. After going through this topic, I feel that a healthy relationship should be one in which a person feels secure with the person he loves and if not afraid if he disappears. Hi, Mohammed. Hi, Mohammed. Is it Mohammed? Yeah, Mohammed. Hi, Mohammed. Exactly. So glad you joined us. Can you hit like and subscribe? And then you can find me when we have another live stream. Hello. It's good to see you. I'm so glad you're here with us. We're having a talk about narcissistic abuse. Yes, exactly, Samara. And here's the thing. During that devalue phase, see, it's like they put you high up on a pedestal during Love Bomb, and they're idealizing you. And then they devalue you. They start disrespecting you, treating you with disrespect, doing the silent treatment, doing word salad, where they're talking and they're not being accountable for their behavior. They're doing the narcissistic flip where everything is your fault. You know, they could go away for 2 weeks without an explanation and then show back up, and then they're going to flip it so that it's your fault. They're not holding themselves accountable. They're never accountable. It's never their fault. It's always somebody else. And so there are um, all of these things that they do during the devalue phase. There's like, if you think of it as a toolbox, have you ever seen a construction worker or a plumber and they have one of those toolboxes that they carry with them to the job site, and there's a drill and there's a hammer and there's a saw and there's all sorts of screwdrivers and there's wrenches and all those tools? Narcissists have an endless supply of tools they use against us. And during the devalue stage, silent treatment is a huge one. And a lot of times the things that we don't realize is during the silent treatment, they're actually out cultivating another supply source. So that means they're cheating. Maybe they're not physically cheating. Maybe they're not actually physically having an intimate relationship with someone, but they're on the dating sites talking to girls, or on the dating sites talking to other men, texting other women, trying to get another supply lined up. And many people who have been in long-term marriages don't even realize this until later. They start realizing, oh my goodness, she was having affairs. Oh my goodness, he was having affairs. And so that 2-week break he took from the relationship was really, he took the person he was having an affair with on a trip. Or she ran off with some man for 2 weeks. So that's why they do the silent treatment. It's really not about the person who's being abused. It's not your fault, didn't do anything to deserve it, but the narcissist wants you to believe that it's all your fault. So we develop this as a victim of narcissistic abuse. We develop this feeling of false sense of guilt. We start thinking, this is my fault. If I was a better partner, this wouldn't be happening. And the narcissist loves that. They tell you that all the time. They think, if you made better dinners, if you were prettier, if you would have lost that 10 pounds after you had the baby, if you had, every time I came home, had a perfect house and a perfect hairstyle and makeup on, and you looked beautiful every single time I came home, then I wouldn't have cheated on you. They say this kind of stuff to their victim, and it's really wrong. It's not true. It doesn't have anything to do with you. It's the character lacking of the narcissist. The narcissist lacks character. A person who cares about you, who loves you, is going to understand when you're at home all day with the children that you're tired and you need a break. and they're going to grab that baby and hold the baby and say, honey, go take a shower or relax in the bathtub. You've been working all day. Let me have the baby. They're not going to be telling you, oh, well, I'm going to go find a new supply source because you're not good enough. They're not going to be undermining your self-esteem. They're going to be building you up because you're the mother of their children. Oh, my dear one says, please carry on. I want to listen. And then she says, I feel better after your advice. It's not a compliment, but I actually feel better. Your words are really logical and realistic. Yes, me too. I agree. Thank you so much. Um, Despite this, our relationship went through a period that made me doubt myself and whether I was really a sane person and someone ready to enter into a relationship with him. That's why I feel your words make sense. Well, I'm so glad that we're having this talk. And the whole, the thing remember, narcissists are predators. And so their whole MO, their whole modus operandi, okay, the whole process is designed to make you have low self-esteem and to make you doubt yourself so that you will become a little doormat and let them walk all over you. They want you to be subservient. They want you to cater to their needs. They want to be able to abuse you. They want to get away with anything. They want to walk all over you. They want you walking on eggs, tiptoeing around their ego. They want you to be there at their beck and call. And they want to be in relationships with other people and see if they break down your self-esteem, if they destroy your self-concept, then they can basically do whatever they want and they can be in control. So the stages of a narcissistic abuse relationship are love bombing, and then the devalue stage, and then the discard. And during the discard, either they provoke you, if they don't have any courage, they want to leave and go be with their new supply source, the new person that they were cultivating while you were in the devalue stage, while they were going off on those silent treatment episodes. They want to go off with that person that they found on that website. They want to go off on that hot little number who works in accounting at their office. They want to go off with her. Or they want to go off with that guy they met on the dating site who makes more money than you do. And so what they do is they either break up with you and leave you and walk away from you, or they provoke you to break up with them. So they'll do something really outrageous, like you'll go to their apartment for dinner and you'll sit down on the couch and find a lady's underwear bra or something in the couch cushions, and you know it's not yours because you're not being sexually active with them. Or you'll look at their phone. They'll ask you to look at their phone. They'll set you up. They'll ask you to look at their phone. And while you're looking at their phone, they'll get text messages from a woman will come across, and they're sexy text messages. And you'll just be like, what is going on? And then you start figuring out that they're seeing somebody else, so you break up with them. Because narcissists don't have courage, see? So a lot of times they'll provoke you to break up with them. And then the beauty of this is then they get to play poor me. Oh, she broke up with me. Oh, he broke my heart, you know. Oh, yeah, they were sleeping around. They were on websites. They were doing porn, or they were doing one of these, they were doing one of these dating sites and seeing other people, but they're going to blame you. So one of the things that they do during the devalue stage is they start a smear campaign. And the smear campaign involves your friends and your family. So they start telling your friends and your family lies about you. So these are called flying monkeys. They start turning your friends and your family into their flying monkeys. So let's say you have a really good best friend and the narcissist goes to a birthday party at your best friend's house with you, and somehow he gets your best friend outside with her husband or her boyfriend alone, and he says, I'm really worried about her. She has been acting strange lately. You know what, dear one? Stay right here. I'll be right back. I've got to just run in the other room for just one moment. I'm so sorry. Don't go away. I'll be right back. Thank you so much for waiting. I'm so sorry. That was kind of unexpected. Okay, let's see. You're so patient. Thank you so much. Get my little cushion with my notes back on here. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Let's see what you say in here. She says, despite this, our relationship went through a period which made me doubt myself and whether I was really a sane person and someone ready to enter into a relationship with him. Dear one, that's so common. It's not you. It's just the nature of being in an abusive relationship. Um, there's, when we were talking about the stages, the love bombing, and then the devalue stage, and then the discard stage. During the devalue stage, they're breaking down your self-esteem deliberately. They create chaos through intermittent reinforcement. So they purposefully want to devalue you and break your self-esteem so that you will tolerate anything. And so it's done deliberately and systematically. And when you review your relationship, you'll be able to, and if you look at it, if you make a chart, a piece of paper, and write love bomb, devalue, and then discard, you can even go across the page, love bomb, and then list all the traits that he was doing during the love bombing, like going out to dinner, bringing you flowers, writing you poetry, all the romantic, sweet things he was doing, right? And then write devalue, and then write all the things that he did that was devaluing you. And then discard, were all the things that he did during the discard phase. You will start to see a pattern. You will start to see and realize, wow, silent treatment. Oh my gosh, he was totally disregarding my thoughts and my feelings. He was fighting with me. A really common thing that narcissists do is called DARVO, D-A-R-V-O, and it stands for deny, attack, and reverse the victim and offender. So in other words, they deny that they've done anything wrong. They start attacking you and saying that you're abusing them. So they flip everything, the narcissistic flip, where instead of it being they ran away with some woman and spent 2 weeks in a hotel with her, the married woman, she's married to the husband who's the narcissist, and she decides, it's time to get the taxes done. And so she's got this big box of receipts, and the accountant says, I'm going to charge you $300 an hour to go through those receipts, if I have to take care of the receipts. And so what does the married woman do? She sits there with her calculator and her journal and a ledger, and she looks at the receipt and writes it down. Is it food, or is it hotel, or is it gas, or is it a business expense? What is it? And so her husband said he was on a 2-week business trip or a 1-week business trip, but she looks at the receipts and it's dinner for 2 at a swanky restaurant, and she knows she didn't go to that restaurant with him. And it's a hotel room for 2, and it's play tickets in New York for 2. And pretty soon she realizes he's having an affair. So she talks to him and says, hey, right here's the proof, what's going on? And he flips it, narcissistic flip, and does DARVO, denies that there's a problem, starts attacking her. Well, if you hadn't gotten so fat after you had the baby, then I would have been attracted to you, and I wouldn't have been tempted to go off with this other woman. And so it all of a sudden stops being about the husband having an affair and starts being about the woman is too fat for him, and so he's not attracted, and so it's all her fault, right? So this is crazy making. They start making us feel like there's something intrinsically wrong with us because what's going on? You don't know where reality is. And the hardest part about being involved with someone who's toxic is in the beginning, you could be married to them for 20 years. I know from experience. The love bombing cycles through. It's not like there's love bombing, then there's devalue, then there's discard, and then it's over. Oh no, the next phase is called the Hoover, where they try to suck you back in. A Hoover is a very famous American vacuum cleaner. So to say somebody hoovers you back in, they show up. You know, you've broken up with them and it's been over for 6 months, and they magically show up. They start sending you, they start liking your Instagram post or your Facebook post. They start showing up. They start sending you flowers. They start sending you messages. And you remember all the wonderful times of the love bombing phase. And maybe you even desperately want the love bombing phase to continue. You want really badly to get that back. During the discard, during the devalue, you want nothing more than to have that wonderful person who was your ideal mate. And especially if you're married to them and you're having sex with them and you're intimate and you love them and you have children with them, you desperately want to believe that they are the person, the idealized self. You really want to believe they're your soulmate. You don't want to have to get divorced. You really want it to work out. You want to believe God's going to heal you, that God's going to heal your marriage. You desperately want to believe that God could heal them and that they could stay that wonderful person that they were, that mask. But really, they're not the wonderful soulmate that they pretended to be. Really, they're an evil person behind that mask. And so there's a part of you that has a really hard time accepting and believing that this is the real them. It's a very, very hard thing to do. And when you add love and marriage, when you add somebody who's sincere and devout and a person of faith, and they really believe in marriage, they really believe in a vow, and when you add sexual chemistry to that, it makes for a really strong bond. So what we get is called the trauma bond. And when you add intermittent reinforcement to that, where it's not like they're horrible all the time. They could be nice 5 times and then just mean once. They could be totally nice and wonderful to you and having affairs on the side and you don't even know because you think they're going off on business trips. And I've counseled women who've been involved in marriages for 20, 30, 40 years, and they have actually thought that their husband was a traveling salesman for his company, when in reality, he wasn't going on sales trips, he was going off and having affairs. And they really thought he was on the road traveling for the job. And it's very, very shocking. Let's see what you say here. It's a funny thing to say, but I loved him and cared about his feelings so much that my friend told me she felt like I was the man in that relationship. Yes, when a woman is very competent, when she's highly intelligent, very educated, it's very common for this to happen. It also happens if the man or the husband is irresponsible. So the more responsible that you are, the less responsible that they are. See, we're supposed to be equals in marriage. We're supposed to be equals in love. But what happens is one person is competent, and so the other person pretends to be incompetent. So they weaponize incompetence. So example of this is the wife who's doing all the lawn work. In some cultures, like in Africa, it's really common for women to do yard work and to be responsible for the yard. But in America, it's more common for the husband to be responsible for the mowing the lawn, responsible for taking care of the farm work or the barn work. And so what'll happen is women will start doing everything. The husband will start drinking or doing drugs or playing video games, or he's got an addiction, or he's just always gone. He's got some reason he's gone, and it's always a likely excuse. And then the woman starts picking up and doing his share of the jobs, and pretty soon she's doing all the work. And she's working a full-time job outside of the home, and then she comes home and she's cleaning the house and cooking all the meals and doing all the laundry, doing all the housework. And then he's not even taking out the garbage, she's taking out the garbage. He's not doing the lawn mowing, he's not doing the yard work. There's no division of labor. A narcissist wants to be catered to. A narcissist takes and doesn't give. So in the beginning stages during love bombing, maybe he would cook, or maybe he would support the family or have a job. In the beginning stages during love bombing, maybe he would do the yard work. But during the devalue stage, the woman is doing all of the work, and the narcissist isn't doing any of it. Now this is different, all men aren't narcissists and all women aren't narcissists, but there are women who are narcissists and there are men who are narcissists. So it's different, it presents differently depending on, male or female. There can be a female narcissist, so it's not just men who do this. We're just talking about men right now. If that makes sense. Let me see what else you say. He's listening carefully, blaming. Opinion about F-35 program. Do you think it's sustainable for USAF or is it failed? Dear one, I don't know what the F-35 program is. You're going to have to tell me what the F-35 program is. Okay? Good evening, Jeannie. I hope your day has went well. Hi, Dr. Who, What, Where. It's going really well. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you. No problem. Be sure to hydrate. Hi, Rochi. Thank you so much. I got a drink of water. I just had a lovely tea. And I also have a lovely lemonade. Thank you so much. Hi, Rochi. I'm so happy to see you. Let me drink some water and then Peeps can say hi to you. So, we've been talking about narcissistic abuse. Peeps, Rochi's here. Can you say hi to her? Hi, Rochi. Uh-oh, Rochi's got something to show you. Look, Rochi got a little fish yesterday, so he likes to hold it. Hi, Rochi. We're so happy you're here. Peeps loves you, Rochi. Okay, you want to sit down with your fish for a while? Okay. Can you tell Rochi hi again? Okay. All right, Peeps. You're just going to lay down over there. Jeannie, hello, everybody. Be sure to hydrate as well. Sorry for being late. I woke up from my nap. I'm probably going back to sleep soon. No worries, dear one. You know what happened last night? Where did my paper go? It's here somewhere. Oh, here it is. I gotta tell you my statistics. Last night, Rochi, I live streamed from 7:30 to 4:57, and then a tree went on a wire and the power went out, so everything went black. So thank goodness that Winsome Cat knew what to do, because she told everybody that I was having technical difficulties. But at 7:30 I had 150 subscribers, and at 5 in the morning I had 179. So I'm thinking that this might be a good time zone to do. I'm still trying to figure it all out. But thank you so much. I love you so much, and I'm so happy you're here. And you know what? I miss you. I'm glad that, excuse me, I'm glad that you're here. But if you need to go back to sleep, it's okay. I understand. When the screen went black because the power went off, then I went to sleep. And then I slept 8 hours, and then I did Chris Knit's stream. And so I'm so happy. I'm glad you got some sleep. I totally understand. You don't ever have to worry about that. I'm always thrilled to see you, Rochi. I love you. You know what? There's a silly song. Oh gosh, okay. It's time for Silly Songs with Jeannie and Peeps. Dedicated to the one I love, Rochi. Are you ready, Rochi? Here's a silly song for you. Peeps, can you hold onto your fishy and sing a song with me? Okay? Alright, here it goes. Skimmer-rinky dinky dink, skimmer-rinky doo. I love you. I love you in the morning and in the afternoon. I love you in the evening and underneath the moon. Skimmer-rinky dinky dink, skimmer-rinky doo. I love you. What do you think, Peeps? Do you like that? Yeah, okay. Say bye to Rochi. Okay, Rochi, we're doing good. And I know how to block and erase messages. So if you want to go back to sleep, you have sweet dreams and know that I love you. She says, I'm probably going back to sleep soon. Welcome back, sweetheart. Oh, thank you. Aww. Hello, Hat. Hope that's okay to call you that. Hello, Samara, and anyone else in the stream. Hi, sweetie. How are you all doing? Yes, I understand you completely. Hi, Alone. Hello, Saeed. Passive aggressive. Are you feeling passive aggressive? I believe my father is a narcissist, but we'll avoid that subject. Well, I understand. You don't have to talk about that if you don't want to. We were just talking about toxic relationships because of a question that got asked, and I was explaining the cycle of narcissistic abuse, which is love bombing, and then the devalue stage, and then the discard stage, and then the hoover. And pretty much all narcissistic relationships follow that pattern, which is really interesting if you think about it, because all different cultures, all throughout time and history, all different countries, people are reporting the same exact pattern. And these people don't talk to each other, so how do they learn this pattern? It's kind of interesting if you think about it. I think it has a spiritual answer, but people freak out when I tell them that. You talking to me, Saeed, or someone else? Samara retracted her message. I'm doing all right, just tired. I'm good. Your words are very logical. Really? This stream, like Grandma's house, don't want to leave. Aw, you are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Well, yes, I never want to leave this stream. I almost always fall asleep during the nighttime lives. Jeannie's lives are so relaxing and interesting. Aw, you are very sweet. Uh-oh, Samara. I'm currently working on the baby blanket. It's coming along nicely now. I had to restart it a few times, but I'm getting the hang of it. Oh, are you crocheting the baby blanket? Are you crocheting or are you knitting? Um, I don't do either one. I just collect yarn. I don't know how I ended up at Chris's stream. It's so funny. I'm so happy there, but I got mesmerized the first time I went there by watching her hands, and I fell asleep, like totally out. Like, if I want to go to sleep, okay, and let's say I'm all hyper and I can't go to sleep, all I have to do is put on one of Chris Knit's old live streams and just look at her hands, and in like, I wake up with my phone on top of my chest like 8 hours later. So when I'm in her stream, I can't look at her hands. It's mesmerizing with that music. I have to look at her eyes or at the chat or I fall asleep. It's embarrassing. Like sometimes when I'm in the chat and then you don't hear from me for a while, it's because I woke up. I fell asleep because I looked at her hands. It's like she's got this magical ability to put me to sleep, you know, because it's like this beautiful music and she's doing this with her hands. And the next thing I know, I'm like, and I'm asleep. Maybe you know what I mean. Hmm. Oh, everybody said hi to Peeps. Aw, he's got his fish, so adorable. I know, right? He's so cute. I can't express in words how much I thank you for all your words. I appreciate it all. Oh, you are so sweet. We'll talk more about this. I could literally, my friend once told me to have a channel about narcissistic abuse. I could talk about it for hours because sadly, I'm an expert on narcissistic abuse because I've been in 3 relationships with narcissists. Um, the good news is I the first 2, I was very young and naive and I didn't know what a narcissist was and I didn't recognize the pattern. And then when I figured it out, I got out of the relationship, but it was really hard. But the 3rd time was with a man that claimed to be a Christian, and he was very convincing, and um, he was very successful in his job, and he was very handsome and very kind, and you know, on the outside, his mask was really well developed, but we were having a romance, but it was a long distance romance, and he lived in another state, and I would travel there to visit him and travel back. And so we had this relationship that lasted 6 months. But if I had lived in the same state with him, I would have figured it out sooner. But I always had this feeling that there wasn't something right. And so I prayed and I asked God to reveal to me what wasn't right. And one day it was going to be his birthday, and he claimed that he was going to be on a business trip. And we were going to get married. And I decided to drive to his house. He lived in Oregon and I lived in Washington. So I decided I was going to drive to his house and do some stuff for the wedding. And I drove to his house, and it was his birthday, so I brought like all this birthday food. Like I made all of his favorite foods and a whole bunch of loaves of bread and all this wonderful food. And I got there and I had a set of keys to his house. And I was going to put the food in his house and surprise him. Boy, did I ever surprise him. He was in bed with somebody else. And that's how I found out that he was having an affair. And thank God that I found out 2 weeks before the wedding, because it could have been really, really, really bad. He was just planning on continuing this affair after he got married. So God totally delivered me from that relationship. But it was really shocking because I really thought that he was the person that he was pretending to be during the love bombing phase. And so But the cool thing was that I was really worried that I wasn't going to be able to figure out a narcissist, but I can really trust my gut, is what I figured out, because I was praying and asking God if there was something the matter, because I had this really uncomfortable feeling in my heart. Like when we were apart, I would get this heartache. And I thought, oh, it must be because I miss him so much and I'm so in love with him and I can't stand being away from him. But really, there was a part of my body that knew he was having an affair. There's just a part of my body that knew there wasn't something right. And so I decided that I was just going to cancel my appointments that I had and get in my car and drive there. And I'm so glad that I listened to my intuition and did that, because that's what revealed the affair to me. So I learned that I could really trust my gut. And it was a really healing thing, which sounds weird because you would think that having somebody totally cheat on you and lie to you would be so traumatic. And it was traumatic. But in the end, I ended up feeling like, wow, I really knew what was going on. Like, I really had a sense that there was definitely something not right. And I had to go. It was like, I can't explain it to you. I had to go there. Like, I canceled, I was supposed to speak somewhere, and I canceled a speaking engagement to go there. And I'm really glad I did, because it saved me years of trauma. Like, if we had gotten married, I would have tried to make the relationship work out, and you know what I mean? He would have been cheating and just not good. So I'm really thankful to the Lord. Sometimes the Lord gives us information and lets things go wrong, and we think, wait a minute, why is this happening? And we think it's a trauma and it's a horrible thing, but sometimes it can be a real gift. And this was a real gift. And I always say to people when they break an engagement that that was a successful engagement, because the purpose of engagement is to figure out if this is the person that you want to marry. And better to break an engagement than end a marriage. So I feel really good about it. And looking back, I recognized red flags, and so I called the relationship off. So that's good. So I got to where now I trust my gut. Like, now I see the signs and I trust my gut. Does that make sense? I'm going to read what you say. I need to figure out a way to read so I don't look silly, because when I go like this, I feel like I look silly. So, oh goodness, I'm glad you're safe, Jeannie. Yeah, I'm safe. That happened years ago. It happened in 2019, and it was a good experience. Now, looking back, I'm so thankful for the experience, because I have been able to help so many women because of those relationships. And now, like, um, I did online dating for a while. I gave up on it because, oh my goodness, there are so many married men on online dating sites. It's just amazing. And there's so many scam artists and fake people. Um, but um, now I can just do a few messages with somebody and figure out if they're a narcissist. It's just really weird. And it's not blaming, like somebody in the comments said, blaming. It's not blaming, it's recognizing signs. It's recognizing red flags. And in the old days, I used to take those red flags and make excuses for the person and sew cushion pillows, out of the red flags, and put them on my couch and put them on my bed and make curtains out of them and decorate with the red flags. And now I just go, oh yeah, no, that's the sign of a narcissist. I'm not willing to be in a relationship with that person. And it just saves you so much trouble when you can recognize the red flag and say, I can know what I know. Like, to give yourself that much respect that you say, I can know what I know. I can trust my gut. I don't have to go through 6 months of trauma with this person. I can just say, yeah, doing the silent treatment right away is a sign of a narcissist, and I'm not willing. I respect myself too much to be treated disrespectfully. And silent treatment is disrespectful. So I'm not going to allow somebody to manipulate me with the silent treatment. And so it feels so good to be at that place. I'm going to read more of our... Honestly, I'm very happy that I had the chance to talk to you and that the opportunity made me talk to you. Oh, I'm crocheting the baby blanket. I'm so glad you're crocheting. And you know what? Um, Samara, I'm so glad we talked about it too. And you know what? You can come back and talk about narcissistic abuse anytime you want. And we can talk about ways to build up our self-esteem. You know, we can write you a couple of affirmations. Like a good one would be, I can know what I know. That would be a good affirmation for you. I can know what I know. And I can recognize red flags when I see them. That's another good one you could write down. And then I like this one a lot. I have it written on a little post-it note over here on my shelf. I have a right to set boundaries and protect myself from drama. And you have a right to set boundaries and protect yourself from drama. You know, just because somebody wants to date you doesn't mean you have to date them. Just because somebody wants to go around the cycle of narcissistic abuse with you doesn't mean you have to participate. And Rochi says, I'm crocheting the baby blanket. Your colors that you chose for that blanket, the sea greens, and that sounds so pretty, the teals. Yeah, those are some of my favorite colors. Let me see the little... I have to get really close to look at the emojis, so don't laugh, okay? Ah, ah. I'm so sorry that you reminded me. No, don't be sorry. It's a good thing. It was a good thing. Mm-hmm. Aw, that's awful, Janie. Yeah. So sad. You should be proud of yourself because despite the bad people you have seen in your life, you're still kind-hearted, nice, and have a beautiful smile. Really, it's painful. Hi, Blossom. Good to see you. Thank you so much. That was a kind thing to say. I am proud of myself. I'm proud of myself that I didn't get better because it would be really easy after what I've been through to get better. And I decided I'm not going to get better. Hi, Blossom. Oh, Peeps is right here. Peeps, come on over here, dear one. And you got to get your little, Peeps is getting ready. Hi. Peeps says hi. Look. And he's got his little fish. See it? There's Peeps. Oh, did he eat the candy fish? Oh, you're so sweet. He's still got one here. See, he's got it under his paw. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a whole package of them. I put them in the little tins so they won't get yucky. Here, the air is kind of moist, so if you have candy setting out, it'll absorb water. So I put it in the little tin for him, but he knows where they are. I was worried. There's a little girl who was here who was worried I wasn't feeding him. So he's holding his little fish. Somebody had a really good idea. they thought that I should take his fishes and put a needle through their mouths and then put them on a string and then make him a little fishing pole. So maybe we'll do that for a craft project. Because I have to hold him to help him hold it, but he doesn't want to let it go. He slept with it last night. And Juanito sometimes says, "What's that smell?" And Peeps doesn't get it. He smells like lavender. Oh, did he eat the candy? Ah, these fake people will never learn till they get the same they give to others. Exactly, Mohammed. Exactly. Did he eat all of the candy fish? Hello, Rochi. No, he didn't, Blossom. Peeps got his green fishy. I think he really loves to store his food. Yes. Peeps is so adorable. Do you play Roblox, Rose? Do you play Roblox, Roach? Sometimes, not a lot. Can you say what is your username is? Maybe we can be friends. This is the internet and it's not the safest place to put that. I'll give you my channel though if you want to, of course. It's not safe for you when no problem, it is your decision, okay. What is your channel? Maybe I can subscribe. Your local cardboard eater is my channel. Oh, you know what? I gotta write that down because you changed your channel name. So I gotta put it back up here and make sure I write it right. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Your local cardboard eater. There. Okay, I think I didn't spell it right when I put it into my computer, so I'll do it again. Yep, Peeps is happy. He's got his little fish. So, you know what, Rochi? You do a really good job of setting boundaries. I'm really proud of you. That was a good boundary you just set. I will go watch video, okay? How long have you had Peeps? And then she says, I believe Jeannie had Peeps during the pandemic. So there's a story about Peeps, but Peeps, you're going to have to cover your ears to hear it. Okay, I'm covering Peeps' ears. Wait a second. Okay, so I don't want Peeps to hear this part. So Peeps belonged to my daughter, and she had him like the whole time she was little. Like, she got him for her birthday, and Peeps lived in her bedroom with her. And in 2018, we moved out of that house, and we were moving, and my daughter decided that she was all grown up and that she was too big for Peeps, so she put him in the garbage can in her room. And when I went out to clean the whole house, I found him, and he doesn't know that she threw him away. He thinks that she just grew up. So I brought him with me, and so I had Peeps the whole time during the pandemic. I've had Peeps since then. So you know how kids are, they grow up and they decide, I don't want my teddy bear anymore. That was kind of what it was. But of course, I saved, like over there on the counter, I have my son's Curious George. That was his when he was a little boy. And I have my other son's little kangaroo. And I have, I used to have a teddy bear from my daughter. And every one of my kids, I have one of their little stuffies. And so this is my daughter, my youngest daughter's Peeps. But Peeps doesn't know that he got put in the garbage can. Well, he knew the garbage can was scary, but he just thought he fell off the shelf into it. He didn't realize that she put him in there. So one of these days she's going to turn on YouTube and find out that Peeps is a superstar. Peeps is going to be a superstar. Peeps is very humble though, so it's okay. So Peeps, you can hold your little fishy. There you go. Okay, so now I'm going to read the rest of these. Peeps is anxious. Peeps does get anxious sometimes, you're right. Hey, anyone like PUBG? Okay, we don't know what PUGB is. Or at least I don't, and I hope it's nothing bad. What is the story that you are going to tell today? Oh my God, Peeps, I am so sorry. Poor Peeps. It's okay. I also have an avocado doll that I've had since 2022. Oh, I love avocados. I have my first dress I wear when I was a child and I'm still keeping it. That's so cool. That's so cool that you have that dress. I had a dress. My mom used to make all my dresses. So for a long time, I had so many of my clothes and I gave them to my daughter. And then she like wore them until they were threadbare. And then I had a whole bunch of clothes that my kids wore, but I gave them away to people. So I just kept one little outfit for each of my kids to give to their, when they have a child, when they have a baby. Because there's so many people who need clothes, you know, baby clothes and stuff. But like I gave my granddaughter a sweater that belonged to her mom when she was little, and that was kind of cool. That's really neat. And where is Buttercream? Oh, Buttercream is here. Let's see, Buttercream, come on over here. Oh, Buttercream is here. Here's Buttercream. Can you say hi, Buttercream? Peeps and Buttercream. There they are. Yep, they're good friends. Buttercream holds up my cue card over there. When I am going to come online, Buttercream holds up the cue card for me. He holds up the idea. Sometimes I have an idea of what to talk about. If people don't have a question in the stream, so Buttercream sits over there and holds it up. Huh, Peeps? Yep. Okay. I'm going to put the blanket around you and let you relax. Okay. Peeps is going to be down here in the little pouch. He's got his little fish. He won't let go of it. Let's see. Oops. I don't know what happened. Okay, where is Buttercream? The precious memories that things can hold. Exactly. Isn't that weird how things hold memories? I have like all around my studio memories, and they're things that mean something to me but not to anybody else. Peeps has his own fandom. You know what's funny? This is so funny. Okay, yesterday, my son is so sweet. I needed to get my medication refilled. I've never in my life taken medication, so it's a big thing for me to have to take medicine. I'm just like, oh, geez, I just want to get it done with. But when I left the hospital, they made me promise that I would take this medicine, so I'm taking it. So it's supposed to shrink the blood clot in my leg. So everybody pray that the blood clot will go away and shrink. So God's answering my prayers. He's healing me. So anyway, I had to go to take a ferry and meet my son and my daughter-in-law because they picked up my medicine from the hospital. So that was really kind. of them, and then they met me at the ferry. So I basically got off the ferry and met them in the parking lot and then gave them hugs, and we talked for a little while and exchanged the medicine, and then gave everybody hugs again, and then I got back on the ferry. And when I got back on the ferry, this guy says, "Where's Peeps?" He goes, "Hey, I know you." There was like this whole crowd of people, and he sees me and he goes, "Hey, I know you. Where's Peeps?" And I go, "Peeps is at home, safe." And he goes like that. It was really funny. It was one of the ferry workers is watching me. Hi. So it was pretty funny. But that's when I realized, oh no, it's a good thing Peeps is humble, because Peeps is gonna be a star. So, yeah. So my friend, when I told my friend, I went to the grocery store and I got the little candies, because they come in all different colors. And somebody said, red fish, blue fish, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. And so it's so cute. And then somebody goes, "Oh, you need to get some little sunglasses for Peep." So I don't know, pretty soon we might have to have accessories for Peeps. But he's very humble, so it's okay. You're humble, aren't you, Peeps? Yeah. Yeah. He had a traumatic experience. He thought that they were eating Peepses and putting them in the microwave, and I had explained to them that it was marshmallow treats. We don't worry about that anymore. Marshmallow treats. And I went to the grocery store to try to find a marshmallow treat to show him, but they had already sold out, so we didn't even have to do that. We didn't even have to worry about that, right, Peeps? Yeah, we didn't have to worry, no. So Peeps has got his little fish, and he's gonna get all cozy. You're gonna get all cozy with your little blanket? Okay, I'll make you a little bed. We'll make you a little bed on the cushion. You can lay down. Yup. Okay. You can lay down. Now I'm going to read the rest of the comments. Slay. Hi. Hi. Can you hit like and subscribe? I'm going to sleep. I hope you have a nice night. Good night. Sweet dreams. Happy day. I'm really happy we had that talk. I have a strawberry bunny plushie that I've had since 2009. Aw, that's really sweet. Good night, Samara. Plushie, that's amazing. Good night, Samara. Sweet well. It's morning in India now. Do you have some tea left? Can you please make Peeps a little pillow? Aw, it's 12:38 now for me in the States. I pray, Jeannie. Thank you. Aw, you're so sweet. Thank you for saying good night to everybody. I missed it in the streams. I watched your video. Make a Peeps a pillow? Do you have a cat? Oh, which video do you watch, Blossom? Yeah, it was your video. I watched your video. You're asking me if I have a cat, Blossom? Yes. Thank you for watching it, Blossom. Yes, I have about 7, maybe 8 cats. They live outside, but they come inside occasionally. Only have a little chicken named Lily. And she's also laid an egg today. That's adorable, Blossom. Chickens are so cute. That's so sweet. I'm going to have to add some water and some tea to my teacup. Hang on. I got to move over here and get the water pot. A great big water pitcher, because I'm doing so good drinking my water. I got down to all the comments finally. I'm so happy. Thank you for saying goodbye to everybody in the comments. You're so kind, Rochi. You're so kind, Blossom. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sometimes it takes me a long time to get to the comments. And don't worry, Peeps has got his own little bed. I'll try to show you. Wait a second. Peeps is all tucked in. Get all tucked in, Peeps. Are you all tucked in? And you're not letting go of that fish, are you? You're so cute, Peeps. Okay, let's see. We try very... Oh! There. Well, kind of doesn't work to show you Peeps. Sorry. Peeps is up. I don't know what's happening with my phone. It... I'm trying to think what it's called. It's a tripod, and I think it's... There. There you go. That's better. It's kind of at an angle. But I have Peeps here, and he has his little fish in his little paw, and he has a nice plushy blanket. He's all wrapped up in it. He's laying down on the pillow that I usually use to hold my Bible. So he's very happy. Aww. I got him from a storm in India, and random chicken baby got left. So I got it to my house, and I looked after it, and she grew up and grew and grew, and then I named her Lily. What a sweet name. That's great. I'm so happy. Yeah. That's great. What a night, what a blessing to come from a storm. That's really neat, Blossom. You know, my mama lives in Oklahoma, and she always had chickens, and she named them. And I was, one time, this is a true story about my mama, okay? My mama has always been a little bit eccentric. So when I was like, okay, I think I was like 32, okay? And my daughter was like 6 years old, and we went to the chiropractor because my daughter had a neck injury. So we were in a car accident. She got her neck hurt. So she needed to have an adjustment. So here I am. I pick up my mail out of my mailbox, and I got my daughter and the baby in the diaper bag, and I go put the baby in the car seat, and we drive to the chiropractor's office, which was just right up the street. And I walk in, and I got the baby in the little pouch, and he's sleeping, and I decide I'm going to look at my mail because I have some time to wait in the waiting room. And so I open up a package from my mother. It's a letter, but it's in a great big manila envelope. And I open it up, and I kid you not, okay, all these chicken feathers fall out on the floor. And I'm like, I cannot believe this. Like, it never occurred to me in a million years that my mother would send me chicken feathers. Each of the chicken feathers had a piece of tape and a piece of paper on it, and it said, this one's from Legs. My mother had a chicken named Legs. This one's from Chicken Dinner. This one's from Jeannie. She named all of the chickens after all of my sisters and all of my children. And I was like, do I need to be worried that my mother has a chicken named Jeannie? Okay. But there's different breeds of chickens, and she had written the breed and had a little miniature picture cut out from a magazine of the type of chicken it was. It was really extreme. So then I found out from the neighbor calls me, and he's worried about my mother. And I'm thinking, you know, my mom was only like 50, 60 years old. She had me when she was 21, so 32, 21. She was 54, so she wasn't very old at all. And he was worried about her, and my sister decided she was going to try to put my mom in a nursing home. Okay, my mother is 54 years old at the time. Okay, she didn't need to go to a nursing home. There was nothing wrong with my mother. My mother just likes being a little off and a little eccentric. So what started this was my mother sewed, and my mother was the most excellent seamstress. Like in 1976, during the bicentennial for America, my mother sewed complete period style dresses for herself and all five of her daughters. You know, the ones where they have a bustle in the back and you tie a skirt, a thing around it to be really formal? They were beautiful dresses. I'm talking with like every dress had like 4 different types of fabric on it. They were beautiful. She could do designer sets for period style movies if she wanted. She's a really good seamstress. Well, the neighbor calls me and he's worried because my mother sewed little outfits for her chickens. So the chickens are running around with little tutus on. She had had, I remember this from when I was a kid. She had some tulle, and it's really fine mesh, and it was pink, and she had pink and lavender left over from when she sewed ballet costumes for us. And so she wanted to do something with it, and rather just leave it in her storage in her room, she decided one day, just for kicks, she was going to sew little costumes. So she made little headdresses and little tutus, and she had Velcro, and she made it so that she could put them on. And she did it for a photo op to freak out my sister. Just just to kind of, you know, let my sister think my mom was going off the deep end. So I can just see my mom out there with the tripod with her camera, setting the chickens up, wearing tutus and little crowns. And when I read that, I'm sitting in the chiropractor's office. I open it up and there's all these chickens and there's all these pictures, and my mom's got the chickens arranged, and it looks like they're having a tea party, and it looks like they're doing ballet, and it was hysterically funny. I mean, you could make greeting cards out of it. It was so funny. And my daughter saw that and she just thought it was so cool. We have it in our photo album. But I could just see the neighbors worried, you know, if they drove by and saw my mom out there doing a photo shoot with the chickens dressed up. And then I don't know if you've ever seen this, but they have these ceramic geese, like a ceramic duck that you stick on the front porch. And some people make like, there's like little costumes you can buy for to celebrate Christmas or to celebrate Easter, to celebrate different holidays. They dress them up with like a Santa robe and a Santa hat. So my mom has that, but she made her own costumes for it because she wouldn't spend money on it. And so the neighbor was really worried, really, really worried. And I'm like, it's not, don't be worried. That's just my mom. She's eccentric. And she's probably doing it to pull my sister's leg, to tease my sisters. So don't worry. I said, I saw the pictures. They're just adorable. Have you seen the pictures? He goes, no. I go, you go over there and ask her to show you the pictures. They're adorable. It must have taken her hours to get 4 chickens to sit around the table to have a tea party. You know, a little miniature table with a little cloth and little tea set. And she's got them having a tea party. So a couple days later, the neighbor called me back. He goes, yeah, she is very creative, that's for sure. She showed me all her photographs, and you know, she's got those chickens doing a ballet. So I told this to the chiropractor, and he says, well, do you crochet? Because what you could do is make her little tights for her chickens. So for an art project, my daughter and I made my mother little tiny miniature magic wands for the chickens, and they had little stars on them and pieces of tulle and sparkles and then a little wand and some Velcro. And would you believe my mother went out and took a picture of the chickens wearing their tutus with their little wands. And this was like when I was 32 and I'm 59, so this was a while ago. And I still have the pictures. But yeah, I come from an eccentric family, so it's okay. Peeps is nothing. Just having Peeps as my friend, it's okay. I mean, I'm not sewing him tutus. He's not wearing a crown. He's not going to have accessories. We're just having colored fish, that's all. And maybe a little bed. Oh, let's see what you say. Peeps is attached to the fishy. Yeah. It's so cold in my house. If I have the air conditioner on, I will freeze to death. It is so cold. Chicken feathers. Yeah, I opened it up and there were chicken feathers everywhere. She wanted me to see the exact color and the exact type of chicken. And she was so excited because where she lives, the Amish have these big sales and you can go to the sales and get any kind of chicken. And she had all different colors of chickens. She had speckled ones, black and white ones. She had one called Oreo that was black and white. She was really creative on her names. I was fine with it. I didn't like it that she called a chicken after me, but you know, it was really sweet. Little chicken tutus. I know, right? My chicken's tried suicide. He tried to jump into the well, but I got him with a chair, and you guys cannot believe it. Oh, I'm sorry. I would love to see dressed up chickens. It was silly. I'm going to have to look and see if I can find the pictures. I did dress up my chicken once on Halloween. How is that? I dressed up my chicken as a cupcake. That is adorable. Okay, you won the prize for most creative costume. Dressing up a chicken like a cupcake. That is so sweet. I once made needle felted cupcakes that were this big with great big toppers out of wool. I'm going to have to make one sometime. And I used the straight pins, therefore sewing with the great big pastel colored heads for the sprinkles on the cupcake. And I made a cherry on top and it was so beautiful. And my lady friend loved it so much. I made like 4 of them and ended up giving them all away. So I don't have one now, but they were so pretty. And people used them for pin cushions to put their straight pins. But the straight pins were for quilting. I gave them to people in my quilting group. Everybody kept asking me for one, and I only had one left, and then I gave it away. She looked like a big rolling rock. Hi, Lenny. How are you? He's probably left by now. Oh, that sounds adorable. Peeps needs himself a tutu. Or not. Colored what? Uh-oh, somebody retracted their message. We're happy. We're here. Yeah, I'm going to have to move my camera and move myself because I'm perched on the edge of the bed and I'm falling off on the edge of the daybed in the studio. So let's see if we can get this back. There we go. There I am. It's good to see you. How are you doing, dear one? I'm doing a pottery work while your video is going. Oh, how lovely. That's wonderful. What are you making? Well, I guess you better do your pottery work and not tell me. That's really sweet. Okay, Peeps, we're going to let you lay down and relax. Peeps is so happy. Peeps is just really, really happy. Oh, pottery. Pottery has always impressed me. You know, do you ever remember, were you ever little, did you ever do pottery in grade school? I remember doing pottery in grade school and in 8th grade and then in high school. And in grade school, I made little tiny teacups like this. This I made when I was an adult. But I made this as an adult, you know, where you go to those pottery shops where they have little things and then you paint them. But if you can see it, let's see, it's got leaves. It looks like leaves. It's really pretty blue. It's just a little teacup. Um, but I made when I was a little girl, little tiny cups. I still have them. They're in my storage unit. And it's like just a little child, you know, you do something and you think it's going to be really cool. And I kept it for years. And I used a burgundy um, wash on it, a color wash. Let's see, what do they call that? Glaze. It was very pretty. And for a long time, I kept it in. I had went to a garage sale with my aunt, and I bought this teddy bear cookie jar, and so I kept all my pottery in there, all the little things I made. It's a funny memory. I have a little business. Little means very, very little. I like the teacup. I also have a little princess teacup set that I made with my own hand. That's so wonderful. See, mine was just, you know, um, there's a name for it, but in America, they used to have this trend about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, where you'd go to a place and you'd pick out something that was bisqueware, and then you would paint it while you sat there with your family member or your girlfriend. And it was like, I forget what they called it, but it was like a pottery shop, and you would paint things. And so that was really popular. I did that. But when I was a child, we used to make coil pots, and that was really fun. Yep, it was lovely. Oh, and I gave it to my little sister. She loved that, and she still plays with it. That was so kind. Oh, Blossom, you're so kind. Rochi, I want to know who the baby blanket is for. Are you saving it for somebody, or do you know somebody who's going to have a baby? Or is it for one of your brothers or sisters? I love the colors you chose. And I give it to my little sister. Aww, she loves it, I bet. That's really sweet. My sisters and I, you know what we used to do? It was so much fun. My mother gave us, we had some, in the garage, we had some camping gear. And it was like when you go camping and you cook over a real fire, and there's like a great big pot that's aluminum, but it was a great big pot, and it had a handle. And I think that we used to bring water like from the water spout to the fire and then boil the water on it when we would go camping. And so it was in our camping gear in the garage. And I was a little girl, and my mom made me, I liked the Little House on the Prairie books. So my mom made me a long skirt and a bonnet. And so I put on my top and my long skirt and my bonnet. And beside our house, there was a fence, and it was covered in um, honeysuckle. We lived in California. It was all covered in honeysuckle. I mean, it looked like you couldn't even tell that it was a fence. It was just covered. And when it would bloom, it would smell so good. And so there was only about 5 feet wide between the fence and the house. And in California, we lived in Sacramento, it got really hot. And there was dirt and some stones. And the stones were like a path, like a walkway, would get really hot. And so I went into the kitchen, and got a wooden spoon, and I had my dolly and my little dolly bed. My daddy had made me a rocking cradle out of wood. And when my sister was little, she's a baby, I would put her in that cradle and bring her outside and rock her with my foot, you know? And it had blankets and everything in it. And then when she grew up, I had to use a doll. But I was all dressed up like Little House on the Prairie. And I took a blanket and smushed it up and put it on the ground to be the floor so it would be safe for my little sister to sit on. And then I pretended I'd bring out, if we were going to have lunch, I'd feed them lunch out there. And I'd pretend to be feeding the baby and everything. And then I took this pot that I told you about that I found that was really big, that was made out of metal, and I turned it upside down and sat it on one of the stones, and the sun would shine down on it. And I figured out on a hot day I could cook on it. It would get so hot you could fry an egg on it. So I would go get an egg and I'd break it and I'd fry it on it, and I'd make egg sandwiches, which is you take a piece of white bread and you put some Miracle Whip on it, and then you put the fried egg on it, then you put some salt and pepper, and then you put another piece of bread, and you cut it into fours, and I gave it to my sisters and they would eat it. And so I just thought that was so fun. We were having tea parties out there, and we would make Kool-Aid. And what Kool-Aid was, if you don't know, in the 1970s, Kool-Aid was, you'd take this pitcher and you'd put like 2 or 4 cups of sugar, depending on how big your pitcher was. And they had these little packages, they were about this big, of colored dye and flavoring. And you'd put it in the water and you'd stir it up and you'd stick it in the fridge and it'd get cold. And it was like sugar, like each serving had like a fourth of a cup of sugar, and then you'd just be hyper, you'd just be like shaken for the rest of the day. But we'd have Kool-Aid and we'd have tea parties and we would make fried egg sandwiches. And one day I figured out that I could take a potato and peel it and slice it and fry it on that. Now think how hot that had to get to cook an egg. It was like 105 outside, shining in the sun, and it was so hot I could cook an egg on there. But we had so much fun. We would just play Little House on the Prairie and play house and pretend that we were pioneers, and it was a lot of fun. Mm. If you come to my house and if you look at my bed, there will be several blankets. Blankets are really nice, aren't they? It's for my oldest sister. There's a baby shower in about 3 days, and the baby blanket is going to be a gift. The blanket is for my niece when she's born in July. How wonderful! That is so sweet, Rochi. Oh, she's gonna love that. She's gonna treasure that blanket. What a gift. That is really great. That's really special that you can make a baby gift for your niece. Your sister's going to be thrilled. That is really sweet. You are so kind and so clever, Roach. I got some new jasmine flowers yesterday. The jasmine flowers smell so good. Aw, that's so sweet. I love it. I can imagine jasmine right now, the smell of jasmine. So beautiful, Blossom. Mm. You can fry with that. Oh my gosh. Yummy. I loved egg sandwiches. Hi, Yuko. I love the grape flavored Kool-Aid. You know what? We used to have this kind called Hawaiian Punch. Hi. I'm glad you're here. We used to have a kind of Kool-Aid called Hawaiian Punch, and it was my favorite. Oh my goodness. And if you were really, really spoiled, when you went to school, they would have a birthday party, and everybody would have Kool-Aid, and sometimes my mother would mix Hawaiian Punch with orange juice. And I mean, I can still in my imagination taste it. And you would get so loaded from all the sugar. We would be like running around in circles. We had so much energy from all the sugar in the Hawaiian Punch. They had blue raspberry, and if you had that, you'd get blue all over your lips and your tongue. It would be like stained for like 3 days if you had that. It was silly, really silly. Mm. Yep, the grape colored was good. Yeah, I know, but I hate the blue color. Me too. I didn't like the blue color. I don't know why, but I liked the red. And then they they did all these changes. The Kool-Aid guy became a big Kool-Aid pitcher, and he would break through walls and stuff like that. He'd do all these crazy things. And they had one that was watermelon flavored, and it really didn't taste like watermelon, but they told you it did, so we got it. And I thought it tasted weird. It didn't taste like watermelon at all. One day I tried the blue raspberry flavor, and I was wearing my white t-shirt, and it got stained and it never came out. Yeah, don't you hate that? I think everybody has a story like that. Hmm. Yeah, the watermelon flavor is like artificial flavor. Yeah, doesn't taste good. I just remember, the one I can remember the most is that red. Like every children's party I ever went to when I was a kid, they had it. And we used to have birthday parties at school, and the parent would bring a cake or cupcakes, and then you'd have like fruit punch and candy. And by the end of the day, we were loaded. At like Halloween, we'd have candy at school, and then we'd go home and have candy, and we would just be like all hyper. And they wondered why kids did all these crazy things. Hmm. It's funny the things you remember, huh? It's funny. I just remember that playing Little House on the Prairie, and I put my sister down for a nap with all the blankets outside, and I was reading out loud The Little House on the Prairie, and I was wearing the long skirt and the little bonnet, and there was jasmine and um, what's it called? Honeysuckle vines growing. Mm. It was really good memory. Mm. Mm. When my friends have a birthday party at my school, her parents bring us a strawberry flavored cupcake. My friend actually threw it at another friend's face, and we all started a cupcake party. Wow. Yeah. It's funny nowadays. I don't know what it's like now, but I know 10 years ago they stopped letting kids bring um, sugary treats for birthdays. So parents couldn't figure out, like, they would have to figure out what to bring for a birthday party. I don't know. They got really strict. Um, so I don't know what people do now. But it used to be that you could bring cupcakes or a cake, but now people are so worried about food allergies and food. For a while, you could bring like a granola bar, but now you can't do that because they don't allow anything with peanuts. So you can't have a granola bar, you can't have peanut butter. I mean, it's like there's really, really elaborate rules. Like when you go to school now, they have a list, a sheet an parent-child handbook, and you have to read it and sign that you read it, and you have to abide by all the rules. And there's so many rules now. It's really interesting. So it's very interesting. Yep. Well, I was thinking maybe I will read from The Secret Garden. Would you like that? Would you like me to read The Secret Garden? I only have a dust allergy. Well, you know, a dust allergy, most humans have that. It's very common. Yeah, to have a dust allergy is really common. I think most people have a dust allergy and they don't even know it. But I really love peanut butter so much. Me too. I get a certain kind of peanut butter that I really like, and people are always worried about peanut butter now, and they keep saying, oh, you should eat almond butter. But I really like peanut butter. I eat peanut butter. Yep. Would you like for me to read The Secret Garden? Because I could read it. The Secret Garden. You would like that? Okay. Hi. Hello. Hola. Bonito noches. Santos de Side Claudia de Mexico. Hi, Tiger DJ. Hola. That's all the Spanish I know. I can order a burrito and say muchas gracias. But hola, we're glad you're here. Yes, I'm the only one. When I was little, I stole condensed milk and I ate it. Oh, yeah. You know what a lot of people do, Blossom, with condensed milk? It's amazing. A lot of people take that little can of condensed milk, and you can look on YouTube for the recipe, but I think you have to put, I don't know if you put a hole in it or not. I've heard different reports, but they put the whole can in a pot of boiling water, and they boil it, and I don't know how long they boil it, but they boil it for a long time, and then they dry off the can and they open it up, and it's caramel, like it turns into caramel. And I've seen that on Pinterest, and I've seen that on YouTube as a recipe, and people check it out and try it. Tiger says hi. Yeah, my dad used to use sweetened condensed milk to make cream for his coffee, because he liked to have his coffee with 2 sugars and 1 cream. But when my dad was a young man, he was in World War II, and they used to give out cans of sweetened condensed milk, and the soldiers used to eat it. They would eat it for extra energy. Yep. One time I was eating that condensed milk and I accidentally dropped the can, and the condensed milk got wasted and I was grounded for 3 weeks. Oh, I'm sorry. It's expensive. Here it's really expensive. Hey. Hi. Hi, James. How are you? It's wonderful to see you. So good to see you. I'm having a good day. We are having fun reminiscing about things that happened during our childhood. We were thinking about all sorts of things. How are you doing? It is less cheap here because in our town we make condensed milk in houses because of a lot of people here have cow. Oh, right. When I was a young like a young mother, there was a recipe book that told how to make condensed milk. And you take a blender and you take powdered milk and sugar and blend it. And so for a lot of recipes, we would do that. But if you get the can of it, it's like $2.50 to $3, sometimes $4.50 depending on what brand you get. American dollars. So it's kind of surprising that it's so expensive. I'm good, Jean. And we also have a lot of milk every day. How is your hubby doing? But I don't know how to make it. Yeah, what you do, I'll look up the recipe. Um, it's in the other room in a cookbook. So I'm going to write down to remember to get it for you. Um, Recipe for Blossom sweetened condensed milk. Basically, you take sugar and powdered milk and some water and mix it. But I think you could use milk too. But it's basically it's dehydrated, right? So there's not as much liquid, it's more condensed. But I'll find the recipe and give it to you. It's super easy. I just remember being so shocked at how easy it was. But off the top of my head right now, I don't want to tell you the proportions because if I get it wrong, then you'd waste ingredients. Yeah, I wrote it down, so maybe tomorrow I'll remember and give it to you. Hmm. We're happy you're here. We're so happy you're here. How are you doing? Hmm. Hmm. Well, we're, yeah, like evaporated milk, but it's super thick. And so basically what it is condensed evaporated milk, but with a whole bunch of sugar added. So when you use it in a recipe, you don't have to add the sugar. You just add, it's like got vanilla and sugar and milk in it all together. But yeah, if you ever get a chance, try that caramel recipe. I couldn't believe it. Um, my friend made a dulce de leche cake, and she used the sweetened condensed milk in the can. She doesn't speak any English. She just took sweetened condensed milk, put it in a pot of hot water, and it was cooking like all day, and then she opened it up and it was caramel. And she used that for part of her cake recipe. And I was just like, whoa, I was blown away. And she said they do that all the time. She tried to tell me that this is just what they do to make caramel. Mm. Yeah, it is a special taste. Mm. Yeah, that's good. Well, I think what I'm going to do, dear one, is read The Secret Garden to you, okay? The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Hmm. And hmm, we'll read that. Chapter 25, The Curtain. And the secret garden bloomed and blossomed, and every morning revealed new miracles. Hmm. In the robin's nest there were eggs, and the robin's mate sat upon them, keeping them warm with her feathers and her little breast and careful wings. At first she was very nervous, and the robin himself was indignantly watchful. Even Dickon did not go near the close-grown corner in those days, but he waited until, by the quiet workings of some mysterious spell, he seemed to have conveyed to the soul of the little pair that in the garden there was nothing which was not quite like themselves, nothing which did not understand the wonderfulness of what was happening to them, the immense, tender, terrible, heartbreaking beauty and solemnity of the eggs. If there had been one person in that garden who had not known through all his or her innermost being that if an egg were taken away or hurt, the whole world would whirl around and crash throughout space and come to an end, if there had been even one who did not feel it and act accordingly, there could have been no happiness even in the golden springtime air. But they all knew it and felt it, and the robin and his mate knew they knew it. Isn't that beautiful? I'm falling asleep. Be sure to hydrate once in a while, Jeannie. Good night, Jeannie, Blossom, Peeps, and everyone else that's here. Aw, thank you. We love you. Sweet dreams, Rochi. I love you. Have sweet dreams, dear one. And I'll see you tomorrow at Chris's stream. You have sweet dreams. I love you. Night, night. Sweet dreams. And don't worry, I'll hydrate. Won't I, Peeps? Peeps will keep me drinking. Don't worry. We love you. Sweet dreams. Yeah. Okay, Peeps. You know what I think? I think we should lay you down to go to sleep, too. You can go to sleep. You know what else I think? I think we should sing a song really quick to Rochi. She's going to go to sleep. She might not hear us, but it's okay. We're going to sing a song to Rochi, and then we'll read our book, okay? All right. Let's see. We have to find our song. It's going to take a minute to find the words. Yep. Here we are, looking for the words. We gotta sing a song for Rochi. I wonder what I did with the words. They're here someplace. Don't worry, Peeps. We'll find them. Well, we're gonna have to come up with a plan for this. There it is. Okay, let's see what everybody says. Good night. We love you. Hi, Alexandro. You have a lovely name. Yep, someone will be here to keep me company. No worries. Good night, Rochi. Have a nice sleep. Good night. Thank you for reading my book. It looks like I'm the only person in this live. No, you're not. I'm here too. We're here with you. We're happy you're here. Peeps is going to say hi to you. Hi. Hi. Okay. Now, you know what? Here's the thing. I'm going to sing one song just in case, because Rochi's going to go to sleep. And then, after I sing the song, we're going to read The Secret Garden. Okay. Hi, I'm really glad you're here. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? That way the next time I go live, you can find me, okay? Okay, here's a song. It's a sweet night-night song for Rochi. Jesus, King of Angels. Jesus, King of Angels, heaven's light. Shine your face upon this house tonight. Let no evil come into my dreams. Light of heaven, keep me in your peace. Remind me how you made dark spirits flee and spoke your power to the raging sea. and spoke your mercy to a sinful man. Remind me, Jesus, this is what I am. The universe is vast beyond the stars, but you are mindful when the sparrow falls, and mindful of the anxious thoughts that find me, surround me, and bind me. With all my heart I love you, sovereign Lord. Tomorrow let me love you even more, and rise to speak the goodness of your name, until I close my eyes and sleep again. The universe is vast among the stars, but you are mindful when the sparrow falls, and mindful of the anxious thoughts that find me, surround me, and bind me. Jesus, King of angels, heaven's light, hold my hand and keep me through this night. And that's Jesus, King of Angels, and it's by Fernando Ortega. Let's see what you say. Please go live at 4 a.m. because I have school tomorrow. Oh, well, I'm going to be going live for a while now, but you can go to sleep. It's okay. You can fall asleep to my voice. Hello, dear ones. I'm going to read The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett now. We're on chapter 25. And if you would like to fall asleep to my voice, that's okay. You have sweet dreams and I love you. No worries. You have sweet dreams and go to sleep so you can have a happy day at school tomorrow. Okay? All right. Yep. You have sweet dreams and go to sleep. Please go live at 4 because I have school tomorrow. Oh, you mean go live tomorrow at 4 p.m. I'm going to write that down. That's a good idea. And I'll look into it, okay? Consider 4 p.m. All right. So I'll consider going live at 4 p.m. What you need to do is hit like and subscribe, and that way you can find me when I go live again. All right? Hi, nobody. Hi. I'm so happy you're here. It's wonderful. I'm so happy you're here. This is great. Welcome. Please like, share, and subscribe. Step it up here. Double tap your screen like it's free. Aw, you're so sweet. You know what happened last night? I was live streaming. I live streamed last night from 7:30 at night until 4:57 a.m. And do you know what happened at 4:57 a.m.? Nobody? A tree. I live in the middle of a forest, and a tree fell on the power line. There was a windstorm, and the power went out. It went totally black at 4:57 p.m. And so my live stream ended, and thank goodness that Winsome Cat was here, so she told everybody not to worry. It looked like I was having technical difficulties, and so she closed down the live stream. But it just got dark here. It just went black. My phone went black. So I anyway, I had to wait like 9 hours for them to turn the power back on. So tonight I started live streaming at 8:44 p.m. my time. And that was 2 hours and 49 minutes ago. So yeah, so we're having fun. So how was your day, nobody? I'm gonna have to think of a name for you because I love you and I don't want to call you nobody. You're a somebody. You're my somebody special. Yes, you are. I'm just being cozy. I have some tea. Are you being cozy? Oh, wait a minute. Peeps, you gotta come say hi to nobody. Come say hi, Peeps. Okay, come on. You're gonna hold your fish? Okay. Peeps is gonna say hi. Hi. Peeps is here. Peeps is happy you're here, nobody. Hi. Hi, Alexandro. Peeps is happy you're here. I'm gonna have to read the comments. Here we are. Let's see if I can read the comments. Aw, thank you. A tree. I'm okay. It didn't hurt me. I live in Washington State. Yeah, my food was okay. I can call you No. Okay. Yeah, I'll call you No. That's good. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Nobody is No. I'll remember that. No. Yeah, what happened was we have power lines that go to houses and that go up and down the road, and a tree fell on the power line, so the power went out. But it just went black, and so that was very shocking, but it happens every once in a while. It's one of those results of living in a forest. But I just didn't want anybody to worry. I felt so bad because usually I say bye to everybody before I end a live stream, but it just really abruptly ended. So I was really blessed that Winsome Cat knew what to do. She has more experience than I do. She knew just what to do and just what to say. So she told everybody not to worry, that we were having technical difficulties, and if they liked and subscribed, they could find me again tomorrow. So it was dark, so I thought, well, I washed my face, took off my makeup, and went to sleep, and then woke up after 8 hours, and that took 9 hours for the power to come on, because the truck had to come and fix the wires. The guys had to come and fix the wire. So then I saw Winsome Cat at Chris's live and talked with her and told her what happened. She was worried. So I was glad I got a chance to tell her what happened. So yeah, so if anybody asks, that's what happened. I'm gonna move something over that's blocking my feet. Hold on a minute. So here I am, all snuggy. I have to stretch my legs out. I was sitting differently, so this is better. Now let me see how I can do this so the light's just right. I kind of go like that. I don't know what to do for the light. Let's see what you say. Where is Peeps? He's here. Oh my goodness. Hi, guys. Okay. I'm happy you're okay. Yeah. HSS, do you have OnlyFans? I'm only a fan of Jesus. That's what I tell people when they ask me if I have OnlyFans. No, I don't have OnlyFans. I'm on YouTube with I have beautiful people who love me, and Peeps, and we're on YouTube, and we read Bible stories and wholesome goodness, and we have tea, and we sing. What else do we do, Peeps? We give out spiritual advice, and we give out advice, and we do, we have tea parties, and we talk in the comments, and we do affirmations, and I sing love songs. I do all sorts of things. So let's see. Oh, nobody says I'm happy you're okay. Yeah, I'm okay. It didn't happen anywhere near my house. It was way down the road, but it made all the power go out. Sometimes power can go out here for 5 days, so I was really blessed that they figured out how to make it go on really quickly. Let's see. Nobody, do you like the devil or God? We like God. He says, I'm esoteric. I believe in yin and yang balance. Go up, Gabriel. I'm going to call you Gabriel because it's easier to say. Do you know Gabriel's a really good Bible name? The angel Gabriel said, I am Gabriel. I stand in the presence of the Most High God. Somebody doubted Gabriel. He brought a message from God, and they said, who are you? And he yeah, right. And he said, I am Gabriel. I stand in the presence of the Most High God. It's pretty impressive. Are you married? No, I'm not married. I'm still praying for my true love. And then she says, where is Peeps? Is he okay? He's okay. Where is Peeps? Is he okay? Do you like God? Of course, I love God. I love the Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and I love God with all my heart, with all my body, with all my soul, and with all my mind. Very, very much so. And Peeps is here with his little fish. He's sleeping. You're so cute. He was trying to sleep, and I keep waking him up. Okay, Peeps is going to say night-night. He says night-night. He's going to lay down and go to sleep for a little while. Okay? Yeah. Because I'm going to read to us in a minute, and Peeps has to sleep while I read, okay? All right. All right, Peeps, you can get in the pouch. He's going to be right there in the pouch with his little, see, he's got his little fish. He's just going to be there relaxing. And I'm going to have to sit this like this to see. Light doesn't come into it. Hi, Samara, welcome back. There is no emotion, it just is energy, vibration, and frequency. Okay. Remember me? Of course we remember you. It's good to see you. Did you sleep well? I just take a nap. I hope you're well. What time are you going to end the live stream? Let's see. I'm not sure. Usually, let me do my math here. Usually around 5 or 6. Depends on how long my battery on my phone lasts. So this is an experiment. We will see how long the phone battery will last. But we probably will go about 9 hours, and we're at 3 hours. So we probably have about 6 more hours. Let's see. I'm well, no problem. Thank you for saying. What time is it at your place? Well, now we have to do math, don't we? Because I don't have a clock right here. 8:44 plus 3 makes it about 11:44 right now. Yep, it's about 11:44 p.m. Right now. Hmm. And then, remember remember me, I was born in December 25th. Yes, Blossom, you silly Willy, I remember you. You're Emmanuel, I remember you. Can you tell us about some beautiful things you saw in the Bible? And then nobody says Raphael, Gabriel, Michael, and Uriel. That's a good answer. You're so clever. Um, hmm. What's the same day my brother was? That's the same day my brother was born on. You're welcome. Archangels. It is my pleasure. Of course. Metatron. You're a goofball. You know that? Nobody. Metatron. Oh my goodness. Um, Same time at my place. Alejandra. Oh, Alejandro. Um, Bye. See you tomorrow. Mm, okay. I'm gonna go back to reading. Mm, okay, here we go. Chapter 25, The Curtain. And the secret garden bloomed and blossomed, and every morning... Okay, I already read that part. Hold on. Hi. Hi. Let's see. What is your favorite crystal? Um, hmm. It looks like there's only 3 people in the life. You, me, and Peeps. Well, people will show up. They will show up. Don't worry. Alexandro, what time is it where you're at? Can you tell me what time it is where you're at? Peeps is going to take a nap, and I'm going to read. Mm-hmm. You must have left already. Hi, dear ones. I'm going to read you The Secret Garden, okay? So we're on chapter 25, and it's called The Curtain. At first, the robin watched Mary and Colin with sharp anxiety. For some mysterious reason, the robin knew he needed to not watch Dickon at all. It's 11:47. Thank you, Alexandro. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for telling me 11:47. Because you have the same time I do. So that's how I know what time it is. I hope you have sweet dreams. Go to sleep so you can go to school, okay? And Peeps is going to say sweet dreams to you. Sweet dreams. And I'll try to do a live stream tomorrow afternoon or evening earlier. Okay? You have sweet dreams. Bye. Alexandro, I think he had a Mexican name, so the spelling in English will change. Yes, he has a beautiful name. Bye. Sweet dreams. How are you? I'm going to read from The Secret Garden. Can you hit like and subscribe and say hi to me in the comments? Thank you. Hi, Rock. Hey, good to see you. How are you doing? Hi. He's so silly. Okay, Alexander. Um, Oh, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and read this. You have me laughing. So funny. Okay, let's start over. And the secret garden blossomed and blossomed, and every morning revealed new miracles. In the robin's nest there were eggs, and the robin's mate sat upon them, keeping them warm with her feathers, little breasts and careful wings. At first she was very nervous, and the robin himself was indignantly watchful. Even Dickon did not go near the close-grown corner in those days. Mm. Oh, thank you. He says, I didn't want you to be lonely. You're so sweet. But you know what? You go to sleep, okay? So you can have a good day at school tomorrow. You close your eyes and listen to me read and drift off to sleep, okay? Yeah. You have sweet dreams. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleepy little baby. Go to sleepy little baby. Okay? Go to sleep. Yeah, that's important. You go to bed so you can get some rest. Sweet dreams. Thank you for being with me. I had fun. You have sweet dreams now, okay? Now see you tomorrow. Get all cozy in your bed. Get your covers up, all cozy around you. Get your covers up, get your pillow all cozy. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Shh. Nighttime is for sleeping. Mm. Go to sleep. Mm. At first the robin watched Mary and Colin with sharp anxiety. For some mysterious reason, he knew he need not watch Dickon at all. The first moment the robin set his dew-bright black eye on Dickon, he was not a stranger, but a sort of robin without beak or feathers. He could speak robin, which is quite a distinct language, not to be mistaken for any other. To speak robin to a robin is like speaking French to a Frenchman. Dickon always spoke it to the robin himself, so the queer gibberish he used when he spoke to humans did not matter in the least. The robin thought he spoke this gibberish to them because they were not intelligent enough to understand feathered speech. His movements also were robin-like. They never startled one by being sudden enough to seem dangerous or threatening. Any robin could understand Dickon, so his presence was not even disturbing. Mm. But at the output, it seemed necessary to be on guard against the other two. In the first place, the boy creature did not come into the garden on his legs. He was always pushed on a thing with wheels, and the skin of wild animals were thrown over him. That in itself was doubtful. Then, when he began to stand up and move about, he did it in a very queer, unaccustomed way, and the others seemed to have to help him. The robin used to secrete himself in a bush and watch this anxiously, his head tilted first to one side, then to the other. He thought that the slow movements might mean that he was preparing to pounce, as cats do. When cats are preparing to pounce, they creep over the ground very slowly. The robin talked this over with his mate a great deal for a few days, but after that he decided not to speak of the subject because her terror was so great that he was afraid it might be injurious to the eggs. Mm-hmm. Hi. Hi, Meta. Hey, how are you, Metaphor? Good to see you. I'm so doing well. We're reading aloud. Can you please hit like and subscribe? I'm so glad you could join me. Mm. How are you doing? Mm. I'm really glad you're here. Listen to this. It's really good. It's the story of the secret garden. Right now we're hearing it from the standpoint of the robin. The robin and his mate just laid little eggs, and they're sitting on the eggs, and they're in the garden. And I'm having a little bit of tea, and we're just having a little tea party together, being cozy. Are you all cozy in your bed? I'm all cozy. I'm having some sleepy time tea, and unfortunately it's making me sleepy. This was not a good choice for me. I should have gotten something different, something more, I don't know, maybe more peppy or something. Aw, thank you. Mm. You thought about me today. Aw, you're so sweet. Oh, thank you for liking and subscribing. I'm so happy you did that, Metaphor. And that way, you can find your way back to me. Yep, I'm really happy you did that. Thank you. Did you have a good day? A tree went down on one of the power lines by my house. It didn't hurt my house, but the power went out while I was live streaming last night at about almost 5 in the morning. So I had to stop because everything went black. And good thing Wisdom Cat was here. Winsome Cat knew what to do. So I'm apologizing to anybody who felt left out, because usually I always say hi to everybody and I always say goodbye. I don't like to leave a live stream without somebody saying goodbye to me, but the power went out, so I couldn't help it. It's part of living in a forest. I live in a cottage surrounded by trees. I live in the forest, so sometimes a tree will go down on the power lines and then our power goes out. But usually I always come back. Let me read our comments and see what you say, okay? Aw, thank you. Drink a Diet Coke, maybe. Diet Coke tastes good with ice. Ooh, you know what tastes really good? Oh my gosh, this is such a good memory. I had this once when I was in Mexico. You take a Coke and you take a lime and you squeeze the lime, but you have to put the Coke over ice. Then you squeeze a lime over it. So good. I don't do Coke usually, but it was really good. And then usually I like Sprite with lime, real lime, but normally I drink lemonade. And guess what I have? Over there, I have a lemonade, so I'm gonna get my lemonade. Hold on a minute. Try to make it so I don't hit this. Aha, good idea. You're full of good ideas, Metaphor. I love your name. It's so perfect. Metaphor. Like metaphor. It's a good name. You chose a good name for yourself. don't know why. It's my favorite drink on the whole planet. Normally, I whirl it in a blender every day with cherries, but I'm out of cherries. So now I'm just having it plain, but it tastes good plain too. I love lemonade. Lemonade is my jam. Some people like iced coffee, some people like Diet Coke. I love lemonade. It's wonderful. Got an itchy nose. Okay, I've got to kind of not set my cup over so it doesn't hit the other cups. It's a beverage emporium over there. I've got a giant ice water, a giant lemonade, and leftover tea. And on the ground, on my little table, I have a whole big pitcher of water. That's what it takes to fuel me during the live stream. And a tissue hidden from my puppy nose. I don't know why I get puppy nose. I think it's because I've been living in the Pacific Northwest. Yep. Okay. Let's see what you say in the comments. I'm not going to be on my phone tomorrow. That's okay, Alexandria. You just go to sleep and don't worry, okay? You're supposed to be going to sleep so you can go to school tomorrow. As long as you're okay. You're so sweet. It is fun to live in a forest. Once in a while, it's a pain. And the only times it's a pain are when the tree falls on the power line, when the roses get eaten by the deer. But it's okay. The deer, we're kind of having a war about the roses. I gave up and let them win. I'm not going to plant any more roses. But good thing is they don't eat any of my other flowers. So that's good. I actually planted lettuce to lure the bunnies over to another part of the garden. And they go over there and eat the lettuce. And then they leave my flowers alone. So that's good. Coke and lime. Yes, it's so yummy. You know what happened was I was in Mexico, and this is a long time ago, and I was on a boat and I got really bad seasick. Oh my gosh. Metaphor, I got so seasick. Oh, never in my life have I ever been so nauseous. And this man came up to me, and he was from Colombia, and they had a bar on the boat, and he asked them for ice and a Coke and a lime, and he took the lime and cut it in half and put both halves of it in there and had me drink it, and it worked. It took my nausea away. Now, I've often thought about this. Did it take my nausea away because he told me it would take my nausea away and it was some kind of a psychology trick, or did it take my nausea away because it had electrolytes in it? And I think, honestly, it was the electrolytes. I think that the lime and the Coke, it was like just enough sugar, just enough caffeine, just the perfect remedy. But it was like never in my life have I ever been so thankful for a Coke. I was just like, wow, it worked. And then after that, every time you got on the boat, they would give you these little pills for nausea, Dramamine or something like that. But I would just have a Coke with lime, and it worked, and I didn't get sick. And we did this cruise thing where it was like a yacht, and you went, I think it's called a yacht, and you went cruising on the Mexican Riviera. And it was beautiful, but The whole entire time I was really nauseous. So when I found that out about the Coke and the lime, that was my drink that I drink anytime I go on a boat now. Yep, it worked really well. But I was surprised that I got seasick because usually I don't get seasick. Like, I'm from Washington State and we have to ride a ferry to get back and forth to our island, and I used to have a sailboat. I never got seasick, but I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just that one boat or something. Mm. But anyway, it was yummy. Yep. Mm. Hi, Ernest. Jennings. You like protein? That's good. Lemonade is good, especially freshly squeezed lemonade. Oh, yeah. You know what I do? I make it with lemons. You're going to laugh at this, but I take a blender and I put the whole lemon in it. Well, I squeeze the seeds out, but I put the whole lemon in it, and then I add honey and cherries, and I whirl it around. And sometimes I don't do honey. A lot of times I'll just do sugar because I don't eat that much sugar, but I really like tart cherries, so I like them it to be not too sweet, just kind of tart. Makes me happy. I also like those little sour candies. They're like, I think they're called Sour Patch Kids. They are seriously addictive. Like, I can't buy them. They're so addictive. If I get a box at the dollar store, they have these great big boxes of them. If I get one of those boxes, I'll just be writing and eating them, and pretty soon I'll look and they'll be all gone, and I'm like, hey, who ate all my Sour Patch Kids? Peeps, did you eat my Sour Patch Kids? Peeps must have done it. No. I'll look and I'll go, hey, who ate those? Where did they go? And then I'll realize I'm the only person in the house, and Peeps doesn't like sour. So it's me. It's my fault. I ate them all. And then I look really guilty. And then I'll take the little bag and lick my finger and eat the powder and realize, yes, it's true. I'm an addict. I can't be trusted. My daughter, she loved the watermelon flavored Sour Patch Kids. And so for a little while, you could go to the dollar store and get a big package of the watermelon flavored ones. So I got like 5 of those because I would give her like one every weekend, you know? Except for, that was the plan. Except for, I gave them to her and then I ate the rest of them. And I was like, okay, I can't be trusted with Sour Patch Kids. They're like these little jelly candies, and they're so sour and they're so delicious, and I can't be trusted with them. Nope, can't be trusted. Are you okay? Oh, she's way back in the comments. That's really, really good. Metaphor. Hi. Big fan of Jane. Keep yapping. Yep, that's what I do. I yap. Yep. Oh, big fan of, what's DIR? Die? Yeah, I can't tell people to die, dude. I speak life to you in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Big fan of Jane. I speak life to you. What do you need? Do you need somebody to pray for you? Do you have something that you need? Or do you just like to go on the internet and say mean things to people? That's not cool. You might think it's cool, but it's not. No. You know what it shows? It shows a lack of character and a lack of creativity. Yep. just got a lot of practice erasing comments, just for fun. God's good. Yeah. Telling somebody to die is not cool. It's dishonorable behavior. You know what else? You inspired me. A quote. Now I have to dig around in here until I find my quote. But deep in the recesses of my really cool tin, I do have a cool tote. So let's see if we can see me digging around. This is where I hide the fish for Peeps. I'm not tempted by them, don't worry. After I tell you that I'm addicted to the Sour Patch Kids, I don't buy the Sour Patch Kids because of that. Well, let's see. Somewhere in here, I have a quote for that gentleman. Aha, here it is. Cool tin. See that? Isn't that cool? I decided to use that to round up all my quotes because they were all they were just like rolling around floating around. You're such a lovely and beautiful mama too. Aw, you're so sweet. Metaphor, where are you from? Can I ask you? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But what country are you from? Where do you live? I know you might have told me and I might have forgotten, and I'm sorry. Do you think that person's still here? You're from California. Cool. I grew up for a time in California. My family moved a lot. My dad was a contractor. He built houses. And in the 1970s, when I was a little girl, there was an oil embargo, and they had like lots of people lost their jobs because it's sort of like a little recession or depression, and a lot of people lost their jobs, and people who were in construction had to basically move from job site to job site. So we moved a lot, but I lived in California from about the 3rd grade to I think from the 2nd grade until the 5th grade. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then 5th grade we moved back to Washington. But we lived in Sacramento. It was nice. I have really happy memories of it being really, really warm and doing crazy things like as a kid. Like they used to, I don't know if they still do this, but when I was a kid, they used to repair potholes with tar, which is weird if you think about it. Like, why would they do this? But they would pour tar on a street, kind of like blacktop, and then they'd put these rocks in it, and then they'd roll over it with a steamroller. So as a kid, when it was really hot, like it would get like 85, 90 degrees or 105 one time, we would walk around and look for the tar bubbles, and then we would pop them with our fingers. It was sort of silly that's what I remember, but oh gosh, we got into so much trouble because you get the tar on your skin and then you can't get it off. Like my dad had to use turpentine and an old rag and pour the turpentine on the rag to get the tar off. Isn't that weird? I remember getting into a lot of trouble because I got tar on my clothes. And then, but it was so much, and I would remember also getting a spanking for getting tar on myself and on my clothes. And then I went right back out the next day and punched those bubbles because they were so cool. It was like there would just be this big bubble. Like if you think of somebody blowing a bubble with bubble gum, it was like that, but it was a black tar and it was kind of mesmerizing and you just couldn't help yourself. It's like if you saw it and then you could play with it while it was hot. I got into trouble. What does he say? Yep, yep, yep. It was so much fun. And I got into so much trouble. Like my mom is 82 years old and she still talks about it. You kids would be out there pucking at that tar, wrecking your clothes. I don't know what the heck was wrong with you. You know, she's like that about it. Like anytime you're just like doing something that somebody will say, oh, they're tarring the road. My mom will go off on a rift about tar. And I'm like instantly in the third grade going, oh, yeah, yeah, I want to go see it. I want to go pop it. But it has to be a certain temperature. Like there's this little tiny window from like 85 or 90 degrees to like 105 where it's really fun. And then the other thing I remember, and this is really weird that I remember this, you could fry an egg on the road, like on the blacktop. And I remember we used to, this is really corny, but I loved the Little House on the Prairie books when I was in the third grade to the sixth grade. And I read them all. And most people think there's like 4 books, but there's like 25. Okay, and I read them all. And they're like the diaries of Laura Ingalls Wilder. So I read these books, and so I was kind of obsessed with the Little House on the Prairie and with the pioneer days. So I would go to the library and get these journals of women who were going across the prairie. It was really cool, actually. And so I read all these books about it, and we had this backyard where the wall was, there was a like 6 feet between the wall of the house and a fence, and there was beautiful um, honeysuckle growing over the fence. And my sisters were little. I have sisters that are like 1 year younger than I. And so my mom made me this Little House on the Prairie bonnet, and I had a long skirt, and I would wear it, pretend that and an apron, and I'd pretend that I was the mother. And I dug around in our garage, and I found this pot that I put upside down on a stone, and the sun would shine on it, would get really hot, and I'd fry eggs on it and make egg sandwiches for my sisters and I. And we'd be out there playing Little House on the Prairie, really cooking. But it was so hot. I remember the neighbor came over to show us how hot it was, and he took an egg and he cracked it on the sidewalk and turned it over and fried it. And I was like, wow. So I went right into our garage and got that pot and set it on top of a stone and let it get hot and was cooking for like 3 months of the summer. Totally being, yeah, it was. Um, yeah, there were so many books. I read them all, and they even have like I don't know where they are now. For years, I had them in my, they're probably in my storage unit, but I had them for years. I read them to all my children. And there's like a cookbook, there's a map book, there's, I mean, you know how um, in America, it's like if they have a cartoon character, pretty soon you've got like socks and underwear with the cartoon character on it. It was sort of like that. Like she was Laura Ingalls Wilder, and the Little House on the Prairie was really famous, and they were doing the TV series, so they had all these books, so they dug up all these books that she had done, and oh, Farmer Boy, and you know, there's a whole bunch of books. So It was kind of funny to me that, um, I don't know, it was just, I read all those books. I was obsessed with it. And then the funny thing was, I went to the library and I was mad that there weren't any more books about it because for some reason, I just thought she must have documented her entire life, you know? And it was like after 25 books, I was mad that there weren't any more. And the librarian took pity on me and she took me to the University of Washington archives where they had real live um, journals and documents from real pioneers, people who'd gone across the Oregon Trail in a covered wagon. And I read those. And I was just like a little girl. And they were letting me in there in the archive wearing gloves, handling these original, really great, journals that they had written about their trips. So I learned so much about those times. It was really fun. But yeah, cooking eggs on the sidewalk. Every time I think of California, it's like stored in my mind. We went to the Capitol and we had, a field trip. We went to the Capitol and saw the rotunda. And it's like there's all these things that are stored in my mind. Like it's a little database. This is California. But frying eggs on the sidewalk and playing with the tar are the two things that strike me the most. It's funny. And I think that if I ever did go back, I would have to be like, I'm not going near the tar because it's like so tempting. It just like bubbles up. But I felt bad for my dad because he was like trying to get the tar off my fingers with this rag and turpentine. And my dad was really gentle. He loved me. He was so careful, but I had this tar all over me. Oh gosh. Hmm. Oh, he says, "Hey, hi, hi, Robert. What other books do you like, or do you like now?" Um, oh, I love the beach. The beach is amazing. Yes, I have lots of really good memories of being at the beach in California. I love sandy beaches. The thing about Washington, I love Washington, but except for like Copalis, like if you look at Washington, the way it's shaped, the West Coast has some sandy beaches at Copalis Beach and um, Hoquiam. They have some sandy beaches, but most of the beaches are rocks. Like it's hard to explain, but there's a little bit of sand, but they're these big rocks with barnacles on them. So you can't really like walk on the beach with sand. You know what I mean? You you can walk on the beach wearing shoes or wearing water socks, but you can't like be barefoot and walk on the beach. Um, where I live, there's a beach where there's sand and it goes out way far. So you can walk there, but it's so cold all the time. So it's only like when it's super hot, like if it's August or September, if it's super hot, could you like comfortably walk on the beach? You know what I mean? But in California, oh my goodness, the sandy beaches, it's amazing. Mhm. It's really, really sweet. And books, oh goodness, I love books. I have a book addiction. I love books. Yeah, it was pretty cool that they let me do that. I became an archivist for a while. I worked at a private museum and archived a whole huge collection. And it took me years to do it. And I boxed up this collection and sent it to the Smithsonian Institute and to Temple University, but and to a couple other universities. But I just love books. I love books. Every room in my house has bookshelves. Even my bathroom has a bookshelf. I love books. Yep. So, what genres do I like? That's kind of hard to explain. I read mostly classical literature, psychology, um, herbs, um, gardening. I've probably over 3,000 books on gardening. Sad, I have an addiction. I've read like so many parenting books, it's not even funny. Um, Psychology, and mostly religious books, books um, about God and about Jesus and the early church fathers. Yep. Um, I also like history, and I really, really um, I like journals. I like reading diaries. It's kind of like you feel like you're sneaking into somebody's private journal. You know what I mean? It's kind of fun. It's funny. But I like books of quotes. I don't know, it's hard to explain. I like all different kinds of books. I go to a bookstore and I get into serious trouble. So, I like to go to thrift stores because you can find books for a quarter or $1.50. So that's what I do. Everywhere I go to thrift stores and I buy books, or I go to garage sales. Like where I live, people have garage sales, and then like when somebody, this is terrible, but when somebody dies, they like, their family has like an estate sale. And so I go to the estate sale and look at all the books, and you can buy books for like a quarter or $1.50, right? Somewhere in that range, 75 cents, whatever. And then they donate all those books that don't sell to the thrift store, and they sell them for like $1.50 to $4, $5. So I try to head them off at the pass, and I go to all the estate sales and buy books. And like this one lady, this is so funny, but years ago there was this lady, and she was a really, really amazing gardener. Like you would drive past her house and look and just go, like it was amazing. I mean, you see these gardens that are in the old English countryside where they have sculpted gardens, and then they have wild gardens that look like they're wild but they're really planned out. She had an estate that was so big, it was like 20 acres, and she had every kind of garden imaginable. She had a Japanese garden. She had a shade garden. She had a evergreen um, woodland garden. She had a herbaceous border. She had a European flower garden. She had a peony garden with over 200 peony plants. Peonies are like huge, and they last like 100 years, 150, 200 years. And so she had this amazing garden. It was, people came from the University of Washington Arboretum to buy plants, to like dig up some of the plants, because she had all these unusual specimens. So this lady, when she went to her reward, when she passed away or died, they had an estate sale. And so basically what her kids did was put the house for sale. And so to sell the house, they had to get rid of everything. So they just said, come and make a bid on whatever you want. So they had these tables of all of her garden books. And I got there at like noon, and I stayed until 4 o'clock. I had so many books that I had like 6 big banana boxes full of books. They were selling her books for a quarter a piece. And I sat there and I was just poring over the books. And I was only going to buy books that I'm really going to use and really going to read. So I was just fascinated by all these books. And you could just like open up the book. She had notes in her books. She'd written notes. And then she had a key in the back saying where in her yard she had done this garden. And so I thought in my head, they shouldn't sell these. These should be part of the estate. Whoever gets the garden, whoever buys the house is going to want these garden books. But nobody thought that way, just me. Because I thought, wouldn't it be an amazing thing to buy this house and get this garden, and then you could open up and here's a book that told you how to take care of that one part of the garden? But I'm a gardener. Nobody else thought that way. So I bought all these books. I bought like 6 banana boxes full of books. They were like at a quarter a piece. So, I mean, I didn't even spend $100, okay? It was thousands of dollars worth of books. I mean, these were books, coffee table books that were big, that would have cost $75 a piece if you went to the local bookstore. And they're selling them for a quarter. How could I not do this, right? So I got all these books, and I went home, and then I would dream about the books that I left on the table, the garden books that I left on the table that I didn't buy. And I was just like, I don't have room. I was just like, I don't have room for all these books. But I would wake up in the middle of the night, and I would be dreaming about looking through the book, and it's the one that got away. You know, the fish stories where the guy says, yeah, there was this fish and it was like this big, and pretty soon it's like that big, and it was really amazing and it got away, right? So it was like the one that got away, the book that got away. So I kept dreaming about this book, and it was just crazy. I was going crazy with this. I was obsessed, okay? One day, it was about 2 months later, and I've been dreaming about this book for like 4 or 5 weeks. I go to the thrift store, our local thrift store, and the lady there knows me who does the books. She's an elder, and she's putting out all these books. And I come around the corner, and there's rows and rows and rows of books. Come around the corner, and she's got this table, and she's putting all the gardening books on, and I opened it up, and it's the same handwriting of the woman. So these were all part of her collection, and I bought them all. And they were like $1 a piece, So the lesson was, if you see it the first time, get it, because it was like a quarter. Could have got it for a quarter. But it was so amazing, these books. Finally, I moved to a little tiny cottage, and I didn't have room for all these books, so I went through and saved all my garden books that I wanted, and the rest of them I brought to the garden club. And the ladies there, I gave all the ladies some of those books. So now we all have a piece of this garden, this famous garden. It was kind of fun. Mm. Mm. Okay, I'm gonna have to sit up to read all your messages. Let's see if I can read them. That would be fun as a child to have that experience in the library archives. Oh, it was. It was really fun too. I made friends with all the librarians. It's really kind of funny now to me. I was always making friends with the librarians at every school I went to. And we moved like 48 times by the time I was 16. And here I was like 17 years old getting Christmas cards from all the librarians. So I knew all these librarians from all over the United States, wherever we moved. Sometimes I think I should have been a librarian. Sometimes when I see an ad in the paper or on Indeed for a librarian job, I think, oh yeah, I could do that. just put my hair up, wear my glasses. I could dress really dowdy and be a librarian. I could do it. I could fit in. I know the language. I could do it. Except for the technology. when you have to be able to use the computer and teach people how to use the copy machine. I would have to learn how to do all that. But I could like totally put my hair up and be a librarian. It would be believable. The funny thing is, there's a lady down the street from me. She moved in to this house down the street that was being remodeled. And the house was one of those houses that's really odd. Like, you look at it and you go, who in their right mind would ever build that house? Every time I would drive by it, I'd think that. And it was, excuse me, it was always empty. And when I was looking for a house, it was sort of frustrating because I needed a house. It was the pandemic, and that house was just sitting there and it was empty. And so I contacted the owner and said, would you rent your house to me? And he goes, no, I'm remodeling it. I'm going to live in it. And so like 3 years went by and he still hadn't remodeled it. Excuse me. So I was thinking, who has that kind of money to have prime real estate just sit there and not use it and not rent it out? But he didn't remodel on it finally. And one day I was walking by, I always walk by on my walk every day, and I was walking by and the guy was there and he gave me a tour of the house and showed me the house. And when I went inside, I realized why. It was because it was like really unusual. Like, he just did kind of quirky things that really nobody would buy that house. There was too many, like the house shape is quirky. It kind of looks like a barn. It's different than all the other houses in the area, but not in a good way. So anyway, and it's on a very small lot and there's no yard, and the yard is just sand, just strange things like that. So anyway, the really funny thing was, were some people, they were going to rent it out. So a lady and her daughter moved in, and so I came over with a bouquet of flowers from my herb garden, and a little, I forget what it was, but I always bring something for the child. I brought some little thing for the little girl, and I found out the little girl liked miniatures. Oh gosh, it was all over for my team. First thing I did when I found out that she liked miniatures was I went to my yard, and I live in a forest, so I went walking around on my walk that day, and I brought my super scissors with me, and I cut branches off everything, and I brought them home. I got my little hacksaw and my little glue gun, and I made her a flower fairy fort. And she loves flower fairies. So I made her this little house that's a flower fairy house, because she had somebody, like her grandparents or somebody like that, like her aunt or someone, I don't know, gave her a little flower fairy house. But it's really frustrating for a kid to get something that's really pretty but you can't use it. So it was like a piece of sculpture. Who invented this? This is like torture for a kid. It was like a little doll house, but it was all perfect and painted on the outside, but you can't open it. And there's no way. So it's just like a kind of like a little statue made of ceramics, but you can't open it or get in there. But it's cute, but it's like you can't really use it. So anyway, she was showing that to me when I came over and introduced myself. So I went home and whipped out I made a little sketch, with my pen, and then I whipped out my ruler and my glue gun and my hacksaw, and I made this little fairy house that it's like a doll house. On one side, 3 sides, it looks like a fairy house, but then you could come inside and play with it with little people. So then I had to make little people I got a little carried away, okay? Like, in my defense, they left me alone, okay? All my kids grew up and they left me at home alone, okay? I used to have 6 kids and sometimes 9. And so they all grew up, all right? And none of them were giving me any grandchildren. So I had all this frustrated energy, right? And I was like really being creative. And so this little girl was there playing with these little pathetic sticks by this little pathetic house. And I was like, oh, my heart, I can fix this. I can solve this problem. So I went home and made this fairy house for her. And then the best part was I delivered it. I asked her mom by text if it was okay. And she said yes. And so I said, I don't want you to think I'm creepy or anything. It's just I don't have any grandchildren yet. And I would just really like to make your daughter a fairy house if it's okay with you. All natural materials. And I'll just like leave it and let the fairies have delivered it and let it be a surprise. And you can even take credit for it if you want. And so they have this tree in their front yard, and so it was nighttime, and I snuck over there all quietly. The neighbor's dog was losing it, and I left it there, and I decorated it with flowers from my herb garden. And I came home and I was like all happy, and I got this text from her mother with pictures of her finding it. I was like, yes! So it was really fun. So then I made like little flower fairies and snuck them over one by one. So every time there's a holiday, I make her a themed flower fairy. Like there was St. Patrick's Day, so I made her a little green leprechaun type fairy who had clovers for his wings. Because I'm just that addicted, okay? It was so much fun. And I had like, I'm at the thrift store like looking for green pipe cleaners and little, I found some little, what's it called? Oh, you know what they're called, fake flowers. You know how you have silk flowers? That's what it was, silk flowers. So I make sure I find a silk flower for the right theme, right? And their little hats are flowers and their little wings are the leaves. And so I'm making these by hand. I had so much fun. My son came over and he goes, what are you doing? And then I had a bracelet for years. I loved this bracelet. I wore it, but it broke, and so I had all the beads. So I strung, they were like little beads that are really intricate. And so I strung them up so they, on the flower fairy house, so they caught the light. It was really, really, really sweet and special. Made me feel so happy. It was just sort of like, it was the, crazy thing to do. So I keep doing this. I keep, like, every time I think of something, I'll make it. Like, I went past on my walk, there's this tree, and it has acorns. And so I picked up some of the acorns, and I don't know if you've ever seen an acorn cap, but there's like the acorn and the little cap. Well, if you turn it over, it looks like a little plate. And there were some miniature acorns that looked like little cups. So I got my glue gun, didn't put any glue in it, just burnt a little hole, made a little handle, I made a little tea set out of the acorns, different size acorns, and I even got a little teeny tiny file and made a spout for a teapot, because it was just that bad. Then I made a little table out of twigs, and so her flower fairies, they're like living the high life. And it's so sweet though. She's so little and she's so happy. And she's like, I know she brings her little girlfriends over to see it because I'll walk by. I just like walk by really fast. She doesn't know it's me. And I get so much pleasure out of hearing her and her little friends playing. She's got like 2 little girlfriends and they'll be sitting there going, would you like some tea? Oh, be still my heart. It's so wonderful. And my son says, you're not going to tell her about Peeps, are you? And I said, no, I'm not telling her about Peeps. And he goes, okay, good. And he turns around and he goes back to us. So the story about Peeps is one day Peeps was on my bed, okay, during during the whole pandemic. Can I tell them? Is it okay if I tell them? Yeah, okay. So Peeps was on my bed during the pandemic. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let you sit down. You're gonna go to sleep, okay? Okay. So Peeps was on my bed during the pandemic, and somebody wrote me. I write articles for Quora, and somebody wrote me this very serious letter, and the person who wrote it was a doctor. He was really worried about his wife, and he was sincere. Okay, he was. If you can imagine, right before the pandemic, I was living alone in a travel trailer. I had gotten divorced. Now I went from living in a great big house with 6 kids to living in a travel trailer by myself. And my daughter had thrown away Peeps. Peeps didn't hear it's okay because she thought she was too old for him. And so, of course, I rescued him and brought him to my travel trailer. And so Peeps was my only friend. It's funny now, but at the time it wasn't, okay? It was so pathetic. Here I was, living in this little travel trailer in the middle of 40 acres of woods. And I was lonely because I had been raised with 6 kids. And then I had 6 kids. I was like always with people all the time. I never got to have alone time. So I thought it was going to be really romantic to live alone. I was like, oh, it'll be so wonderful. I'll have time alone, you know? But if you're alone all the time, it's kind of stressful if you're used to being with people. And I was really used to being with people. So here I was with Peeps, and I was so lonely that I would actually sleep like this. I would have Peeps beside me on the pillow, so I would wake up and see Peeps's big eyes, and it was like therapy, right? So I got this letter during the beginning of right before the pandemic. It was at the beginning of the pandemic. This doctor, he wrote me on Quora, and he was so serious. He was going on and on and on about how worried he is about his wife, and he's just really worried, and he thinks he's going to have to hospitalize her. And it was very clinically written. He was writing me as a therapist, asking me how to treat dissociated identity disorder. And so I'm getting ready to write him a very clinical description of how I treat that when the second email came. And I'm the way he's talking, I'm thinking, oh my God, she's had a psychotic break. And she's a psychologist. And so this could like end her career is basically what her husband's worried about. And he's having these confidential conversations with me. And so I'm changing some of the details, but you're going to get the impact. So right before I started to write the letter, I was praying about, what I was going to say to him. And he sent me another email. And it was like, boom, 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 4 emails. Like, this poor guy is locked up in his apartment in New York with his wife, totally thinking that he's going to have to go take her to the hospital. And it's in the very beginning of the pandemic when people were dying. And they were both of an age where they would have to be really worried. And so he doesn't want to hospitalize her. So I said, yes, it's going to be okay. Just tell me specifically what she's doing. And after the 3rd email, he finally told me, and these emails are like pages and pages and pages. And after the 3rd email, he finally tells me that her big sin is that she's talking to a teddy bear. I was like, oh my God, is that all it is? And I wrote him back very clinically, and I said, she has an attachment, and that this is very healthy, and it's actually, she's healing herself with this attachment, and this is a transitional object, and I do not think it would be at all healthy for you to remove the transitional object. I think it could cause a psychic break. And I'm putting this in clinical terms, right? So what he was wanting to do was he was wanting to take her teddy bear away from her because he was jealous of the teddy bear. And so I told him, let her talk to the teddy bear as much as she wants because she's lonely. It's a pandemic. She's isolated in her apartment with you. And maybe, here's an idea, maybe you could talk to her and maybe that would be a healing thing. And so it was very funny. It was very comical. It was very funny. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek. We developed a really good friendship. I finally just, you know, wrote him, and he took part of what I wrote and put it on Quora. So he said, he admitted to somebody on Quora that he thought that his wife was going crazy, when in reality, all it was is she was lonely, and she was working out her loneliness by talking to a teddy bear, and that's okay. And so he was teasing me and saying this was teddy bear therapy that I was doing. So there became a whole group of people, I mean like 1,000 people, that were on a forum that was just about transitional objects during the pandemic, and how people didn't have a human for the first time in their whole life to relate to. They were alone at home, and so how they started talking to different transitional objects. And people, you would just be amazed to know the objects that people were talking to. There's one lady who was talking to her blender. One person put googly eyes on their toaster and would talk to their toaster every morning. A lot of people had dolls or stuffed animals, stuffed toys that they talked to. A lot of people talked to themselves. And so I did an article about the castaway Wilson, who was at tetherball, and it said Wilson on it. And the man who was the castaway, he was on a deserted island, and he decided finally to open some of the packages that he was supposed to deliver, and one of them was a tetherball. It said Wilson on it. I don't know if it was a tetherball or a soccer ball. I forget which it was, but anyway, he put eyes with charcoal on it, and he even made hair out of coconut fibers, and he even took some clothes and stuffed it with coconut fibers and made this person an effigy, and he talked to it like it was a real person and called it Wilson. And it became real for him, and it helped him save his sanity. And so we talked about that in this form. And so that's how I had 3 years of being alone in a travel trailer by myself talking with Peeps. And that's how I kept my sanity. So I felt like God had given me this really unique experience. I had already lived 3 years totally by myself without any outside influence. Grew my own food, got my own heat, heated. I made a flower pot heater with little tiny miniature candles to heat my camper, got my own water, made friends with the animals. I made friends with a red-tailed hawk and with all the dogs in the neighborhood. And I had a whole rich, vivid inner life where I would go on walks and write books, and I was alone for 3 years before the pandemic, and really had to adjust and grieve because I went from having 6 children and a husband to being alone, and it was huge, very, very impactful. And so I was kind of prepared beforehand. I had went through all the different steps and transitions and stages of grief and got to resolution where I had made peace with it. So here I was watching this unfold all over the world. People were writing me, and I wrote about that on Quora. So it was really interesting. So Peeps Peeps was my friend during that time, and I had a teddy bear that I went on a little vacation trip for a week to Oregon, and I left the teddy bear in the camper, and sadly, a squirrel got into the camper and ate part of the teddy bear and ripped it open and used the stuffing to make a nest. And it was really traumatic. I mean, it sounds silly, but it was traumatic. It was traumatic for me. And because I felt guilt, like I should have brought the teddy bear with me. I had a whole bunch of toys at that point. And so I was like, well, what could I do? And so I had that experience happen. And so here this lady went through a trauma because her husband who's a psychiatrist, board certified psychiatrist, tried to take her teddy bear away from her. And so that was what participate. That's what began her going off into psychosis, was her husband tried to take this transitional object away from her. And so I had to help him figure out. I led him through a series of questions and helped him see that he was doing more harm than good, that it wasn't hurting her to talk to this teddy bear. In fact, it was really helping. And I maybe wouldn't have found that out unless I had experienced the loss of my teddy bear. So Peeps and I have been through a lot. We went through 3 years in the forest and then 3 years during the pandemic. So I wrote all these articles about that on Quora. And it's really funny now, but people still write me on Quora in the private messages. I average like 1,000 messages a year, probably more than that. But the first year I know I counted them, it was like 1,500 messages from people who were really worried about whether or not it was okay for them to talk to this teddy bear or stuffed toy that they had. And I mean, these were not people who had mental illness. These were people who were healthy, well-adjusted people who found a way to cope during the pandemic by talking to a transitional object. So I sort of developed a form of therapy with it, like complete with questions and ideas and answers. And it was just really amazing what people will project onto an object. And so it became a real healing thing. And so in my 20s, people used to tease me, who were my colleagues, and say that I was a Rogerian therapist. And the joke is, if you don't know psychology, then you don't get the joke, but I'll tell you, I'll let you in on it. Doctors have jokes, nurses have jokes, construction workers have jokes. Pretty much any profession, they have inside jokes that only people in the profession know or get. And back in the day when I was going to school to be a therapist, we were studying psychology, and the joke was, people would say, oh, Jeannie's a Rogerian therapist. And the reason that was so funny was because the farthest type of therapy that I would never be in a million years is a Rogerian therapist, because what a Rogerian therapists do is they believe in radical acceptance, and they listen and nod and say, how does that make you feel? Oh, I hear you. And they do a lot of reflection, but they never resolve a problem for a client, and their clients never resolve problems. So their belief is in the inner light of the person to solve their own problem, which, in my view, if I could solve my own problem, I wouldn't be going to therapy, okay? So if you have somebody who's suicidal, if you have somebody who's been sexually assaulted, if you have somebody who's had a great trauma, the worst form of therapy for them is Rogerian. Because when the client says, what do you think I should do? the therapist says, I don't know, what do you think you should do? And that's not helpful. It's not helpful for someone who wants to end their life or wants to self-harm, or they need direction. They need a strong and powerful therapist who's willing to be a guide and a mentor and a role model and willing to guide them out of that deep, dark forest of depression and take them over to the meadow and show them the sunlight and reunite, rekindle their beautiful um, desire to live. And that's a sacred calling. And so the way Rogerian therapy was described to me while I was going to college, I was very frustrated by a large group of my classmates, a large group of my colleagues were practicing Rogerian therapy and choosing to do it professionally. And I could just see that this was not going to end well. And I guess I have more of a long-term view. I'm looking at not just where this client starts, but where are they going to end? Where are they going to be when they're 60? Where are they going to be when they're 80? Where are they going to be when they're 90? Not just where they're going to be when they're in their 20s, but I have more of a holistic approach. So I also experienced personally the damage done by Rogerian therapy, because I went to this therapist for 2 years thinking that he was going to at some point tell me how to fix the problem that I was having in my life. And all he ever did was say, how did that make you feel? And after a while, you just get stuck in your feelings. And feelings are important. Don't get me wrong, I'm a very heart-centered person, and feelings are important, but there's a time and a place for solving problems. And this person was not helping me solve a problem, and so what happened was I got more and more and more and more depressed. So I don't want that for clients. I don't want them to go through that. So anyway, the joke was I had watched a lot of Mr. Rogers growing up, Fred Rogers, of Fred Rogers' Neighborhood. Fred Rogers' Neighborhood was a children's show that was very popular in the 70s, and I watched every single episode. And this is in the days when TV, you didn't have a VCR. And so I watched every episode, and Fred Rogers became my friend, my best friend. Jesus was my best friend, but Fred Rogers was my human best friend. And I got a lot of healing from watching that show. Got a lot of healing from it. And so I'm going to tell you more in a minute. I gotta read the comments. Yeah. Have you ever been to the beach? I love the beach. Yes, Donovan, I'm a life coach. I'm a therapist, a trauma-informed therapist, and a first responder chaplain and a nurse. And yes, I've helped many people do life coaching. Many, many people. I have many, many years of experience. I've been doing counseling since I was 20 years old as a student nurse and as a professional my whole career. And I'm 59, so it tells you, let's see, 50, 20, almost 40 years. Let's see. Oh, Meta says I love books too. 3,000. Yeah, I have so many books. I actually have a storage unit just for all my books. And I'm praying about what to do about that. I thought when I put my books in storage, I had a library. And I moved from this great big house, many, many rooms, and one room that was a library. And so most of my books, I used to buy them new, but most of them I have bought used. And so they're in a temperature controlled storage unit. And I'm like, I know that what I'm going to have to do is go there in the summer and look through it and bring my books that I want to keep here and either give away or loan or something, the rest of them. And it's very hard to think about doing that. But I'm paying $60 a month to store my books. But right now, I love my books so much, I'm not willing to give them away. So I need to pray about what to do. If I knew they were going to a good home, it would be better. But it's just so hard to let go of my books because it's like they're a part of my psyche. I used to have a library, and when I have an office, I have all my books out, and I can just walk over and pull one out. So I'm writing a book, I want a quote, I can just walk over, pull it out, and I know what page the quote's on, and I can write the quote down and then put the book back. So it's like a part of my brain, because I have almost a photographic memory. So it's very difficult to think about letting go of books. So I'm not sure what to do about it. I'm praying about it. People who love books, who are bibliophiles, they understand. Book lovers understand. I used to think there was something wrong with me because I loved books so much, and they're such an important part of my life. But now that I have so many friends who are librarians, I understand. And also, I was telling you that story about the little girl where I was making the flower fairies for, and now I know why I was telling you this story. I forgot, I got sidetracked. Her mother, when I first met her, I don't ask people what they do. I don't say, hi, I'm Jeannie and I'm da 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 da, what do you do? I never tell people what I do unless they ask me. So usually if I go to a party or if I go to the grocery store and I meet somebody, I usually say, oh, is there anything you're working on that you're really excited about? Because I like to talk about projects that people are working on. I don't say, what do you do for a living? I usually don't ask people that. Because as a therapist, I think it's really dangerous to over-identify with your role, with your job. Because I've taken care of a lot of elders who feel like their life is over when they retire. And I don't want to identify with my job so much. And I don't want others to identify with their jobs so much or to feel objectified. So I don't ask people what they do. I just like interact with people, and I feel like it naturally evolves. They'll tell me when they're ready, right? So the girl's mother, I didn't know what she did, but I knew that she had probably gotten divorced. So I didn't know what she did for a living. So I had this really cool experience. So for a year, I was like quietly delivering little objects that I was making to the fairy house. And the little girl, made things and put in the fairy house. And so she thought that the fairies were bringing her little things, you know. It was very sweet. So one day I saw on YouTube this little video, and this man, oh my gosh, I wish I could tell you his name, because I can't. I saved it, but I forget. I can't bring it to mind right now. But anyway, he has this calendar that he made and this book, and he superimposes pictures of real life, like a bird coming down, and he makes like these little people, kind of like flower fairies, but they're like out of caps and flowers and things in nature, and then he somehow lures animals to interact. So it'll be like a little flower fairy, but then there'll be a squirrel in the picture, and the squirrel's real. So he's a photographer, and he's done this mystical, magical kind of genre of fantasy pictures, and he made a calendar. And so somehow I stumbled upon him, and I thought of this little girl and her mom. So I texted the mom the link, and she was like so happy, right? The little girl was so happy, and you could get all these pictures free. So they were looking at the pictures. So then one day I decided I wanted to go to the library, and we have like many libraries. So it depends on what you want to do, what library you go to. So I went to our little local library, and I walked in, and it's a year later, and I've never asked this lady what she does. And I had a stack of books I was returning, and I went over and sat down, and I was meeting somebody there, and we had a little talk, and I was going to give a little class at the library. So I gave a little class at the library, and I came out, and the librarian was the mother of this little girl. I was so surprised. She was wearing her hair up. She had her big glasses on. She had her librarian skirt and her little librarian sweater. She looked like your typical librarian. And she's such a beautiful woman. Like, just has a sweet spirit about her. She's really nurturing. And I just felt like, oh my goodness, that is the perfect job for her. Of course she's a librarian. I was just like, yes, of course. And the best part was, I had seen the job. They had moved here from someplace far away, and I had seen the job on Indeed, and I was kind of thinking, I was going through a phase of disillusionment and thinking, maybe I just need to quit nursing and become a librarian. So it was like the job that I had saved on my Indeed list, thinking, yeah, I should just apply for that job. It'd be so much easier than nursing. All I have to do is give reference material, and yeah, it would be a little hard for me to learn to use the computer and learn to use the copy machine. They have all these weird copy machines that collate and do all these things, and every time you go to the library, there's always somebody over there who doesn't know how to use it. The librarian's always teaching them, and I thought I could do that. I just wouldn't have to deal with any more problems. And so it's like my fantasy job. Like sometimes when you think, oh, wouldn't it be wonderful to work at Baskin Robbins ice cream and eat ice cream all day, or work at the chocolate factory and eat chocolate all day, and the people at Baskin Robbins don't eat Baskin Robbins ice cream all day, but it's like part of the fantasy. You're trying to get away from your job by having that fantasy, right? So yeah, so it was kind of fun to walk in and see her be the librarian. And I was like so happy. It was just really sweet. And I had made a bouquet of flowers to have at the speaking engagement. And I just couldn't believe it when I saw her. It was just really sweet. So, kind of renewed my commitment to making little flower fairy objects. So now I'm at a whole new level of little flower fairy objects. And I have a friend who made little miniature books. So I said, hey, I'll trade you some brownies if you'll make me some miniature books. So he made me he's single, so he's like, okay, yeah. So I'm like taking orders, like, what kind of pie do you want? It was Thanksgiving, and I was like, what kind of pie do you want? I want 3 little miniature books. So he actually sews the books, and then he put the little girl's name on a journal, made her a little journal. It was so cute. So we were just like having so much fun making little miniature things. I made little miniature brooms, and I mean, it's getting bad. I made a miniature comb, okay? No. I believe I can tell that you're a really good mama for sure. You're so sweet. Thank you. I love my kids. I had so much fun with them. And you know what? I don't even want to tell you about the Totoro parties. One day I'll tell you about that. We made Totoro. I made little tiny Totoro party, little tiny Totoros. I got a piece of this. Oh my goodness, it was so much fun. I got a piece of this fake fur, and I washed it. It's not real, it's fake. But it was the exact color of Totoro, and I went out and got rocks, and it's gonna sound funny, but I sewed little Totoros and then made them have whiskers and then put a rock in it, like put stuffing in it and a rock just so that it would stand up. And we took t-shirts and drew little Totoros on them, and we had a Totoro party. I made a Totoro cake, and we cut little brownies shaped like Totoros, put little whiskers with icing. Oh, it was so amazing. We watched Totoro. This is in the days when they didn't have Disney Totoro with a translation. This is in the days when you had to read the subtitles. But it was so much fun. I had lots of fun. I did lots of fun things, lots of creative things. It was good. I mostly like to read different kinds of fiction. Oh, tell me about that. Here, I have to move this book over. I want you to tell me the different kinds of fiction you like, because I've spent my whole life reading psychology books. I think it was because I wanted to, in the beginning it was I wanted to figure out my parents and my sisters. And then it was because I wanted to figure out people. And then like I spent my adolescence and my 20s reading parenting books because I was so anxious that I was going to be an abusive parent. I didn't want to be an abusive parent. And then I don't know how to explain it to you. I just have different obsessions that I like get an idea and I become an expert in that field. It's sort of like when if you know about people who are on the spectrum who get obsessions or get, I don't want to say obsessions. I know there's a word for it and can't get my mind to say the word. Who have highly specialized interests that they really like. Like you'll meet somebody who's autistic, or they used to say Asperger's, now we just say on the spectrum. Maybe they're an USP, maybe not, but they really like trains, and so they know all about trains. So like I have a friend, I have many, many, many clients who over the years are on the spectrum, and they, like popular obsessions will be gardening or rocks or dinosaurs or trains or Star Wars or Roblox, some video game world, you know, some genre. And so I do the same thing, and I'm just able to pass as normal. I'm neurodivergent. So I have some obsessions, and I can't help it. I just read everything on that genre, on that area. So I'm really interested in like what what you like for fiction writing, because I think for the first time in my life, I'm willing to possibly explore reading fiction. Like I have a very rich inner life, and I think that I've just spent so much time reading psychology, reading spiritual books, reading, gardening books. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Let's see. I've read all kinds of books though. My bachelor's degree is in English. The garden sounds amazing. That's a huge collection. Great deal. You'd be a hot librarian. That's one of my favorite. I mean, I remember my husband and I first got married. This is so terrible, but he was very much a nerd, and I was very much a nerd. And I used to come over to his house when we were engaged, and he would read me poetry, and it's a really happy memory. Someday I'll share it. But I shared it with my son because I wanted my son on text, if you can imagine. Last year, he asked me a question, and I forget how it started. I saved the text, but he asked me a question, and I shared with him. He was having a really hard time with his dad, and they were fighting over something, and I don't know what it was, and it's private. But you know how it is with family. Um, but they worked it all out, and I knew they would. But it was like this little time where both of them were fighting over this one thing, and neither one of them were willing to give in. And so I wanted to let my son see a different view of his father. I wanted him to see his father as very romantic and I wanted him to see his father, whom I fell in love with, if that makes sense. And his father is a scientist, and he's very brilliant. And part of his drama is that he doesn't fit in the world. He's so brilliant. So he doesn't fit in anywhere. He's like off the charts brilliant. So I told my son my son had a girlfriend. It was his first girlfriend. And so he asked me a question, and I said, I'm not going to answer that. I'm just going to tell you a story, because I believe in the healing power of stories. So I prayed and I said, God, how can I tell my son a story? Like, give me a story that tells about love and romance, and that can show him his father's brilliance and why I fell in love with him, and maybe help him see his father from a different angle, but also give my son a lesson about love and romance, but it's a little bit stepped back. So it's not like mom's telling you, oh, you should do this or you should do that, right? So I told him the story of when we were first together, we were first engaged. He was courting me, is what I'll say. I don't know if I would say we were engaged, but we were gonna be engaged. And how I decided that I was gonna marry him, what had happened. And so my son was asking me questions about, like, typical questions like, how do you ask a girl out? How do you go on a date? These kinds of questions that are just basic romance type questions. And I said, well, you're a Kanata, so there's a whole nother level of romance that you don't know about, that you need to go talk to your dad about that. And he's like, yeah, I'm not talking to dad. And I'm like, dude, trust me, you want to go talk to your dad. And he's like, no, I don't. And so they were in that fighting time, and they've never fought before and they've never fought since, but it was just this one unique time in history. And I'm like, okay, well, let me tell you a story about romance, okay? And this is like, okay, all these years later, it takes my breath away. So I told him this story. And I was sitting in my car texting, and I was waiting for the sheriff to show up at a crime scene. They wanted me to walk around the crime scene and see what I saw. And I do that sometimes. I was waiting for the sheriff, and for some reason they were late or something had happened, and I can't reach a crime scene unless I have permission. And so they were trying to get permission for me to go. So I'm just sitting there in my car, and the windows are steaming up in my car, and the sheriff goes like this, and I look, and he's like, what are you doing? Like, are you looking on your phone? And I'm the chaplain, right? No, I'm not. He knows I'm not, but he's like, what were you doing? He goes, you were blushing. And I just said, we'll talk about this later. Like, I couldn't even talk about it. I was just like, okay, I can't even tell you what I was doing. And so, like an hour later, when I'm in this crime scene and it's really gory, he just says, okay, tell me, what were you doing? Because I know you weren't looking at porn on your phone. And I go, no, I was telling my son a story about his father and how he asked me to marry him. And he goes, oh, well, of course. You know? But it was just like, oh, still to this day, even though, I need to, it's over. We're divorced. It's never going to rekindle. It's dead. There's still that memory from the past that's really precious to me. You know what I mean? So when you have a relationship with somebody who's toxic, it's really, it's like there are all, especially when there's all they use intermittent reinforcement, where they're wonderful, they're wonderful, they're wonderful, they're wonderful, they're horrible. They're wonderful, they're wonderful, they're wonderful, they're wonderful, they're horrible. It's hard to unwind that knot, that ball of yarn, and say, this is the thread of wonder and amazement, you know? But I have to, now I'm at a place where I can acknowledge those threads of wonder and amazement, because there was a time when I was divorcing him where I was just like, it was all a lie. It was not, none of it was true. It was all just a mask and a pretend. And now I'm able to see that he does have these parts of himself that are really amazing, and maybe let them be teaching stories for other people. Yeah. And so I see that as being a real good place to be for me. It's like a healing that I could give my son the gift of seeing his father from a different perspective, see this part of his father being the romantic suitor, that he was, or the romantic person that I made 4 babies with. I wouldn't have been making babies with him if I wasn't madly, wildly, passionately in love with him. So it was a good thing to be able to recognize that and see that in myself and acknowledge that. I don't know how we got off on this subject, by the way. We got distracted. Okay, I've got to come down here. You'd be a hot librarian. Thank you. That's one of my favorite. We had so much fun. It was really funny, but one of my favorite things to do was to dress up really pretty and go on a date. Dress up really pretty and go to oh my gosh, I can't even tell you this. I love to go to a bookstore or the scientific library. I know that's so embarrassing, but it was really, really fun because when I was in high school and college, I didn't have a boyfriend. And so there would be all these girls, I'd see them at the library. They would go to the library and flirt with boys. They wouldn't go out, but they would tell their mother they were going to the library to study, but really they would go to the library to see a boy. And so that was oh my goodness, would I ever love to go to the library and be all dressed up and sit and flirt with my sweetheart? Would that ever be fun? So I told my mom this one time. My mom is 82, okay? My mother is a very proper Southern lady. And so we were having this conversation. She goes, so, do you have a bucket list? And I said, what, Mother? She goes, do you have a bucket list? And I go, a what? She goes, a bucket list, things you want to do before you die. And I felt so sad because I'm a hospice nurse. So I help people make their bucket list ideas come true. So I thought if my mother's 82 and she's asking me if I have a bucket list, maybe she's trying to tell me that she has a bucket list. But she says, no, I think you should make a list of all the things you want to do before you die and start making them happen. And she goes, for example, when do you think you're ever going to get to go to the library and flirt with a man if you don't do it now? You know, you're getting older. If you don't make it happen, it's not going to happen. And my heart was just like, Mom, you just got finished telling me how I was going to meet a serial killer if I went out on a date. My mother's convinced that if I go do online dating, I'm going to meet a serial killer. So I quit doing online dating. That's not why. I quit dating because doing online dating because it was taking up so much time and effort and energy, and it wasn't worth it. And I started writing a book about it. It was so bad. I'm like, okay, we know it's not a good thing when Jeanne starts writing a book about it. One of these days I'll finish that book. But anyway, it's really sad. It's like my 14 worst dates. Really and truly, they're not even my worst dates. They're just 14 dates that I had. Real life people on the internet that what do you call that? Not the internet. Online dating. You know what I mean? So it's like 14 stories of dates. And one of them was so bad, I told somebody in the app on, I forget the name of the dating site, but whatever it was, I told this guy that how bad it was, and they felt sorry for me. And he sent a copy of it. I didn't know you could even do this. He took a screenshot of it and sent it to the app. And they felt so sorry for me that they gave me a 1-year free subscription. That's how pathetic it was. Oh my gosh, I should start telling those stories. They're pretty funny. We could do a series of Jeannie's terrible, horrible, no good, very bad dates. We'd have to come up with a title for it, but oh my gosh, they were horrible. But my mother goes from telling me that I was going to meet a serial killer to telling me that I better get with it and meet somebody. So I'm like, Mom, just how do you expect me to meet somebody? If I'm not going to go, people don't ask people out in real life anymore. Where I live, if you talk to somebody at the grocery store, they think you're a creep. Yeah. So I can't believe it. It's just like it's just so weird how much life has changed. I think it's because of screens. I really do. I think it's because of um, all the time that we're spending on screens. Yeah, that people they don't have social skills. They don't want to interact in person. And a lot of people are afraid. And so I think I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I really want to start a movement where it's socially acceptable to ask somebody out if you meet them in real life. I would really like that. I don't know how, but I want to figure out how to make that happen. I want to start a revolution. And I don't want to go back to the 50s or the 60s, but it would be nice to be able to, sometimes I go to the grocery store and I meet a nice person and I talk with them in line, or I talk with them in the frozen food section, or, someplace. And I think afterwards, I should have asked them out for coffee. I don't know how to do it. But over Christmas, I went to the local grocery store, and we have like 4 grocery stores in our area. And I always shop at one. There's one I shop at. And over Christmas, I was at the grocery store, and usually I make my own cookies, but a friend of mine was dying, and so I was like gonna spend like 6 days taking care of her at the end of her life. So I had just like 1 hour to shop. And so I was kind of like, didn't have time to cook anything. So I really wanted to have some cookies. So went to the grocery store and I got some ginger snaps. And there's these cookies. You've probably heard of them. They're called Dare. I don't have any right here. I think I have some. They're hidden. I'm not going to say where because the last time I told where I hide chocolate, my son found it. So they're hidden someplace, but these little, they're little oak leaves and they say Dare on them, and they have maple syrup flavored frosting in between. Oh, they're delightful. Mm, they're really good. And last year at December, they were selling them for $2.50 a box, which I found out that my friend in Japan pays almost $20 a box for them. So I was going to buy some and send them to her because she likes them because she's from Canada. I don't know if they're from Canada. I think they might be. You know those products that are like stereotypical Canadian because they're maple? It's kind of like that. But anyway, if you kind of have to be in the fall for them to be good, but anyway, they're very delicious. So I was going to get myself a treat like that and get some ice cream, and I had a list of some things I wanted to get for my friend. So I always wear dresses or skirts, and so it was Christmas, so I had on my black coat, my little black hat. I had a little hat on, and I had like a little holly berry pin that I made out of holly, and I had a really pretty red dress on, and it's very long and flowy and Victorian looking, and my hair is burgundy, as you probably figured out, and I got my burgundy glasses, and it all went together. Sounds weird now, but it was pretty. And so I had all my makeup on and everything, and I went to the grocery store just to pick up a couple items, and I was standing over by the Dare cookies looking at them, trying to figure out if I should get the lemon cookies or the ginger cookies or the maple cookies, which one that my friend would like. So I'm thinking, you know how it is, you look at something and then you have a memory. So I was standing there kind of like lost in thought, trying to figure out which cookie to get, and this man comes up to me and he says, "My, but your hair is beautiful." And he's an older gentleman, okay? And I said, "Thank you so much." And he goes, "It's really striking." And I said, "Thank you." And I don't know how it happened. I really don't know how it happened. But we started talking, and I wish I could remember what I said and what he said, like exactly word for word verbatim. Usually I can. And for most of the conversation I can. But for some reason, I cannot remember the opening. But I think it was that I discerned that he was single and alone, and it was only a few days before Christmas, and he's from out of state. It was definite that he was not a local. I know all the locals. He's not a local. And I said, and he was standing there kind of like in a daze, like I was looking at the cookies, and I said, "Oh, he's looking for a cookie." And then I pulled out the 3 boxes and showed him. And I had my cart there, and I showed him, I said, "Do you want a really good cookie? This is a really good cookie, and it's $2.50 a box, right?" And he goes, "Oh, that sounds perfect." And then I think that's how we started talking. But we started talking, and I just stood there, and I went, "Wow, this is really wild. This is like the first time I've talked with a man at a grocery store in years." Like, I always talk to people in line. For some reason, I don't know what it is, I get into the line at the grocery store and people tell me their life story. People who don't know me. And I used to think it was just because I was in a small town and everybody knew me, and so they were telling me their life story. But I didn't experiment. I drove 50 miles away from my home where nobody knows me. And I went to the grocery store, and I smile, and people tell me their life story. And nobody seems to think it's weird. The cashiers tell me their life story. The doctor, I go to the doctor. I'm in the emergency room. I'm almost dying, and the doctor's telling me his life story. It's like, what is it about me? I don't know. It's weird. I'm trying to learn to turn it on and turn it off. I mean, really, like sometimes I just want to be invisible and go and do something and have nobody notice me and like blend in. So I'm trying to learn how to do that. If you figure it out, let me know. But anyway, so here I was, and this gentleman, and he was not handsome. He was not plain. He was just like an average guy, an average guy. But there was something very refreshing to just talking to an average guy. He wasn't pretentious. He wasn't, I don't know if you know what I mean, but when men are at the height of their game, they're like, if they're a lawyer or a doctor or an architect and they're good looking, it's like there's this certain arrogance that they have. He wasn't like that. He was just a guy, right? And we were talking. And then he told me what his job was. And he has a very, very high stress job. And I can't tell you what his job was or you'd know who it is. But basically, he does rescue work. And it's in a very high stress field. And he goes from state to state doing this rescue work. So I knew of the place that he was working at because I'm signed up with the Red Cross. And he said, "Oh, I know who you are," because I do a seminar for people who work with trauma victims. So obviously, he's working in natural disaster kind of situations, and he had read something I had written. He goes, "Oh, I really liked this and so that I had written." And I said, "Oh, thank you. That's really great. That's a really great compliment." And so we had this conversation, and he told me about some of the experiences that he was having, and it was just really nice. And the funny thing was, my water heater, oh, I remember the day this was. It was like 2 days before Christmas. My water heater had died, and my house was remodeled. Before I moved in, it had been totally remodeled. So they obviously didn't replace the water heater. Kind of like in the old days, water heaters would go for like 35 years and nobody would ever replace it because they lasted really long. But nowadays, people say, "No, wait a minute, that's not true. They did replace the water heater," because the plumber told me that water heaters nowadays only last 10 years, and he replaced the water heater 10 years ago. So anyway, my water heater, I woke up in the morning and I couldn't take a shower because there was no hot water. So I figured my son had taken a shower. But I found out, like, I waited 30 minutes and there was no water, hot water. So then I went over to the fuse box and I flipped the fuses thinking that the fuses had flipped over, because sometimes here the power will go out or it'll have a power surge and the fuse boxes will flip. So I flipped it and I waited 30 minutes and there was still no power. And so that's when I figured out that the water heater died. So here I was at the grocery store. I had just figured that out. And it's been 2 days, no hot water. And so I told this guy, and he goes, "Oh, I go to accident scenes and disaster scenes all the time, and that's really common." And I told him I do forensics on everything. I told him my tells, that I thought, why I thought it was the water heater. And I couldn't get anybody to come out because it's 2 days before Christmas. And he goes, "Yep, it's most definitely the water heater. It's died." And he goes, "If you want me to change it for you, I can come out and do it." Boy, do I ever wish I had taken that guy up on that. Do you know why? Because it cost $4,000 to change that water heater. Yeah, can you believe it? It took a plumber and a contractor, and they came and they special order. They had to come and do the inspection and find the water heater and then disable it, take it out, and then order one online and then go pick it up and then come back and install it. And then my son helped them. Why it took 3 grown men to install a water heater, I will never know. My son says because Washington State changed the law and said that you had to have a certain certification to do it. So the contractor couldn't do it by himself without a plumber. I don't know. But I was like totally kind of appalled because back in the day, my dad was a contractor and he would have just went to Home Depot or Sears in the day and bought a water heater and brought it home and installed it, and it would have taken him 2 hours. And this took hours and hours, and we had to pay by the hour, and they were like $300 a piece by the hour. It was crazy. I'm really glad I'm not the owner. I'm glad that I rent, because I would have been furious, you know? And I sent my son down there. I said, you watch and pay attention to what they do, because when the apocalypse hits, you're going to need to know how to fix a water heater. So he did. He went and watched. He's really smart. He can fix anything. But anyway, that man, I met that man in the grocery store. We had this nice talk. It was really nice. Like, we talked about our work, talked about his job. I said, if there's anything I can ever help you with, you just let me know. And he said, because he had talked with me about my water heater, right? And you remember, I'm feeling all this anxiety because I'm a woman, I live alone. Okay, my son lives with me, but I'm single. So I don't have a husband to tell me how to make the choices and go through the little, there's a word for it, you know, like when you troubleshoot a graph of, well, this doesn't work, so then you do this. Like, I want to do that, but I don't know how. And so this isn't my specialty, right? So here he is, and it's his specialty because he does this all the time. He comes to a disaster scene, there's a flood, and there's, you know, he knows to turn off the water heater or turn off the power or whatever. And so we were talking about how to do that. And I was telling him, I don't even know how to find out where the water heater is. Like, I went through every closet, I went through every bedroom, I even checked the wall panels. I can't find it, and I have a little tiny cottage. So where are they hiding it? And he told me it was under the house or in the attic. And I was like, wow, that's pretty incredible. It was under the house. So anyway, so we were doing this like troubleshooting, and I never met this guy in my whole life, you know. And so here we are talking, and he says, I say, well, if I can ever help you with anything, you call me. And I gave him my card, and I wrote my home number on it and handed it to him. And he goes, well, actually there is something, and then told me about a problem, and we troubleshooted it together. And it was really great, you know. And then we left, and oh, and he told me he was going to spend Christmas alone, and that he had rented a house on our island, kind of like a beach house, and said, yeah, you know, he needed a vacation. So he's renting this beach house for the week, and that's why he was at the grocery store to get stuff for his beach house. And I was just like, wow. I left there right before as I left, I came around the corner, and there he was again. And I said, you know what, I just want to tell you, I had the nicest conversation with you. And he goes, yeah, I had a nice conversation with you too. He goes, you know, I go all over America, and I've never talked with anybody in 10 years in a grocery store or had a conversation like that. He goes, usually if I try to talk to women, or if I even give them a compliment, they think I'm a creep. And I was standing there, and the manager, we were at the checkout line, and the manager of the store knows me really well, and he was there, and he goes, he's an older gentleman. When I say older, he's probably 70 years old. And he says to me, yeah, remember the old days when you used to be able to ask somebody out in a grocery store? And I went, yes, I do. I miss those days. Now it's like so surreal that if you talk to somebody in real life, you're considered a creep. And so I don't know how it happened, but it was 2 days before Christmas. You know how when it's Christmas Eve, everybody's really happy and friendly with each other for that little tiny time, and then it goes away? Well, on our island, people are like that all the time because there aren't that many people. But we were sitting there, standing there, and most people were buying their Christmas dinners, like lots and lots of groceries, and I only have like my few items, and he only had a few items, so we're standing there in line behind three people who have lots and lots of Christmas dinner stuff, so we have all this time to talk, and the manager's standing there, and pretty soon I look up, and there's like 15 men all there listening to what I'm saying, and he goes, "You should do a YouTube video. You should do a YouTube video on this." And I didn't have any intention of doing YouTube. I was like, you know, never in a million years would I do YouTube. And he goes, "No, really, you should talk about this on YouTube." He goes, "Because," and another guy goes, "Yeah, you should." He goes, "I would love to talk to women, but if I talk to them, they make me feel like I'm a creep." And so there were all these men that were really kind, really, I mean, they're going to the store to buy something for their mother or their grandmother. They're going to the store to buy something for themselves, you know. Like, I started asking every one of them, I said, "Forgive me, I'm going to do my forensic psychologist bit with you. Why are you here? Why are you at the grocery store? What are you buying?" And so I said that. And so everybody just kind of came over and said, this guy says, "I'm making oatmeal cookies with my grandma, and we're out of raisins. The raisins, we opened up the container and they were all dried up into nothing. There was nothing left. So I'm buying raisins so my grandmother and I can make oatmeal cookies." And he was a really nice looking, very kind, very compassionate young man, about 25. And then this guy who's 30 comes up and says, um, "I'm single and I'm making baklava from scratch, and I got this recipe and I need all these things. Oh, by the way, do you know what aisle pistachios are on?" And I said, "You know, you can make it with walnuts and it'll taste the same. I mean, it'll taste really good and it's cheaper." And so he went and got walnuts instead of pistachios. And we just did that, every single person. And of course, me, I said, "I'm taking care of my friend and she's dying, so normally I would cook, but I'm just buying a couple of packages of cookies." And so we all went through this. There was like 20 people that said what they were at the grocery store for. And all of them, but two people, were men. And they were all telling me that they were afraid to talk to women at the grocery store. They were afraid to talk to women at a restaurant. They were afraid to talk to women anywhere. And I was just like amazed, because I talk to people everywhere I go. You can probably tell that I do. I talk to people. I'm just a people person. I like people, and people interest me, and I'm fascinated. Like, I'm always asking questions in my mind that I want to know about people. And I felt so sad, such a deep sadness. And I thought about all those men, a bunch of those men. Some of them had wives, or they were shopping with their wife or whatever, but a lot of them were single and were telling me, "Here's another Christmas going by. I'm celebrating Christmas alone because I've given up on online dating and I can't meet anybody in person." And one of the guys goes, "If you taught a class on our island of how to meet women, you'd be famous." He's like, if you taught a class or did a YouTube channel about that." And I felt so sad. I felt so sad that I started to cry in my car, and just picturing all these men going home, picturing that gentleman who was so kind and so generous that he was offering to come over to my house and change out my water heater for free. I couldn't do it because, well, number one, I couldn't let anybody know where I live, and number two, I didn't know him, and number three, I don't own the house, so I've got to give receipts and everything to the owners, and I can't explain to the owner that I trusted some guy that I just met to change out the water heater. You know what I mean? It was too complicated. So there were all these layers of safety that I couldn't bust through. But you know what? He gave me his business card and he wrote his cell phone number on it. And his email address is on there. And I never contacted him. And I thought to myself, this is so sad that he's going to go back to his little beach house that he rented. It's like an Airbnb. And he's going to have Christmas by himself. He doesn't know anybody. And it's so sad that all these other guys are going home to their apartment. You know, one guy was buying a deli sandwich, and that's what he was going to have for Christmas dinner. And another guy was getting a little tiny miniature Jenny turkey roast. And you know, every one of us were kind of showing each other what we were getting, and some of us were like brainstorming what else we could do, and somebody went back and got another one of those Jenny roasts because that was a good idea. And I said, you know, go get a box of stovetop stuffing and a little can of cranberries, you know. And we were trying to figure out how we could do that, you know. And I so wanted to just invite them all over to my house for dinner. I'm gonna cry when I say that. And I had Christmas alone because my son went to his sister's house and all the siblings had Christmas together. And when my husband and I got divorced, my kids decided that they're going to have Christmas with him. Yeah. So they haven't started to understand why we got divorced, you know. And maybe when they get older, they'll figure it out. But it's okay. But it was so sad. I just felt like all over the world, there's all these people that are isolated with screens, or on TVs, or computers, or cell phones. And I feel like it's a connection. Like I have a connection with all these people that come to my YouTube channel. I feel like I have a connection. There's some other live streams I go to that are really special, that I really love the people that are there, that I talk to every day in the comments. During the pandemic, I went on YouTube every day and talked to people in the comments and prayed for people in the comments. And I felt like it was a way I could reach out. But I just wanted to like invite these people to my house for dinner for Christmas. And I thought, all the years I've made this big elaborate dinners for Christmas, I can do it in my sleep. I mean, it's like I know what time every dish has to go in the oven. I know how to do the whole thing, you know. Like my friend, she just got married, and one of my girlfriends from church, she asked me if I would make her the list. And I go, sure, no problem. You have a legal tablet? She did, and I just drew it all out for her. The whole thing, like what time you put the turkey in, what time you know, what you do every step of the way for the whole meal. And on the back, on another page, I put what to buy, you know, what to get, what to have from your garden if you have a garden or whatever. And, you know, the whole thing, step by step. And she goes, wow, this could be a book. And I thought, I could make a book and have it on Amazon and have it just be holiday meals, my family holiday meals, and it would sell. And so I'm like always thinking of books, you know. But it was so much fun. But I thought about that. I had just done that for my lady friend at church. And I thought, you know, I wish I could just bring all these guys home for dinner. Maybe I should have done it, but I was afraid. You know, they're afraid of being called a creep. Women are afraid of being taken advantage of. Isn't that sad? And the programming is so deep, right? Yeah. So it's very sad. So I had a good Christmas. I was preparing, I thought I was going to live stream, but it turned out you have to have 50 people to live stream, have to have 50 followers, and I didn't have 50 followers yet. So I was so frustrated. I kept trying and trying and trying. I had all these really good ideas for videos, but I kept my notes. I'll do them next year, this year, at the end of the year. But anyway, it was kind of crazy. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Like, how do we reconstruct society so we get our humanness back? Because the machines are winning. The machines are taking over. How do we get our humanity back? She says into a screen. But I'm serious. How do we do it? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. You know, they want women to hook up to a machine to have a baby. They're telling women you can't have a baby unless you're hooked up to an IV and unless you do a C-section and have all these interventions, episiotomies. Don't get me started. I'll do a whole video about that one day. I've had 6 babies all naturally at home without drugs, with midwives, trained midwives. 1 in the hospital without drugs, with a midwife, because they forced me to go to the hospital. But I don't think we should be letting machines take over our lives and make decisions for us. But that's what's happening. People are saying you can only date if you date online. That's really dangerous, I think. I don't mean dangerous to date online. I mean dangerous for humanity. They're taking away basic things like attraction. You know, there's basic things you learn about people when you meet them in person. You get to see how they interact with the grocery store clerk. You get to see how they interact with the waitress. You get to see how they interact with other humans. You get to figure out what they smell like. You get to see how they carry themselves. You don't get any of that online. You don't get any of that in a profile. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm going to read what you say in the comments because I went off on a tangent. My friend says I should have a little sign that says tangent. I'm going to do that one day. Write tangent in calligraphy. Okay, let's see how we can read these comments. I'm on my phone now, so it's going to look weird when I read the comments because I have to go like this. You'd be a hot librarian. Oh, you're so sweet. Man after my own heart. My biggest fantasy is I can hardly wait to have my true love so I can go flirt with him in the library. And the museum. And the archives. Yep. Where else? Oh, just about everywhere. Okay. You're smart. You could definitely learn all the technical stuff. Oh, I hope I know what you mean. Do you mean about YouTube? I hope so. I'm trying to learn one technical thing a day. Now, it's not that I hate computers. It's not that I hate screens. See, this thing that happens when my glasses get dirty, and then I have to wash them. It's not that I hate computers. It's not that I hate screens. It's that I was jealous of them. So, I was married to somebody who was obsessed with computers. We had like 32 computers. I don't know, maybe it was only 28, but we had a lot of computers. And so I was kind of jealous of the computers. So I kind of decided that I wanted to be more in the natural world rather than, let's see if those are clean. Much better. So it's not that I don't understand computers or I couldn't understand computers. It's that I just didn't like them. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but I'd rather spend time in the garden or spend time with actual physical books reading them than be on the computer, if that makes any sense. And I think too, all my kids were really into computers. So they're like so addicted that they're on the computer 24/7. But if you say they're addicted, they get mad. So you can't say they're addicted, but they're addicted because they're always on a screen. I mean, it's always like every minute of their day, except for when they're at school or work, they're on a screen. So I was jealous. I was like so jealous of the computers and the screen. I wanted to spend time with my family. And then because I was the only one that wasn't using that drug, the computer, I was the one that noticed. I was the one that they blamed and said, there's something wrong with you because you don't want to be on a computer all day. You should want to be on the computer all day, if that makes any sense at all. So I decided not to worry about it. I just wrote, writing. And maybe if I had done my books on a computer, they would be done faster. But I'm more in touch with how I feel when I write. Sort of silly. It's one of those librarian things again. I have like a secret inner librarian. When you start talking about librarians and books and nerds and geeks, it's really cool. I'm a bibliophile. I like books. My daughter really liked books too. And one day we had this really funny thing happen where she told me that there was this guy that asked her out. And she goes, nobody's ever asked me out before. And this guy asked her out. And she goes, I go, well, how do you feel about it? She goes, well, he's really nice, but I don't think he's my type. So we were like practicing how do you tell somebody that you like them, but you don't like them romantically. You want to be their friend, but not romantically. So some people call that friend zoning, and I think it's kind of insulting because I think that the best basis for romance is friendship. So anyway, we were talking, and then one day she called me up. She goes, hey, Mom. And she had this like little inner voice, and I go, yeah. And she goes, guess what? And I go, what? And she goes, so-and-so just asked me if I wanted to go to the bookstore. And I go, really? And she goes, yeah. And I go, oh. And then we're being really quiet. And she goes, my perfect man. Not only does he want to take me on a date, but he wants to take me on a date to a bookstore and buy me books. And I was like, oh, that does sound very romantic, doesn't it? And she was trying to explain that to somebody at work, and they didn't read, and they were like, what? That's really weird. Just like had this big smile on her face. I went to go see her, and she had this smile that was like makes me hurt to even do it. She had her smile was like way up here. She was like beaming for 4 days. So then the date came. She went on the date. And I go, how did it go? And she goes, like the whole time, she didn't stop smiling. She couldn't even talk. She was smiling. And she goes, you like all the same books, Mom? And I go, how do you know you like all the same books? He could just be a narcissist pretending to like the books she likes. She goes, no, Mom. He gave me book reports. I thought that was so funny because my daughter used to have a journal. I have to show it to you. This is not the journal, but this is my prayer journal. But she used to have a journal like this, one of the really nice cushy journals, and she would write every book she ever read in it from the first time she started reading. And she had like 6 of these full of all the books she read. By the time she was 18, like she was reading so many books, we couldn't even afford to keep her in books. I mean, it was like my budget. Like I got a job to keep her in books. She read so much. And it was so funny. She was just smiling so big, and she says, he did book reports. Because she used to write book reports for fun. And I can totally relate. So it makes me happy. So your comment about, because um, you'd be a hot librarian. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to write that down. That's like the best compliment I've gotten on the internet. Oh, it's really funny because usually people say, um, mean things to me. Oh, I don't know how to say that. Let's see, how do I say that? Usually people say gross things to me is what I'm trying to say. And then I have to pretend that I don't notice. See, that's what I do. That's my big secret for dealing with the trolls. They think I'm really thick and I don't understand. And I just play dumb like, oh, really? Oh, I had no idea you meant that. And then I learn to erase comments. So we're at a whole new level of, yeah, you're smart. You could definitely learn all the technical stuff. Ammon, Rob, hi. You erased your message already. Did you beat me to it? Usually I erase your messages. I'm not sure. It's because you're so creative. Aw, you're so sweet. I am creative. I had fun making all the flower fairy furniture. Did I tell you that I did a tea party? Ooh. I found what are they called? Acorns, and made dishes out of them. And the best part was I found twigs with 3 little teeny tiny twigs with 3 little branches and made little tiny miniature forks. I know it's sad and pathetic, but it was so much fun. Okay, I'm gonna figure it out. I want to look good on YouTube while I'm reading your comments. Now, how am I gonna do that? Because I look silly. I'm going like this and I look silly. Okay, we're gonna try different ways, different angles. Okay, I give up. Closnazepam. That's a drug. Your name is a drug? Wow, what beautiful eyes. I'm 27, but age doesn't matter. Trust me, dear one, when you bring me home to mama and she sees me, it will matter. Because she will say, I want grandchildren, and I can't have any more children. I would love to have children, but it's not possible for me to have more children. So then your mother will be shooting darts out of her eyes at me. But I'm sure you're amazing. Okay, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to read the comments without looking like I'm okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna figure out a way. Maybe if I sit here, that'll work. I'll try. Maybe if I sit like this and look like this. Okay, thank you so much. I'm wondering why you named yourself a drug name. Can you tell me? I can't pronounce it either. Okay, why did you have to name yourself a drug I can't remember how to pronounce? I'm gonna try. Clonazepam. I know what it is, but I can't pronounce it. You're so sweet. That must have been hard. Yeah, it was. Peeps seems like a good friend. Peeps is sleeping, but Peeps is a good friend. Peeps is a good friend. Yeah. Okay, this is embarrassing. Peeps, you dropped your fish. Gotta hold your fish, Peeps. There he is, see? He's got a fish. Can I show him? See, it's a little fish. I got him a little fish at the grocery store. You want to know what the best part is? Hey, Peeps, you want to tell them what the best part is? What's the best part, Peeps? Want to see the best part? The fish. Look, they come in different colors. Isn't this great? Look. See? Isn't this great? They come in all these different colors. Yep. Now they have genie fingers all over them. Okay, we're going to put them back in the little box for you. They don't get yucky, okay? Okay. Peeps is going back to sleep. Poor Peeps, traumatized by that. Oh, did you get waken up? I'm sorry. You can go back to sleep. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hi, Peter. Hi. I don't know how to speak German yet. I've got to learn some words in German so I can say hi to you. Maybe what I could do. I have a friend who speaks German. Honey speaks German. Maybe Honey Bunny can teach me some. Let's see. I like to study behavioral psychology too. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's hot. I like it. Yeah. Way to a girl's heart. That's right. I know I've known people on the spectrum too. I've been through lots of family stuff. Things have gotten better mostly. Stories are powerful. I'm almost exclusively had toxic relationships in my romantic life. Learned a lot though. Uh-oh, I wonder where... Winsome Cat's here! Hey! Hi, Winsome Cat. I didn't know you were here. I'm excited. Okay, Peeps gotta come back and say hi to Winsome Cat. Peeps has gotta say hi to you. Hi! Peeps is happy Winsome Cat is here. Okay, don't go back to sleep. I keep waking Peeps up. Oh, hi, Winsome Cat. I don't know what people said that wasn't appropriate. Let me see. Uh-oh. Winsome Cat is so polite. You are so polite, Winsome Cat. Let's keep the chat appropriate, okay? Hi, everybody. I'm back. Hey, Winslow, we're glad you're here. Hey, Manuel and James. See, not only that, she's brilliant. She always remembers everybody's names. Hello, hello. Where is Peeps? Oh, I guess Peeps already said hi a couple times. My most recent girlfriend I met at the grocery store. We were together for about 4 months. Okay. Yeah, I think that you kind of missed the whole thread there that we were talking about how, last time we were talking about how it's really important for people to be able to meet in real life. That nowadays people are only meeting through online dating. And so I'm actually a fan of people saying hi in public places. So yeah, the comment didn't fit with, it was fun while it lasted. Oh, Meta, I'm sorry. Let's not call people names, thank you. Yeah, that's not okay to call people a name. Thank you, on Winsome Cat. I'm way behind the chat. I gotta just read really quick. Um, Hi. Hi, Blossom. You find your true love. Meta, nothing happens without a reason. Yep, cats are magnificent, elegant, and their ears and paws and tails are so beautiful. Wow, that's a lot of cash. Okay, so we're way back at me talking about fixing the water heater. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Well, the other part of it is I live on an island. So just to get somebody to show up to fix something, it takes a 6-month wait. So the only reason those two guys came out to fix that water heater was because by state law, it was an emergency because we didn't have hot water. So remember the man I met at the grocery store? He told me that I had to call this number for Washington State and that they would consider it to be an emergency without hot water, and that would make the plumber and the contractor have to come out. So like normally there's like a 6-month waiting list to have anything done on your house here, but because it was an emergency, they had to, whatever they were working on, they had to stop and then do my project. So that's probably why they made it be $300 an hour instead of the normal $200 that they would charge or whatever. I don't know. But it's a racket. I told my son, I said, forget whatever you're thinking about going into, go into the trades. Because there are, like, everybody on my island who was an electrician retired. You can't get an electrician on the island. You have to go off island to get an electrician. So they have to pay the commute time for the electrician at the electrician's price per hour. And they have to pay for his ferry to get his truck over here. So it's really amazing in a way. So I don't know. Sounds about right for a new water heater though. Yeah, the thing about it is that a water heater only costs like $200 to $400. So why is it costing $4,000 to install it? Because they needed 2 people to install it. You don't need 2 people to install a water heater. Not only that, but this wasn't a full-size water heater. This is a water heater that's like this big. It's like 4 feet tall. One of those little miniature water heaters. I don't know, the whole thing. Oh, don't even get me started. My father would have been so appalled when my father's up there in heaven. We have so great a cloud of witnesses. Hebrews 12:1. My father's in heaven going. He's like not believing it. Hi, official singer. How are you? Oh. Hi, white, XYIGT. Okay, let's see. Can you count from 10 backwards? Slowly. Hello. Yep. How are you doing, Rock? Let's see. Hello, Alesco. Good to see you. Hi. Oh, you're so sweet. You have sweet dreams, Meta, okay? Bye. I had fun talking with you. I really enjoyed talking with you too. You come back, we'll talk again tomorrow, okay? You have sweet dreams. I had fun. You've got a good sense of humor. Take care. Hope you have sweet dreams when you finally get some sleep. Thank you. Thanks, Winsome Cat. Oh, that would be good if you and I talked in caps, if you don't mind. I'm sorry. You know what happens? I'm just going to talk to you straight up. Winsome Cat, I'm glad that you took care of the name calling because it's and I don't know how long you were here in the conversation, but the whole conversation we were having was about how um, people, I think humans' actions in um, person. I think it's really important that humans have interactions in person, and I think that we would really benefit from meeting people in person and having it be okay and socially acceptable to talk with people in public places like grocery stores. And then, like, I was talking about how from men, like, when in December, when I went to the grocery store and had that conversation with that one man about my water heater, and how that really helped me. Like, I had no idea how to solve the problem. And people say, why didn't you just Google? Like, they go, why don't you just Google it? Well, yeah, you can Google everything, but the difference was Google can't tell you what is and isn't a reasonable price for a contractor to charge. Google can't tell you the details of the law. Like, all the details that I needed to know, that gentleman who didn't know me, who was a perfect stranger, was totally willing to tell me in just an interaction. Do you know what I mean? And so then when I had that conversation with him, it spiked having a conversation with the manager of the store and that gentleman about how times have changed, and nowadays it's not socially acceptable to talk with a stranger in a grocery store. And he goes, well, it is if you're, but not if you're a woman. It's not okay for me to talk to you, but you can talk to me. And so we were exploring, why is that? And it's because men are afraid of being called creeps, and women are afraid of being assaulted. And so we were like talking about that in the daytime, in a public place, in a grocery store, like 2 days before Christmas, Christmas Eve or something. I don't know if it was, I can't remember if it was the 23rd or the 24th, but it was one of those days. And so then the very thing that happens is somebody uses that word in the stream and thinks that just because he says he met his girlfriend at a grocery store, he's a creep. Does that make sense? So it's like, it's so entrenched in the modern world now. And maybe, like, maybe we should ask how old people are. Like, I'm starting to think that this is a psychops. I'm starting to think that this is, like we're living in a dystopian reality where the machines are taking over and nobody realizes it. I mean, I feel like that sometimes. Like, I'm the only person in my family who's not on a computer all day long. I have 6 children, 2 stepchildren, and 1 adopted child. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9 kids who are all adults, and every one of them are on their computer constantly. Like, I have one son who's, I can't tell you what he does for a job, but he has a job where he has to interact with people, so he's not on his computer all day. But everybody else has a job where they're on their computer all day long. And I'm starting to think it's like the machines are taking over and people just haven't realized it yet. And I'm like one of the only ones that can see it. Because, like, people don't date anymore unless they date online. And they think that it's creepy to meet a man in a grocery store and talk to him. Like, men won't talk to me at the grocery store. They don't, they used to. Men used to come up to me in my 30s and say hello to me. But now men won't talk to me in a grocery store. I have to initiate. I have to be the person who talks to them. And at first they're kind of stunned and they kind of look at me like, "You're talking to me?" And then I'll go, "Yeah," and I'll smile and I'll start talking. And then maybe they'll talk. Does that make sense? I don't know how to pin a comment, but when I want to pin a comment, I'll figure it out, okay? Well, I'll maybe, do I touch on the person's profile and then read all those options? Um, hmm, Maybe that's what we'll do. Um, yeah, Winsome Cat, like, um, I don't know how to say this, but it's like I have this surreal feeling about this. Like, we were just having a conversation. Um, Metaphor and I were having a conversation, and somebody came into this stream and proved my point. Like those gentlemen at the store, it was Christmas. They were going to go home, and I think it must have been December 24th, because the water heater had been out for 3 days already, so it had to be December 24th, Christmas Eve. And these guys were going to go home alone and celebrate. And one of them didn't know how to cook something, and I offered to tell him the recipe, and he's like shocked that I'm even talking to him. And it's like, I'm just being a good neighbor. I'm just being a friendly person. And he said, "Yeah, you're the first woman who's talked with me in 3 years." Like, he goes to the grocery store twice, 3 times a week, and nobody's ever talked to him. And he says to me, "Well, like, you're the first woman that's talked to me in 3 years." And my heart just ached when he said that. And I thought, this is really weird. Like, it's surreal. Like, when I was a kid, you could go to the grocery store and talk to anybody. That's how I learned to make conversation. My parents were like me. They're really open and they make conversation with everybody, and people like them. Hmm. And so, um, I don't know, maybe it's because I've been alone in my house for 3 years. I was alone in my house during the pandemic, and now I'm alone in my house, and I never leave except for to go to the grocery store once every 2 weeks and to go to the bank. And I've just been alone at home writing a book, and maybe time changed. Maybe society changed, and I can see it because I went back into society. But maybe everybody who's in it can't see it. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I live on an island, and when I go to the mainland, I noticed how smoggy it is. And you can look out your car window on the horizon at the ocean, but you can't see the ocean because all the smoke from all the houses and all the smoke from all the, um, I don't know what it's called, but like industrial smog. But on my island, it's really windswept, and there's like mountains and trees. And so when you look out over the water, it looks crystal clear. But when you're on the mainland, you breathe in and you get this weird stuff in your nose. And so the first thing we do when we get to the car after getting off the ferry is you go like this and you clean your nose out and you look, and there's all this pollution. It's like all black. And so I always feel like when I get home, I have to take a shower and wash my nose out really well. But most people who are like in Seattle don't notice it. They just live there. They're just living there in all that smog. But when I go, I notice it. Like, I can't stand to be there very long because it starts bugging my throat. My nose starts getting stuffed up. I feel different. And my friend says it's because you're so used to being in a pristine, natural environment, you know? Like we don't have like people on the mainland, you drive and you see all this trash. We don't have that here. People don't throw trash. If somebody throws trash, it means they're a tourist, and someone will, like, okay, I was at a grocery store, and some lady had a BMW, and she took her ashtray and she emptied it out on the ground. And I walked over and picked up all the ashes and went like all the cigarette butts and gave them to her and said, "Oh, you left this on the ground." Because we don't litter here. Do you understand? We take care of our environment. So if somebody's littering, they're like from the mainland. It's weird. Does that make sense? Okay, to pin a comment, you click on the comment and choose the option pin. Try it. Okay, I did it. To pin a comment. So I don't mean to be stupid, but why do people pin comments? Like, is it something that you want to like highlight that makes sense or whatever? To pin a comment. Good job. I'm so silly. I've already told like everybody like 5 times how the power went out and the tree went down and how you rescued me. Oh, geez, Louise. To pin a comment. Okay, I get it now. Your comment's pinned. Oh, gosh. Okay, let's find a comment. That's silly. 5, 6. Okay, wait a minute. I have to see. So we have to go 6. Then we go 8. So 9. 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, that's not helping. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Okay. It's funny. Okay. Yep. Laugh out loud. Pin the next comment. Okay. Here we go. Good job. Oh my. Okay, that's funny. Read first. Please use all capital letters as it's easier for our lovely host to read. Thank you. Oh no, I just want you to use all capital letters, not other people. Just you. So I know it's a comment from you, Winsome Cat. Yeah, no, I can read everybody's comments okay. Sometimes I play dumb and I pretend I can't read it if it's a bad comment, if somebody's being nasty. Um, you know, other thing is, this is kind of funny, but I don't know how to say this. Whenever people say adult topics, like, what do they mean by that? Like, is that just a generic way that Chris says, don't be talking about dirty stuff or don't be swearing? Or what is that? Because here's the thing, like in my stream, a couple of days ago, somebody that we know that's a moderator was talking about self-harm and suicide. And so we talked about that. And I have no problem talking about sex. I have no problem talking about um, like suicide or self-harm, or there's pretty much not a topic that I don't feel comfortable talking about. I mean, basically, trauma-informed therapy, that's all I do all day is talk about sex with people. I don't know how to say it any other way. Um, but there's like, those guys that are being gross. Um, there's like a difference between somebody who's flirting and somebody who's being sexually explicit. Does that make sense? And like, I didn't think that for um, Metaphor, or whatever his name is, was being gross. But I didn't read the comment that you blocked. Um, but up until a certain point, we were okay. We were talking about a lot of different things. I don't know if I'm making any sense. She, um, you retracted a message? Like, okay, I'll give you an example. Like, the other night we were talking about, um, there was a guy who was accusing another man of being a pedophile because he was going out with a 17-year-old girl. Okay? So that's a kind of a really specific case, but I dated older men when I was 17, and they weren't pedophiles. And I'm 59, though. So what happens in society is there's a concept of historical appropriateness. Like, for example, I'll give you an analogy. In the 1940s and the 1950s and the 1960s, nobody had seatbelts in their cars. So a lot of times young people nowadays would think that people in the 60s and the 40s and the 50s were abusive of their children because they didn't have seatbelts in their cars. But seatbelts didn't exist. Does that make sense? So some things are like a cultural thing, and people don't know that it's a cultural thing because they're not old enough. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say? Like, like I tried to have this conversation with a person who was 20, and they were saying, oh yeah, my parents were abusive of me. And I said, tell me how your parents were abusive. And they said, well, we didn't have food, okay? And they were in a war-torn nation. And I said, well, your parents didn't have food either. So there's a difference between, there's abuse and neglect, and then there's circumstance. So what happened was this person's parents were not abusing him. They were not neglecting him. Nobody in the whole country had food. So it was a circumstance that was, everybody was suffering from starvation. Does that make sense? So it wasn't like his parents deliberately withheld food from him to torture him. They were withholding food because no one had any food. So his parents had to go find creative ways to get food. So, but in his mind, because he was a child at the time, and children see adults as being all powerful, he thought that his parents had the ability to produce food. So we had to sit there and take apart his childhood and take apart, well, you were in the jungle, so your parents had snakes, rats, tigers, monkeys. What are they going to feed you? Do you understand what I mean? So it's kind of like cultural. Hi, Juanita. No. I did not know that he did that. Um, we were having a really good conversation, and I think that he probably misunderstood and thought that, how do I say this? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he misinterpreted something I said for me. I think that he interpreted my comment that I made as being that I wanted him to flirt with me. That's why he said that. No, we were talking about, sometimes what I do is I talk with people and say, when you're married, um, it's okay to flirt with your wife. It's okay to go on dates and do things. A lot of Christians are really, how do I say this? A lot of Christians are really kind of stuffy, and they don't know how to flirt, and they don't know how to have dates, and they don't know how to like be I don't know what the word would be. They don't know how to be romantic with their partner on a date, and they don't know how to flirt. And so the context was we were talking about that. So I think maybe he took that the wrong way and thought I wanted him to flirt with me, basically. But anyway, I don't know. Hi, Juanita. Good to see you. Anyway, Winsome Cat, thank you for saving me from that other comment. Okay. I have to figure out how to read the comments so I don't look, maybe if I go like this. Oh, you don't have to use caps. What I was trying to say is, let's say there's an emergency and you want to tell me something, use caps. So, like, normally is fine, but like, let's say somebody was talking about self-harm, then we need to know that the number for the hotline is 988 in America for the suicide hotline. And, we need to be able to have a standard thing that we tell people. If somebody threatens self-harm or suicide, then we need to say, I'm sorry you're feeling that way, and then you alert me so that we can talk about that topic. And also we need to recommend the suicide hotline, which number is 988, or recommend that they look up the suicide hotline number in their country. Because see, I'm a registered counselor, so I can get in trouble if somebody threatens that on my site. Does that make sense? There's certain things as a nurse, there's certain things as a chaplain, there's certain things as a counselor that I have to be really careful about, and one of them is suicide and self-harm. So we just need to have a memorized little thing that we can say, like, I'm really sorry you're feeling that way. 988 is the suicide hotline number. And it's sad to say it, but it's totally for legal purposes. We have to do that. And then I don't know what YouTube's policy is, but to me, that seems to me to be the moral thing to do, is to give somebody a number or tell them that we're sorry that they feel that way, and if they would like to talk about it more with Jeannie, we could. But if somebody gets graphic and says the method that they would use, erase the comment. Because we don't want anybody copycatting or getting triggered by methods. You know what I mean? And some of the things that people say, like earlier, there was a guy that was saying DIE over and over he was, I think they call that spamming. Isn't spamming when you say the same thing over and over? He was doing that, and I just said, hey, that's not cool, and just erased, like you showed me how. I just erased all of his comments. And I rarely erase people's comments, but there was another man, and I have a friend, IGT, and I was going to ask him what this meant, but I'm not going to say what he said in the chat, but I think it was slang for a term that's a racial slur. But as soon as I saw it, and I don't know, like, I know this is going to sound weird, but you know how there's a word that you can use if you're a black person, but if you're a white person, you can't use it, and they use it in those rap songs all the time with each other. So I was going to ask IGT about this and ask him what to do, but it was NGA, and it's short for that word. And so I just erased him, and he wrote back and said, it's okay for me to use that because I'm black. And I said, no, it's not okay for anybody to use that. Not in my stream. I don't care if you're purple with polka dots, you can't use that word. Because if I can't use that word, you can't use that word. Do you understand what I mean? It's like a double standard. So maybe IGT would say, yeah, if whatever he says, I would go with, but he's not going to tell me really honestly what he thinks. He's going to say, whatever you want to do, Jeannie. So I'm going to have to text him and say, how do I handle this? Did I handle this okay? Because as far as I'm concerned, the guy was being aggressive and he was calling another person that word. So that would mean both of those two people would have to be black for that to be okay. And then I just went, okay, this is too complicated. This is like meta up here, and I just need a simple solution, because we don't have time to be squinting at somebody's profile picture to see what color they are. And if it's not okay for a white person to say it, then a black person shouldn't be saying it either. I mean, love sees no color. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe IGT will correct me. But it seems to me to be not okay. Does that make sense? I'm sorry. I'm reading your comments, and she says, why are we typing in caps? And she goes, it's easier for Jeannie to read. Oh, okay. Now I understand. She's an old fart. How are you, Jeannie? Great to see you, too. Oh, all right. I just thought it was a wee bit inappropriate, so I deleted it. No, I'm glad you deleted it. It was okay. I didn't know what you deleted, and then when I read it, I got all embarrassed. I was like, oh my God. And then I realized he thought I was trying to flirt with him. When you deal with Christians, okay? Christians are sometimes blockheads. I don't know how else to say it. But there are, okay, I'll give you an example. I was having a conversation with a Christian, right? And I was telling them that I thought friendship was a good basis for romance. And this man came into the comments, and he's an older Christian man, and he was giving me a lecture telling me that women and men should not be friends. That no women should ever be friends with men, ever. And I was like, what planet are you living on? How do you ever expect to meet a woman if you're not being friends with a person? How do you tell young people to date or to meet their spouse if they're not friends. And he goes, yeah, no, women can't have friends with men. And I was like, this is patriarchy. This is like, and then he got mad that I used the word patriarchy and called me a radical feminist. And I'm like, like that's a bad thing? Like that's an insult. You know what I mean? And so I was just like, okay, um, what can I say to tick this guy off so he'll leave? And then I realized, hey, I have the magic finger. I can just make his comments disappear. So then I just started erasing his comments until he got mad and left. Because I'm that bad. Okay. I was like, yeah, buddy, you know what? And then he started saying that women shouldn't shoot guns, that I wasn't being feminine because I was shooting guns. And I was like, buddy, you know what? You've about tried my patience. See, it's not the people who get sleazy that bother me. I mean, I don't want them bothering anybody else, but it's like not the ones that you would think that would bother me. Like the guy that got sleazy, that upset me for everybody else's sake. But this guy who's telling me that I'm not feminine because I shoot guns, I'm like, trust me, if you saw me at the gun range, I'm very feminine. I can hardly wait to run back to the sheriff and tell him that some man on the internet thought he knew better what was better for me than what I think. That I can't be friends with men and that I can't shoot guns wearing a dress. It was crazy. I can't explain it to you. It was just like, there are really people who think this. My mind was blown. um, oh, okay, so we can have codes for Jeannie. Roses are red for, oh, okay, for SH. Lance, hi. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna read the comments and I'm gonna look goofy when I do it. Okay, will do. Thank you for telling me still learning what is acceptable and what is not. I think that what I'm gonna do is write something out and send it to you by email and send it to IGT because he wants something too. Um, because there's so like I'm gonna have podcasts that are gonna be called uh, um, difficult topics, right? We're gonna be talking about difficult topics. I mean, you know what I do for a living? I help people who've been sexually abused. So we're gonna talk about sexual abuse. We're gonna talk about suicide. We already had a video a couple days ago where we talked about suicide ideation. So we're going to talk about these things. Like that whole conversation we were having about men feeling like they can't talk to women in real life anymore. That's pretty serious. That's been a serious topic. Like, and then just to prove it, a woman from another country comes in and calls him a creep because he met his wife or his girlfriend at a grocery store. And he's not a creep. Now, maybe he's a creep because of his comment that you blacked out that I didn't see. But hi, Rock. Of course I'll pray for you. Yes, I'm sorry. I hope you're still here. Let me go down to the end of the comments and see if you're still here. Oh no. Rock, are you still here? Hi, Rock, are you still here? I'm sorry, your comment was stuck between um, Juanita and Winsome Cat's comments. I will pray for you. Are you still here, dear one? He says, I'm struggling. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, dear one. Um, yeah, I understand. Winsome Cat, keep an eye out for Rock. He just said that he was struggling, and his comment was between comments, so I didn't see it. So let's pray that he'll come back, okay? Um, Dear Lord, please bless Rock and let him come back in Jesus' name. Hi, Juanita, we love you. Um, yeah, you know what, Winsome Cat? My friend AGT said IGT. He's changed his name and I can't remember what it is. I think it's IGT. Used to be AEG. So anyway, he says that maybe we should have a moderator, like a group with just the moderators, or maybe I should make a video that's like a training video for moderators. And he was suggesting it because he's part of a different place that needs a training video for moderators. So he was asking me, but what I'm thinking is, it's hard to know when somebody's talking. You can't just, excuse me, I don't know why I'm burping so much, and I don't want to burp in front of you. I'm sorry. So here, why don't we just have a little talk about this, and if anybody else comes on, I'm going to pray that Rock will come back. Um, okay, so these are I don't think, I don't know what YouTube guidelines are about. There's supposed to be a list, a mystical list of words that you can't use on YouTube to stay monetized. So what I need is to find a friend who can go to the Reddit stream. You just Google words on YouTube that you're not supposed to use. And um, apparently there's a Reddit stream or something, some article that you can download that has all the words you're not supposed to use on YouTube. Okay, so right now I'm doing a brain dump. So I've always thought that I need to get a friend who has a printer who could print that out for me. That's one thing. And then, um, I think she's all right. She said she'd be right back. Um, how are you doing, Juanita? I love you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Hmm. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta find a. I just replaced the pinned message. um. Oh, that's good. Well, you can always email me, or we can figure out how to have a phone call. I can give you my phone number, or you can email me, okay? And I always think of you and I always pray for you. Mhm. Mhm. You know what? I was going to talk to you about something. Um, when we were at Chris's stream today, or I guess it'd be yesterday now, but the last time we were at Chris's stream, there was this man, and he was really sad about his grandma dying. And it was so sad. He was like reaching out to find somebody who was a Christian, and he kept saying all these Christian things. And by the time I got to his comment, Chris was like warning him. And so in the comment, I warned him. And then I read all of his comments, and I realized that his grandma had died and he was really grieving. So and he said, he's never going to see her again and all this stuff. So I said, Hebrews 12:1, we have so great a cloud of witnesses. And, may her memory comfort you and rest in peace, kind of a thing. And I forget what exactly I said, but I said something to that effect because I couldn't stand I couldn't stand letting him go without saying something comforting to him. And then I got in trouble from Chris, and I felt bad, but I was like, and then I apologized to her and said, I'm so sorry. But I couldn't let him go without knowing that there was somebody that understood that his grandma died. Do you know what I mean? And so I felt bad about it. I broke the rule right after I told him not to break the rule. But then Chris was so sweet. I think she figured it out. And so then she said, anybody who wants to talk about religious stuff can go to Jeannie's channel. And then I wrote my channel, right? But I feel so bad for him, Juanita, because he was like all alone and saying all these things about his grandma. Oh, okay, I'll try to find the list. Yeah, that would be good. Ask your mom. Um, maybe I can make a list, and then maybe you could get the channel moderator rules from the email or something like that, and that would be an excuse for you to email me. Um, yeah. Um, but um, I felt bad for him too. You know what I mean? Like he was just like in Chris's chat all alone. Like, and it was so sad, like my heart, like I'm embarrassed to tell you guys this, but I started crying because he was saying, you remind me of my grandma. And then he goes, my grandma was from Missouri and she used to make chicken and dumplings. And then he said, my grandma used to knit and crochet or something like that. I don't know what exactly he said because my eyes were so full of tears crying for him. And then he's like, in the beginning, he said like three things about God. And I realized he was just going to a random chat looking for a Christian that he could talk to. And so at the beginning, I was way up at the top of the chat. I don't know how else to say it. And you know me, I'm trying to greet everybody. And then I went, oh, okay, I'm just going to skip all these people and come down here because it was who Chris was talking to. She was kind of upset. And then I just said to him, we don't talk about, I understand, and I'm sorry that that happened, but we don't talk about Christian things here. And we don't talk about politics and we don't talk about adult topics. And he goes, okay. And then he starts telling about his grandma. And I started crying and I was like, oh my God, this guy is just on the internet looking for a Christian he can talk to. That's all he's doing. He just wants somebody to give him some comfort about his grandma. So I wrote Hebrews 12:1, we have so great a crowd of witnesses. Something like your grandma can see you and she's probably really proud of you. Something like that. I'm not exactly certain what I said. And then I got in trouble from Chris. She goes, well, now I'm going to have to ask you to stop, Jeannie. And then I felt so bad. I started crying. I was like, oh, I feel so bad, God. And I was crying. And then I asked Chris to forgive me. And she goes, it's okay. And then she goes, if anybody wants to talk about God, they can go to Jeannie's channel. And so then she said to say my channel. So I said my channel, you know. But I felt so bad for him. And then, you know what? He came to my channel and he said that his grandma had just died and that he felt so much better after he read that verse. And I just went, it was worth it. I didn't want her to be mad at me. I didn't want to break her rule, but it's like that poor man. He was raised by his grandma and his grandma had just died. Do you know what I mean? Oh, no worries, Wisdom Cat. We understand. We understand. No worries. Um, you can go and do your lesson. Don't worry. Um, yeah, it was okay. Wisdom Cat, I felt so embarrassed. And then, like, you were saying, oh, you're a good moderator. And I was like, I broke the rule. Okay, and so this is the thing you don't know about me is I have OCD. So I have good days and I have bad days. And on bad days, I'm really obsessive. So on bad days, I'm really rule based. For me, not for everybody else. So it was an okay day. It wasn't a bad day or a good day. So it was like an average day. So I just had to say to myself, like I prayed before I broke the rule. And I went, Chris is going to get mad at me. This man gets some comfort. Chris is going to get mad at me. This man gets some comfort. And I just decided to break the rule. But it's really hard for me to break rules. Does that make sense? I broke the rule before too, so you're not the only one. Oh, good. Yeah, that helps me. But I felt like that poor man, like, and now I'm glad I did because he came to my live stream and told me that his grandma had just died and that she raised him. So it's like saying your mother died. You know, like even though people say they got raised by their grandma, if it's your main caregiver, it's a big thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. So God's so good. I know it worked out, but I was like feeling bad. I was like praying over and over for God to forgive me. And then all of a sudden I realized, okay, I'm having an obsession about this because God forgave me the first time I asked him. And I need to interrupt the obsession and just ask God to forgive me. And then say, I forgive myself because Chris, I already asked her to forgive me. Does that make sense? Hmm. Yeah. So that guy that was, we were talking to, um, we were talking about, he and I were talking about something, and then someone came into the chat and kind of proved the point. It was like, I said, you know, men can't go to the grocery store and talk to women or they get called creepy. And I told a story about in December when I went to the grocery store and I started talking to a man, and he was an older man. He was older than I am, so he remembers time when people used to talk to each other. And right then, right when we got to the end of the story, this lady comes on the chat and she calls him creepy because he said that he met his girlfriend at the grocery store. And I was so glad that Wisdom Cat went down in the comments and saw that and erased it. I like her, and she's a good person, the person who was on, but it's not okay to call people creepy. It's not okay to call people names. It's okay, Jeannie. The reason Chris doesn't want these topics is because of different views that lead to arguments there. There are no arguments, so you're fine, and helped a man in a bad place. Most of the time it feels like my mom is not there. She may be physically here, but not emotionally. I'm sorry. That's really hard. I know exactly what that's like. I was married to a man who was like that. It hurts. It hurts because you love them and you want them to be emotionally available. It's called being emotionally unavailable. Yeah. And there's lots of reasons for it, Anita, and it's really important that you know it's not your fault. Sometimes it's because they're depressed and they're shut down. They have to stuff their feelings. Sometimes it's because they're in survival mode. Sometimes it's because they're just a blockhead, because nobody taught them how to have empathy. Sometimes it's because it could just be their worldview. And it can also be, one of the things that really helped me was studying the Briggs-Myers test. Some people call it I can never remember if it's Myers-Briggs or Briggs-Myers, but anyway, that test helps because it helps you see different ways people are. Like, if you have a woman who's an engineer, she's usually more logical than emotional. So if you told me a little bit more about your mom and told me what job she did before she got married, I'd probably be able to tell you which one of those things it was. It's not what, honey? It's not your fault, or it's not. It's called being emotionally unavailable. Winsome Cat, you know, you have this ability that's like a superpower. You have a level of empathy that you blend with practicality that I find very refreshing. Very refreshing. No, it's not your fault. Your mom has a different way of relating than you do. She worked at a bakery? Okay. What birth order is she? How many kids were in her family? When she was born, was she one of 6 or one of the only child? What was her birth order? So, like, I'm the eldest of 6, okay? Of 6 children. By the way, Jeannie, last live when the power cut off, you hit 50 likes. Wow, that's really cool. You know what? I gotta tell you this. This is amazing. I gotta tell you this. You guys keep an eye out for Rock if he comes back. On okay. On my last live, wait a minute. Okay, on my last live on Monday, the 21st of April, I started streaming at 7:30 p.m. I've never done that before. And I went until 4:57 a.m. That was the closest time I could tell when the power went off. I started out at 150 likes, or no, I'm sorry, 150 subscribers, and I ended at 179 subscribers. I got 22 subs in in almost 9 hours. And it was on a Monday, and I wonder if it was because of the time, and also because we were answering questions on relationships. And I really like answering questions about relationships. I really like earlier today, I started at 8:44. PM. I would have started earlier. I wanted to start at like 7:30, but I had a kind of a technical glitch. That thing happened where I filled out the form for YouTube and then it wouldn't let me post. I don't know what happened, but sometimes it does this glitchy thing where everything freezes. So I stopped it and then I started it again. But when I started it again, I had to rewrite my description for the channel, for the live stream. So sometimes when I do live stream, the chat will just stop. It'll just freeze. Like, I'm not touching it, I'm not doing anything, and I'll just look and there won't be any more messages. And I'll think, but I'll see like 15 people. And I don't know why that happens. There'll be like 15 people, but the chat, nobody will be talking to me in the chat. And so I'm embarrassed to say this, but I thought nobody was talking to me. And then all of a sudden I went like this and I realized it's totally frozen. You can't move it. So I don't know what to do when it does that. So my friend from Go to God Daily, sister, she told she told GIT that IGT, I've got the hiccups. She told ITG that I should scroll down to the bottom of the chat and go like this because it was stuck. And so he tried to call me twice, but I was using my phone and I couldn't answer the phone when I was on the chat. And anyway, nothing would work. It was just frozen. And I know that I didn't touch it. Like, I wasn't even touching it when it did that. Oh, nice. Juanita, you posted a short. That's so great. I want to see your short. That's exciting. I'm really excited to see it. And she says, yeah, I've had that happen too. It's very annoying. I have a solution. I can spam you these emojis on the side if something is wrong, like if there's an important message you need to see or a technical issue. Oh, good idea. You are so smart. My goodness, you're such a good moderator. Oh my goodness, you're like the producer of the show. This is fabulous. That's good. Good idea. Okay, so if I see those faces, what do I do then? I come and look in this chat. I stop what I'm talking about and look in the chat. That's a good idea. So what I was trying to say earlier was, yeah, exactly. Okay, we could do that. Let's have that face thing be the symbol for Jeannie needs to look. Okay. You know, my friend and I that talk about this, we made a joke. and it was that I should do a podcast called Controversial Subjects, because there's all these subjects that Christians don't talk about. And I was a Christian, I've been a Christian therapist since I was 20, right? So that's 40 years of experience counseling people, and most of the people that I counsel were Christians, and most of them had all these issues that they don't talk about, right? And so that's why all these pastors send people to me, because they're like, I don't want to deal with it, but Jeannie will deal with it. She's brave enough, she'll handle it. Hi. Hi, James. We're kind of talking about, we were figuring out how to do the, the details of how to do YouTube chats. And I've got your no worries, you're human. So, so Winsome Cat, what I'm thinking is, there's a list of things you're not supposed to say on YouTube, and my impression is that it has something to do with being monetized. So I want to figure out how we can talk about these subjects, because like the other day when we were talking about that gentleman, and he was sincerely asking what to do and how to talk to his prospective father-in-law, right? And here somebody came into the chat and was criticizing him, making fun of him, bullying him. And so we just started, I just looked at those comments and started erasing them, because I don't want that man to feel like he can't ask a question and have it answered. This is supposed to be a safe space, right? So, I mean, it's as safe as we can make it, in that we're broadcasting over the internet, right? So, we're still learning. But I think that I want to be able to talk about these things that most other Christians aren't going to talk about. And yet, like, I can foresee a day when I openly talk about pornography, I mean, in the Go to God Daily chat or channel, I guess the chat is in the comments. So in the Go to God Daily, when we were having 2,000 people at a time, she used to have like 200, 400, 500 people in the chat. You know what I mean? And this is before, when she would show her face. And now she has like 14 or 6 or 9. But back in the day when she had a whole bunch of people, it was a regular thing that young men would ask for prayer. And everybody would ask for prayer. And so there were certain topics that got asked over and over and over. And so I made a list of those topics. And I think that what I'm probably going to start doing is having one theme and have that be the theme that we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like for a podcast. I don't know, I guess, I used to think, if I showed it to you, you'd laugh, but I used to think that I was going to do videos and it was going to be like, you see this little list? It was like, these are all the points on what, like, it'd be like 3 pages would be one sheet, right? And I thought we were going to stay on that, and it was going to be like, kind of like when I go speak places, it was going to be we were going to have the points and I was going to stay on the points. But in reality, what happens is people ask questions or people ask for prayer. And so we don't stay on a point. We go off on praying for that thing or answering that question. So it's like God's in control. The Holy Spirit's in control. It's not like I'm in control anymore. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to figure out what the balance is. Hi, Red Flame. How are you? It's so good to see you. Aw, you're so sweet. Thank you. Hi, Juanita. We're happy you're back. Well, we were just having kind of a how everybody hi. Can you hit like and subscribe for us? We were having a business meeting talking about the stream and the chat and what was okay to talk about and what wasn't okay to talk about. And that's so cool, Juanita, that you could just go and do a short and edit it. That's amazing. Will you teach me how? I would really like it if you would teach me all the stuff you know. You're really brilliant. I think that's amazing that you can do that. That is really great. I'm learning one skill a day, and I feel thrilled that today I just learned how to pin a comment. Here you go. This is the one I have to do. I'm back. No, don't be sorry. I see. I'll try to find the list. It's a topic we could definitely brainstorm on. Oh, that list? Here's how I found it the first time. It's in my mind, okay? I Googled what is not okay to talk about. A list, I Googled list of what's not okay to talk about on YouTube. And it said there was a Reddit, I want to say it was Reddit, but I've never been to Reddit, so I don't know if it was Reddit or not. But it said there was a list that you could download, and it was free. You just download it onto your computer or your print off or something. Anyway, yeah, it was interesting, but there's got to be a way you can talk about it, though. Like, I know people who talk about things and they bleep out certain words, or they say other words for the word. Like, there's a YouTuber who's a Christian, who's a boy, and he's like 19 or 20 years old. And when I was looking for examples of streamers, that's one of the people that I saw. I forget his name. I subscribed to him so I could look through my subscriptions, but it would take me forever. But anyway, he's like a typical gamer YouTube, set up with his gamer platform and his desk in his room. And he plays games. And while he's playing the game, he talks to people about Christian content. So there's mostly young men that he's talking to. So he did a show about porn, but instead of saying porn, he says corn with a C. And so at first, when I was watching it, like I was just streaming through and he was praying with somebody. And at first I was trying to figure out why he kept saying corn. And I thought, this is how slow I was. I thought he was talking about, like, how they spray Roundup on corn? I thought that's what he was talking about. And then all of a sudden I went, oh, I know what he's talking about. And I got off there because I figured out I was the only woman on the stream. And I had my name. I had responded, and so I responded like, oh yeah, I hate it when they spray Roundup on corn. And he was like, what? And I go, yeah, you know, glucose phosphate, it's a neurotoxin. And so that's why everybody is gluten intolerant. Those were my comments. And I'm sure the guy thought I was a nutcase because I thought he was talking about farming and corn, but he was using it as a euphemism word for porn. I don't know. It was just surreal. Like, now that I look back on it, I think that poor kid, he probably went, Mom, there's a 60-year-old lady on my stream talking about gluten intolerance in the middle of my gospel message about the evils of lust. And then I told my friend, I sent a text to there's this young man that sometimes texts me, and he has a station, a channel, and he's in another country. And I told him that happened, and he laughed hysterically. He sent he, you know, laugh out loud. And then he said, actually, that's a really good idea. I'm gonna do a video about lust. So he did a whole video called Lust. I'm just dying. He goes, yeah, wait till you see my next video. He kept talking about his next video. And it's just, I don't know, I didn't watch it because it was like an anime overlay and then music from a video game. And then it's called Lust. It's by Marmalade Boy. And I have recommended that video to more people because every time I go to God Daily, there will be, not so much anymore, but when they had, like, she basically killed her channel. She went from having 2,000 people in the streams a night to having like 9. And she did it by not showing her face anymore, by just showing a little religious icon picture. And I love her to pieces. And I understand why she did it. But from a standpoint of building a channel, it was frustrating. So I was in the comments answering prayers and answering questions. And all these young men were saying that they were struggling with lust, L-U-S-T. And I was like, they wanted me to pray with them for lust. So I would pray with them, like say a prayer, like you've only got 3 lines. So how much of a prayer can you pray in 3 lines? Dear Lord God, thank you that you love Joe so much. Please reveal yourself to him. Bring your Holy Spirit and give him the secret desires of his heart. Heal him in Jesus' name. I mean, something like that, right? But it's only 3 lines. And these same people, every single week, I'm going there every day, twice a day. And sometimes she used to have 6-hour streams or 4-hour streams. And so every single day for 3 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours, depending on the day, these guys were coming in asking me to pray for them for lust. So I was a married woman. I've had 6 children, okay? So you would think I was a counselor from the time I'm 20 until I'm 60. There's nothing that somebody hasn't asked me in counseling, okay? And the majority, I don't care what anybody will tell you, the majority of questions that people ask are about sex. The majority of people who come to Christian counseling want to know about sex. Either they're not getting any, or they're getting too much, or they don't want to. I mean, there's not very many variations here, okay? And it's like the same thing over and over and over. I don't know why, but Christians are like obsessed with sex. And so I got really used to answering all these questions. And I have like, I'm quiet and I listen and I pray with people. And finally they say what the real problem is. And so it's like they come to counseling for this problem, but really that's just the mask. In reality, the problem is down here. It's this. It's this. They're pretending that it's this, but it's really this. So we try to get to the root and deal with that issue. What is that issue? And so I was trying so hard not to laugh because um, it took me a long time to figure out that lust was a euphemism for corn, that they were talking about using corn. And I was like, what is going on? All these really young men are feeling so guilty and so bad. And some of them were even saying that they wanted to end their life. And so then I started talking to all these young men who wanted to end their life. And then I find out it's because they're addicted to corn on their phone. And I just felt so bad. Like, that's how much our society has changed in just a few years. Like, it rapidly just went. You know what I mean? I'm trying to edit the short. Because autocorrect spelt dignity as dignity. Oh, that's so funny. I'm sorry I'm laughing. That has happened to me. My autocorrect changes. I think my kid did something to my phone on purpose because he was playing a joke one time on his sister or his brother where every time they type one word, it typed another word, which you can do to somebody if you have their phone for like 1 minute. And nobody in our family gives anybody else their phone because of this. But my phone will not swear. My phone says shirt, SHIRT. So it's like autocorrect, stop your shirt. Autocorrect is like an AI on my phone, and it talks back to me. It'll say, Jeannie, this word is spelt, and then it'll tell me the way it's spelt. But I spell it a different way. Well, it's not that I'm spelling it a different way, it's that I'm typing, and my finger accidentally hits the wrong key. So I don't even remember how I spell it, but like I try to spell the, THE, but there's some way that it gets a B in there instead. TBE, like that. And autocorrect won't correct it because it thinks I'm spelling the that way on purpose. I'm like, what? And then I showed my son, and he said it's because sometimes I write the, THEE, like in the Bible, in King James Bible. Words are very handy though. That editing app do you use? I use the editing stuff in YouTube. Hi, Peter. Peter speaks a foreign language. He speaks German. Hi, Peter. I need to learn some German to be able to say hi to Peter. I'm worried about what Peter's saying to me. I don't ever know what he's saying. Bei Kinder von my haben. I can teach you all about editing, Jeannie. CapCut is a good app. Oh, baby, I want to learn editing. Okay. Um, I'm trying to read his words and I don't know what they are, and I'm hoping there's not trying to talk dirty to me. Okay, this is the joke, is that my mother thinks that my mother's from Oklahoma, okay? My mother's a southern lady. My mother thinks that anybody who speaks in a foreign language is talking romantic to you. Not sexy, but just romantic, right? She thinks it's very romantic. Like when you go to Walmart with my mother, if there's two people, now this is the Midwest, right? There's two people speaking French. She thinks, of course, they're speaking about the romantic French restaurant, right? Or they're speaking about going to Paris, when really they're just trying to order toilet paper. I went to Walmart with her, and I speak French, okay? Don't tell anybody. Shh. I understand French. And we were in Walmart, and these two people were speaking in French, and my mom's like, oh, do you hear that? Oh, it's so romantic. He's asking her to marry him, or he's going to Paris. And I go, Mother, he's asking her to go get a toilet plunger, and she said, okay, you pick up the toilet paper. But, you know, in French, if you're from the Midwest, everything sounds very, very romantic in French. Embarrassing, bro. Stupid, stupid, autocorrect. Wrong emoji. Peter wants you to have his kids. Are you serious? Are you serious, or are you teasing me? I'm trying not to. Winsome cat. What killed me was we were in, I don't know where we were. I want to say we were in Chris's live, and you were trying to, or we were someplace. I don't know if it was my live or Chris's live. You were trying to explain, I think it was my live, because you were trying to explain to Helen and Aisha in the comments what the one person did that was disgusting. And you said it so elegantly that I was like, where's my pen? Where's my pen? I have to write down what she said. Because you were explaining that it was something like he was loving himself in that special way. I forget what it was that you said, but it came out sounding so elegant, and I went, boy, you did a good job. I was laughing I couldn't believe it. I was laughing so hard. And then whenever we were trying to talk to Helen and Honey, when we were trying to explain why, I'm hyperventilating trying to even tell you why we called Honey Heiny, and nobody understood. And then I got in trouble from Chris. Chris got upset with me because I called Honey Heiny. I was laughing so hard. I was holding my phone trying to type. I was laughing so hard that I dropped my phone. It's a good thing I have a cushion in my lap because it would have broke. I was laughing so hard that I couldn't hold the phone to text. Oh my gosh. Peter wants you to have his kids. Oh my God. Okay. Bitte Kinder von mir haben? Is that what that means? My mom would think it sounded romantic. Yeah, here I said a person who likes adult activities alone. Okay, I have to write that down. That was like so funny. A person who likes adult activities alone. Oh my God, that's so funny. Okay, that was just like classic. You know, the other thing, I'm sorry, that just cracks me up. I want to post Peter wants you to have his kids, but I'm not going to. Oh my goodness. So my mother, what I was trying to say is my mother thinks anything in a foreign language. You could say, where's the bathroom? And she would think it's romantic because she doesn't hear foreign languages. All she ever hears is English because she's in the middle of nowhere in Oklahoma, okay? So she doesn't get out much. So my mother would think this is very romantic that people are talking to me in foreign languages on my chat. Oh, oh my gosh, she says yes. In translator it says please have kids from me. Just don't block him. It's okay. It's in German. Nobody's going to come on here and understand. I'm sorry. It's so funny. I know I'm not very nice, but I'm laughing. Oh gosh. What's really funny, bro, it's not letting me edit the short because it's already posted. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. You know what I did? I'm so proud of myself. I watched one of my videos halfway through and tried to write a trigger warning because we talked about suicidal ideation. So I've got to figure out how to make a trigger warning for YouTube. But what's really funny is I looked at my videos and made them public, and this is so great, but somebody, when I went on the ferry, I don't know if I told you this, but yesterday I went on the ferry to go see my son for like, it was like 20 minutes. I don't even think I was there 20 minutes. It was kind of sad because I wanted to see them longer, but I had to leave. But I took the ferry over to the mainland and met my son in the parking lot, and he gave me my medication, and I got to hug him a couple times, and my daughter-in-law and my little granddaughter, who doesn't know me, so she's scared of me. But anyway, that's sad. But I don't know if she doesn't remember me or if she was so little or what, but or maybe she was in a bad mood. I'm hoping she was in a bad mood. But anyway, maybe she was cranky or something. But anyway, I went there, and then when I got back, this is really exciting. When I rode back on the ferry, one of the guys said, "Hey, I know you. You're YouTube famous." And then he goes, "Where's Peeps?" And everybody turned and looked, and 3 of the people knew who Peeps was. And Peeps was at home. I said, "He doesn't get out much. He's at home." And he goes, "Oh." And so look, Peeps has a fish. Did I show you that? I got Peeps fish. I got Peeps fish at the store. You want to see? Have you ever heard of the poem, "One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish"? Well, how about one fish, two fish, yellow fish, or red fish, yellow fish? And there's also orange. Peeps is very happy. And then somebody had a really good idea. They said that I should put a hole through the tip of the nose of the fish and string it on a line and make a little fishing pole for him. I thought that would be cute. So here's Peeps with his little fishes. He's all happy. He's got a whole collection now. I don't eat them. There, I'm gonna put them back in your container for you. It's okay. Peeps is happy though. And then I've got to come say hi. Hi, Joe. Hi. How are you? It's so good to see you. Hey. All my favorite friends are here. Oh, it's all right, Jeannie. It's funny. Uh-oh, Joe retracted messages. Are you okay, Joe? Good morning and God bless you, Jeannie. On my way to school, could not sleep last night, forgot to drink my medications, and now my eyes are so drowsy. Oh no, Joe, you be careful. Are you driving? I don't know how old you are. I'm hoping you're being very careful. If you ever can't sleep, you can leave my stream on and I'll be quiet and talk nice to you so you can sleep. I hope you have a really great day. Sweet dreams. I love you. I'm happy that you came back to say hi. I hope you're okay. I'm going to be praying for you. Dear God, please bless Joe and help him stay awake for school and give him a good night's sleep when it's time for him to sleep. In Jesus' name, amen. You have a happy day. Aw, that's amazing. Hey, Joe, good to see you. Hi, how are you? You take public transportation and you're in middle school. Good. I was concerned that you might be driving when you're sleepy. That's never a good thing. I'm a night nurse. I'm a nurse, and so sometimes for a long time I've worked nights, so I feel protective of people driving when they're sleepy. You understand, right? I hope you have a fabulous day. And then Juanita says, okay, since it won't let me edit, I'm going to delete this one and create another one, the exact same but fixing the autocorrect. Okay, wait a minute. Save that, and just make it not viewable. Just change the settings so other people can't see it, but you can save things in YouTube Create. So figure out a way to save it, because one day you'll figure out how to edit it. I love you so much too, Joe. I'm really happy that we met. I think you're going to have a fabulous day. Yep. And also, did you get to see that Peeps has got little fish? I went to the grocery store and I found him little fish, and he's so happy. And also, the rest of the fish I stuck in the little tin so they don't get yucky, so he can have them one at a time. He's really happy. There's a little girl that comes on sometimes with her mom, and she was worried that I didn't feed Peeps. So this way Peeps can eat. Isn't that great? Made me feel happy. I couldn't believe it because I thought I was just going to find these. Usually when you go to the store, they have these. They're called Swedish fish, and usually they're just red. But this brand has these ones called juju, like juju beans. So they're all different colors. So Peeps is happy. I'm thinking about making him a miniature fishing pole. I'm going to have to get a skewer and maybe pierce a little needle through there and then make a pretend fishing hook. Be kind of fun, huh? Yep. Thank you, Jeannie. You're welcome. Aw, thank you for all the hearts. Here, you know what I learned? I can do this now. Isn't that great? Let's see, wait a minute. Yep, does it make a heart now? Hmm. Yeah. Hearts, hearts, lots of hearts. Hmm. Thank you. Aw. Hi. How are you? Hi. I think I'm saying hi to people who have left already. Thank you so much. Oh, you're welcome. Hi. That's so cute, Jeannie. I saw a girl crochet these fishes. You could crochet him one. Hi, Mr. Bison. Hi. Oh my gosh. Oh, I just figured it out. I was trying to figure out how your messages went above Juanita's. Then I realized I pinned Juanita's message that says I'm back. Yeah, crocheting him little fish would be cute, except for I'm pretty sure I'm not coordinated enough to do that. I think that we're going to make him little candy fish. But then, am I teaching a bad habit to all the little children to say, and Peeps doesn't care, look, he won't let go of his little fish. He likes it. It makes him feel happy and safe. There was one lady who wants to make him a little bed, and Peeps got all sad because Peeps is like, no, he sleeps with me. Peeps is like, I'm not sleeping by myself in my very own bed. No, no, says Peeps. I'm silly, aren't I? Can you imagine? I'm already thinking of accessories for Peeps. Peeps is going to get a little fishing pole, huh? We'll get you a little fishing pole and you can pretend that you fish, okay? Maybe if squirrel magnet fishing shows back up, you'll have an idea for what kind of wood to use for the pole. But I think I'm just going to use a skewer or a chopstick. I think we have a skewer in the other room we can use. And I know I have some string, and we could probably use a paper clip for a fishing hook. There you go. We got it all solved, Peeps. Yeah. Oh, it's fun. It's really fun. Oh, that's so cute. I saw a girl crochet these fishes. There are so many people that make crochet things. There's a lady, and she doesn't come across my stream anymore. I'm going to have to figure out why. I think it's because YouTube only shows you certain things when you go to certain things. But anyway, she makes these little teeny tiny miniature sunflower earrings and little tiny miniature strawberries. And I think it's called miniature crochet. Oh, it would drive me crazy. I watched her a bunch of times and left really positive comments because her crochet is beautiful and she does patterns and I want to support her. She's a young woman. I want to say she's in Australia. I think she's in Australia with all the horrible animals and and deadly spiders. But anyway, she's really sweet. And I think that they showed me her channel because I go to Chris's channel. So I was going to a lot of her little shorts that she was making. I went to all of her shorts and left a positive comment because she was new and nobody had left any comments. But anyway, she's the cutest little thing. She makes little tiny earrings that are sunflowers, like that you would put on an earring. It was so cool. And I tried it and I just about went crazy. I thought, oh, I could do that. That'd be so cool. I'd make them for my granddaughter. Yeah, that's not happening in this lifetime. I will gladly go pay somebody $20 for those earrings, or even more probably. I was like sitting there with the little teeny tiny needle and the little teeny tiny thread going like this over and over. Like, I'm going to pull my hair out and run screaming from the room. Maybe Winsome Cat understands this. Micro crochet, yeah. Micro crochet. Oh, she had to delete the video and create a new one. What the heck? Micro crochet, that's it. You know what micro crochet is another word for? Mental health issues. If you keep doing this, you will have some. There are people who do it. I know they're really amazing and I admire them. And I tried and I went screaming from the room. My son says, "You're awfully grumpy this morning." I'm like, my face was like that. He took a picture with his camera and showed me. You know me, I'm always smiling and happy. I was all, but I was trying to make the little strawberries. First, I tried to make the sunflowers. Oh, how about this? There's this thing, and I don't know what it's called, but it's a circle. You try to make it with crochet. Do you know what that's called? It's something like the magical circle of doom. Yeah, that's what they should call it. The magical circle of doom. Because, ah, I tried that. It is so hard. Well, I took a break. Chris said, "You have to take a break and sleep on it." So I put it underneath me and I went to sleep. It didn't help. Oh my goodness. Hi, Maria. How are you? Are you Jaden or Jason or Jasmine? Good to see you. Hi, Guna. Okay, Juanita. Hi, can you hit like and subscribe? And that way you can find your way back to me. It is the magical circle of doom. And she said you should sleep on it and then you'll be able to do it better. So, so I put it underneath me when I went to sleep. Do you get it? Sleep on it? No, the magical circle of doom, forget it. I decided that crochet was not my gift. I decided all the wonderful crafts there were in the world, there must be some reason for me to have all this yarn. I could use it, I could do something with it. So I started weaving and doing art projects with it. And people go, "Wow, that's really cool. You have all that yarn. What do you do with it?" And I go, "It just sits there and looks pretty." So then I felt guilty, so I started donating yarn to people. I find these little ladies that want to crochet and I give them yarn. It's terrible. I'm bombing old ladies' houses. They don't know it's me. I put the 4 or 5 skeins of yarn that are all the same color in a bag, and I have these crochet hooks that I bought from the dollar store. They're really cool. They're only $1.25 and they have a special handle that's squishy and it doesn't hurt your hand when you hold them. And I put them in there and I make a nice little card or a verse in with it, one of those verses that I have. I'll show you what I mean. One of these little encouraging cards. And or sometimes I put a candy bar or something in there, but I wrap it in a separate zippy bag so it doesn't get in there. And then a little note or something, and then I stick it on their doorknob and knock, and then I run away really quick. It doesn't work with the lady who has a doorbell camera though. I didn't know she had a doorbell camera. It was terrible. The sheriff told me that she called the sheriff because he goes, "Yeah, I'm going to change her name. I'm going to say it's Mrs. Johnson." He goes, "Yeah, Mrs. Johnson called me and she wanted to report an intruder because somebody apparently was yarn bombing her." And I go, "Oh, really?" La, 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 la. Like, I wouldn't know who that could be. He goes, yeah, I wouldn't know either, except for we have you on camera. He goes, next time you decide to leave presents on people's doorsteps anonymously, you should make sure you're not caught on camera. He goes, that was not discerning. So I get to the police station, and here all the guys are watching the VCR or virtual reality, whatever it is. They're all watching some computer screen, and I come over there, and they're all laughing at me because it was raining, and she has a dog. And okay, I'll admit, it's a killer attack dog. I made friends with the dog. The dog runs up to the fence every day when it sees me. But it says it's one of these dogs that they have to have I don't know the kind of dog, but it's one of those ferocious looking dogs. So I walk up, open the gate, go inside, tie the little bag on the door, ring the doorbell, and run away. And they have me on camera doing that, on the Ring camera. So everybody at the police station is there watching me laugh, and they're laughing. And they're like, what's in the bag, Jeannie? You know what was in the bag? Yarn. She's mad because I left her yarn for a project. Really nice, high-end, pink baby blanket yarn. And she was mad, and she called the police on me. Can you believe somebody would do that? I was being nice. I wasn't abusing her. I was being nice. So he goes, what are you going to leave her next week? I go, oh no, not next week, next month. Because I have this thing where I try to leave a present on the doorstep of all my neighbors once a month. He goes, well, just leave her off your route, okay? Because we have a long list of offenses that you've done. And I'm like, really? And then he showed me her police report, and it was in December I left her fudge. In March I left her banana bread. In April I left her yarn. And then she had like, I forget what the other things were I left. I think it was in August I left her a flower bouquet. And he goes, who complains about getting gifts left on their doorstep? So she thought she had a stalker. It's me. So finally I decided I was going to make peace with her. So what did I do? I went over to her house and knocked on the door with a little card saying, I'm sorry, please forgive me, I didn't mean to upset you. It was kind of frustrating. I'm not really sure what to do next. I think that she got the Ring camera just to figure out who it was. No fair. She's going to tell everybody else in the neighborhood it's me. I was having fun being anonymous. But, yeah. Oh, Juanita, we love you. Bye. Have sweet dreams. Have a happy day. I do micro crochet too. I sure have some mental health issues. If you don't, by the time you're done micro crocheting, you will. And then everyone can crochet, Jeannie. Don't give up. I know the magic circle is hard, but you'll get the hang of it. Oh, man. Mm. Oh my goodness, thank you so much to whoever watched my short last night. It's only been there 14 hours and it's already got 122 views. I'm so grateful to do YouTube. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Um, you have to tell me what your channel name is. Is it the same name you're using here, with 53? Um, I'm gonna ask Winsome Cat. Maybe Winsome Cat can tell me. Winsome Cat, is her channel the same name here with 53, or is it different? Because I want to go watch her short. I don't want to be left out. Okay, good. All right, good. I can do that. I can go listen. Well, see, I wasn't sure what your channel was, so yeah, I'll go watch it. That sounds exciting. I'm so happy for you. If you got 122 views, that means the algorithm picked up your shorts and it's showing it to random people. That's so cool. Hmm. Yeah, with no D, just an Stanley. Mine's got a D and hers doesn't. Oh yeah, I know. Well, autocorrect does that to my name all the time. Think of this. Every time in Chris Knits that I try to type Juanita's name, it changes it to D and then I have to correct it. You know what? That's why it takes me so long to get through the messages at Chris's Knits, because I try to send it to people the way they say their name, and so many people's names autocorrect will change, and then I have to touch on it. You know what I mean? Silly. Mm. Dang, I'm sad Peter's not here speaking German to me. Um, the other day, um, Heine knew what it meant. He knew what a lot of the German meant. I don't know if he used a translator or if he speaks German, but that's funny. Oh, I feel bad. We should have said something nice to Peter, because Peter's been really faithfully watching my videos. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got a silly sense of humor today, Winsome Cat. I'm supposed to be reading, but I'm not. I'm just laughing about everything. Some things are really funny, you know? Um, I wrote down what you said about that other person. Oh, I wanted to ask you a question. This is embarrassing, but somebody was here. Oops, I don't know what happened. It just went. Okay. Bye, guys. Take care. Love you. Oh, I think FR means. Oh no. Oh no. It's autocrat is out to get us for real. Winsome Cat. Bye, guys. Take care. By the way, did you see that I did it in the affirmations? I spelled your name out with them. Did I did I see what you did with the affirmations? I spelled your name out with them. Okay, I've got to go back and look. I'm not sure what's going on here. Take care. That's good, Jeannie. Laugh is healthy. Yeah, it was funny. Oh, I've got to look at something. Jeannie read an acronym. Jeannie read an acronym. Hey, I like the I'm back, but it's time to replace the, it's time to replace the pinned message. Dang, I should, just a second. Hold on. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. I think I've gone over the deep end. This is official. It's happened. Oh no. Okay. your translation posted there too. Hey, you know what? Literally, he left me like 80 messages yesterday, and I thought we were like getting along really well. Oh my god. I'm like, it's official. I've lost my mind. Oh. I know. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh goodness. My mother would approve. She would think it was romantic. Oh my. Okay. Okay, I'm better now, I think. Oh my goodness. Ooh, laugh therapy, right? Okay. Hi, Chase. Hey. How are you? How are you doing, Chase? I hope you're having a good day. Can you like and subscribe? That way we can, um, you can find me when I come back on YouTube. Oh my goodness. Hmm. Hmm. How is everybody doing? I'm busy laughing. Oh, I'm so blessed, beautiful. Thank you. I did like and subscribe. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you, Chase. Thank you. Hmm. We're having a happy day. We were being silly and laughing. And oh, you know what? I have to have Peeps come say hi to you. Hold on. Peeps says hi. Hi. Look, Peeps has got a little fish today. Isn't that great? Peeps is happy. He's got a fish. Yep. Let's see what you say. Aww. You like Peeps too. That's good. Yeah. Thank you. God bless you. I hope you're doing well. How's your day been? Aww. Thank you, Winsome Cat. That's amazing. Are you serious? Wow. Let's see. It's 7 hours, 38. Mhm. That's amazing. Oh, I forgot. I was going to read this quote a long time ago for this gentleman who was here, but he left already. Let me see what everybody says. She says, I'm always serious. Me too. That's why it's funny when I laugh so hard. A knight is sworn to valor. His heart knows only virtue. His blade defends the helpless. His might upholds the weak. His word speaks only truth. His wrath undoes the wicked. And that's from Dragonheart. It's the old code. Mm. Makes me feel happy. I like to think that there are still men like that. A knight is sworn to valor. His heart knows only virtue. His blade defends the helpless. His might upholds the weak. His word speaks only truth. His wrath undoes the wicked. Mm. makes me feel happy. Mm. Everybody is so polite. That's nice. Mm. Thank you. Mm. What are you working on right now, Winsome Cat? Oh, did you get the knot out? I've been praying that the knot would get untangled. Mm. Let's see. I'm so glad you're here. Can you say hi and like and subscribe? Say hi in the comments, okay? I'm so glad you joined us. Hello. There are gentlemen like that. I believe that too. But no one can be a gentleman like His Majesty Jesus. That's right. Oh, I did. After 6 hours of untangling, I got it all caked up. Now I can work on my sweater further. That's wonderful. I'm so happy. Um, Chase, Winsome Cat is a crocheter and a knitter. And sometimes when knitters have yarn, one of the skeins, they get like a knot in it and it gets tangled up. And you have to very carefully work it with like a needle and get the knot untangled. And Winsome Cat is making a sweater and she had to untangle a knot. It took her 6 hours to get the knot untangled. Can you imagine the dedication? She is really, really dedicated. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Chase. You're always so kind and respectful. And there are gentlemen like this in the world. I save this quote because sometimes when I'm on a stream, there's someone who's not being a gentleman and they don't know how to be. And I think that sometimes people need like a code to live by, and maybe they don't love the Lord. Maybe they don't love themselves either, and they need a code to live by. So I try to keep this and quote it to people sometimes because I just think it's really helpful. Mm. So, how have you been doing, Chase? How was your day today? Did you have a good day? Winsome Cat and I were talking about something, and we were laughing so hard. It was just something silly, and we were laughing so hard right before you came here, and we're so happy you're here. Mm. It's always wonderful to meet someone who treats women with honor and dignity. Mm. We're happy you're here. Mm. 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 Well, Winsome Cat, what should I do? Let's see. I could. Does anybody have anything they would like me to pray for? Because I would be happy to pray for you or answer a question in the stream. And Winsome Cat, we have to keep praying for Rock that he comes back because I think he left before we got a chance to pray for him. Um, so remember, if we see him, we need to pray for him. Mm. Mm. It's wonderful meeting you and seeing you tonight. I hope you're having a cozy night. Hmm. I'm going to have a little bit of tea. I like to have chamomile tea. Yep. Let me grab my teacup. It's over here hiding. Hmm. Hmm. Teacup. It's all cozy. I like to feel cozy. Do you like to feel cozy? Yeah. It's a nice feeling, isn't it? Mm. Mm. I got my covers. Do you have your covers? Get your covers all cozy. Get your covers. Be all cozy. Mm. It's fun to be all cozy, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Mm. Do you like to be all cozy? I like to be all cozy. And what about you, Peeps? Do you like to be all cozy? Peeps likes to be all cozy. Peeps says hi. Peeps says like and subscribe. Yep. Hmm. Okay, Peeps, you can get all cozy in here. There you go. There you go. Peeps is all cozy. Jeannie's all cozy. My dear ones are all cozy. Hmm. How are you doing tonight, dear one? You can tell me in the comments. Leave a comment. Yep. Do you need me to pray for you? I would be happy to pray for you. Hmm. I would be very, very honored to pray for you. Or if you have a situation that you need help with, you can ask in the comments and I'd be happy to help you. Hmm. Hmm. It's very relaxing. Hmm. Well, let's see if I can find a song to sing. Oh, here's a song I could sing to you. How is your day going? Did you have a good day? Were you kind of stressed out? That's not fun. I'm sorry. Hmm. Well, let's think of something fun we could do. I could read to you the rest of the Secret Garden book. We started that already, but somehow I got interrupted. Hmm. How are you doing? Can you hit like and subscribe? That would be wonderful. Then you could find me. You could find me when I go live again. If you have something you'd like for me to pray about, I'd be happy to pray about it. You can leave it in the comments, or if you have a question you'd like answered, you could leave it in the comments and I would be happy to answer it. You can tell me how your day's been, and maybe tell me what country you're in and what time it is for you. Yeah. Mm. What do you think? Should we read The Secret Garden? Are you falling asleep already? Are you getting sleepy? Are you so sleepy you can't read? So sleepy you can't play? Good night's sleep is what you need? Are you so sleepy? Oh my goodness. Are you getting sleepy? I'm getting sleepy. You know what I think it is? For the first time in a long time, I had a cup of sleepy time tea. It's very, very relaxing. It's very sleepy, sleepy time tea. It's really yummy. But it's making me feel very, very sleepy. Yeah. Are you going to come inside the comments and tell me what you think? Hmm? Do you have a question you want to ask? Or what about something to pray about? Or do you need some advice? I'm trying to decide if I should read to us or if I should sing to us. Hmm. Hmm. I'm getting sleepy. Are you getting sleepy? I'm getting so sleepy. Oh my. Hmm. Well, let's see. There's some songs that I could sing. I'm just thinking. Hmm. I know I'm gonna sing you some love songs. Hmm. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire. That one is you. No other will do. I have no ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, you'll fulfill the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire. That one is you. No other will do. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. I better get something to drink, huh? Much better. Just a little tea. Mm, that's much better, huh? All mornings aren't sunshine. Some days it's gotta rain. Oh, I got a funny feeling you're not coming home again. I look at my eyes now. They see me and say, oh, your time will come. You'll be loved someday. Love, what I'd give to be loved. All the birds get to fly. Tell me why can't I? Call me when it's over. Gently wake me up and say, oh, you're beautiful. You'll be loved someday. Oh, you're beautiful. You'll be loved someday. Hmm. It's a pretty song, huh? Hmm. At my door the leaves are fallen, a cold wild wind's begun. Sweethearts walk by together, and I still miss someone. Oh, I never got over those green eyes. I see them everywhere. I miss those arms that held me when all the love was there. I wonder if he's sorry for leaving what we begun. There's someone for me somewhere. I still miss someone. Well, I never got over those green eyes. I see them everywhere. I miss those arms that held me when all the love was there. Mm, 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 mm. I still miss someone. Mm. Boy, I didn't have enough to drink. I think I need some more to drink. How are you doing? Hi. Can you hit like and subscribe? That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. That way you'll be able to find me when I come back here. Hmm. Can you tell me what you would like to have prayed for? Would you like me to pray for you? In the comments, if you leave a message, I can pray for you. Or if you have something, a question that you are wanting to know the answer to, a spiritual question, or a question about life, or a question about the Bible, you could ask and I probably could answer you. This is Jeannie of In Loving Hands ASMR, and I sing songs and read the Bible and answer questions, answer spiritual questions, and we just have wholesome goodness. Would you like to have me answer you a question? Do you have a Bible question you'd like to have answered? You can leave a message for me in the comments. Will you please like and subscribe? That would be really wonderful. That way you can find me next time I go live. I'm so happy you're here. How are you doing? How are you doing, dear one? Tell me in the comments. Peeps says hi. Well, how are you doing? I'm all cozy. Are you all cozy? I wonder, is there something wrong with our stream? No? Come on, leave me a comment. You know you want to. Leave me a comment in the comments. Let me know. Do you have something that you would like me to pray for? I'd be happy to pray for you. Yep. Or what about a question? Do you have a question that you've been thinking about that you need an answer to? You can leave me a comment in the comments section and I'll answer your question. Can you hit like and subscribe? That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, let's see. I'm thinking about if I should sing a song or if we should read. Looking through the songbook, thinking about a song. How are you doing? How has your day been? Aw, come on. Tell me how you're doing. Tell me in the comments, what country are you from and what time is it where you are? I'm from the west coast of America. Yep. Well, let's see. Maybe we should read. Maybe we should read. What do you think? Should we read The Secret Garden? Are you going to come say hi to me in the comments? I was hoping you were going to say hi. Can you say like and subscribe? I'm really glad you're here, dear one. You're probably just listening to my voice, aren't you? That's okay. I'll read to you. Well, here's the thing. At first the robin watched Mary and Colin with sharp anxiety. For some mysterious reason, he knew he needed not watch Dickon. The first moment he set his dew-black eye on Dickon, he was not a stranger, but a sort of a robin without a beak or feathers. He could speak Robin, which is quite distinct language, not to be mistaken for any other. To speak Robin to a robin is like speaking French to a Frenchman. Dickon always spoke it to the robin himself, so the queer gibberish he used when he spoke to humans did not matter in the least. The robin thought he spoke the gibberish to them because they were not intelligent enough to understand the feathered language. His movements were also robin-like. They never startled one by being sudden enough to seem dangerous or threatening. Any robin could understand Dickon in his presence was not even disturbing. Mm-hmm. Hi, it's Jeannie of In Loving Hands ASMR. How are you doing? Aw, do you like it when I read? That's good. I was hoping you were going to come say hi to me in the comments really quick. Let me know what country you're in. Let me know what time it is where you're at. Well, at the onset, it seemed necessary to be on guard against the other two humans. That seems like a good idea, don't you think? In the first place, the boy creature did not come into the garden on his legs. When the boy began to walk by himself and even to move more quickly, it was an immense relief. But for a long time, or so it seemed a long time to the robin, he was a source of some anxiety. He did not act as the other humans did. He seemed to be very fond of walking, but he had a way of sitting or lying down for a while and then getting up in a disconcerting manner to begin again. One day the robin remembered that when he himself had been made to learn to fly by his parents, he had done much the same sort of thing. He had taken short flights for a few yards and then had been obliged to rest. So it occurred to him that this boy was learning to fly, or rather to walk. He mentioned this to his mate, and when he told her that the eggs would probably conduct themselves in the same way after they were fledgling, she was quite comforted and even began to eagerly be interested and derived great pleasure from watching the boy over the edge of her nest, though she always thought that the eggs would be much cleverer and learn more quickly than the boy did. But then she had indulgently said indulgently that humans were always more clumsy and slow than eggs, and most of them never seemed really to learn to fly at all. You never met them in the air or on treetops, for example. Isn't that silly? She's thinking about what it would be like. After a while, the boy began to move about as the others did, but all three of the children at times did unusual things. They would stand under the trees and move their arms and legs and heads about in a way which was neither walking nor running nor sitting down. They went through these movements at intervals every day, and the robin was never able to explain to his mate what they were doing or trying to do. He could only say that he was sure that the eggs would never flap about in such a manner. But as the boy who could speak Robin fluently was doing the thing with them, the birds could be quite sure that the actions were not of a dangerous nature. Of course, neither the robins nor his mate had ever heard of the champion wrestler Bob Hathsworth and his exercises for making the muscles stand out like lumps. Robins are not like human beings. Their muscles are always exercised from the first, and so they develop themselves in a more natural manner. If you have to fly about to find every meal you eat, your muscles do not become atrophied. Atrophied means wasted away through the want of use. Do you know what they were describing? They were describing, the bird was describing the little children doing the exercises because they were doing exercises in the garden every day, and the birds were trying to figure out what they were doing. When the boy was walking and running about and juggling and digging and weeding like the others, the nest in the corner was brooded over by a great peace and contentment. Fears for the eggs became things of the past, knowing that your eggs were safe and as safe as if they were locked in a bank vault, and the fact that you could watch so many curious things going on made sitting an almost entertaining occupation. On wet days, the egg's mother sometimes felt even a little dull because the children did not come into the garden. Isn't that wonderful? She got used to them coming into the garden. Isn't that wonderful? How are you doing, dear one? I'm so glad you're here. I'm having fun reading to you. I'm really happy you're here. Yeah. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now you're going to be able to find me when you come back. When I'm here again, live streaming, you'll be able to find me because you hit like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Now that I am a real boy, Colin said, my legs and arms and all my body are so full of magic that I can't keep them still. They want to be doing things all the time. Do you know that when I waken in the morning, Mary, when it's quite early and the birds are just shouting outside and everything seems just shouting for joy, even the trees and the things we can't really hear, I feel as if I must jump out of bed and shout myself. And if I did it, just think what would happen. Mary giggled inordinately. The nurse would come running, and Mrs. Medlock would come running, and they would be sure you had gone crazy, and they'd send for the doctor, she said. Colin giggled. Can you imagine how much fun that would be, to have to be in a room and try to be quiet, but to be telling each other stories and be giggling so hard? Would be pretty funny, huh? Hi, dear one. I'm so glad you joined us. Welcome. Well, Colin giggled himself. He could see how they would all look, how horrified by his outburst, and how amazed to see him standing upright. I wish my father would come home, he said. I want to tell him myself. I'm always thinking about it, but we couldn't go on like this much longer. I can't stand lying still and pretending. And besides, I look too different. I wish it wasn't raining today. It was then Mistress Mary had her inspiration. Colin, she began mysteriously, do you know how many rooms there are in this house? There's about 100 no one ever goes into, said Mary. And one rainy day I went and looked into so many of them. No one ever knew, though Mrs. Medlock nearly found me out. I lost my way when I was coming back, and I stopped at the end of your corridor, and that was the second time I heard you crying. Colin started up on his sofa. 100 rooms no one goes into, he said. It sounds almost like a secret garden. Suppose we go and look at them. You could wheel me in my chair and nobody would know where we went. That's what I was thinking, said Mary. No one would dare to follow us. There are galleries where you could run. We could do our exercises. There's a little Indian room where there was a cabinet full of ivory elephants. There are all sorts of rooms. Ring the bell, said Colin. When the nurse came in, he gave his orders. I want my chair, he said. Miss Mary and I are going to look at the part of the house which is not used. John can push me as far as the picture gallery because there are some stairs. Then he must go away and leave us alone until I send for him. Doesn't he sound like a little Raja? Hi, dear ones. Hello. How are you? Oh, dear. So good to see you. Can you hit like and subscribe? Thank you so much. I'm reading The Secret Garden. The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Yep. Let's see. 8:12. So that means, let me think what time it is. Ooh, it's almost 5 o'clock. Do you know what's going to happen pretty soon, dear one? Is I'm going to start running out of phone battery. I have to be careful. I'm not sure how long my battery is on my phone. So let's see how many more pages we have. Oh, we can do it. We'll finish this chapter, okay? Well, and you know what he did? What did Colin do? Rainy days lost their terror that morning. When the footman had wheeled the chair into the picture gallery and left the two together in the obedience to orders, Colin and Mary looked at each other with delight. As soon as Mary had made sure that John was really on his way back to his own quarters below stairs, Colin got out of his chair. I'm going to run from one end of the gallery to the other, he said, and then I'm going to jump, and then we can do Bob Harthworth's exercises. Doesn't that sound like fun? And they did all these things and many others. They looked at the portraits and found the plain little girl dressed in green brocade, holding the parrot on her finger. All these, said Colin, must be my relations. They lived a long time ago. That parrot one, I believe, is one of my great aunts. She looks rather like you, Mary. Not as you look now, but as you looked when you came here. Now you are a great deal fatter and better looking. In those days they'd say fatter to mean healthy. She's really healthy. So are you, said Mary, and they both laughed. They went to the Indian room and amused themselves with the tiny little ivory elephants. You know what? I have a lovely picture I'm going to find for you of Mary looking at the ivory elephants. Let's see if we can find it. It's here. Oh, I know it is. A little bit farther. A little bit farther. Oh, I'm going to find it. Here we go. Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow? With cockle bells and little shells and pretty maids all in a row. Oh, we found it. So happy. Hi, dear one. Look, here's a picture of Mary looking at the Indian elephants made of ivory. Can you see her? She's standing on a stool. Hello, dear ones. We're reading The Secret Garden. It's a lovely book. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. It's Jeannie from In Loving Hands ASMR, and I'm reading The Secret Garden. It's so wonderful. And you know what they did? Mary and Colin, on a rainy day, went exploring the house. And Mary showed him the Indian room, the room with all the elephants in the glass cabinet. They went into the Indian room and they amused themselves with the little ivory elephants. How fun. They found the rose-colored brocade boudoir and the hole in the cushion the mouse had left, but the mice had grown up and run away and the hole was empty. They saw more rooms and made more discoveries than Mary had made on her very first pilgrimage. They found new corridors and corners and flights of steps and new old pictures that they liked and weird old things that they did not know the use of. It was a curiosity, a curiously entertaining morning, and the feeling of wandering about in the house gave them such a feeling of exploration. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And that the same house with other people in it, but at the same time feeling as if one were miles away from them was a fascinating thing. I'm glad we came here, Colin said. I never knew I lived in such a big, queer old place. I like it. We will ramble about every rainy day. We shall always be finding new queer corners and things. That morning, they had found, among other things, such good appetites that when they returned to Colin's room, it was not possible to send the luncheon away untouched. When the nurse came and carried the tray downstairs, she slapped it down on the kitchen dresser so that Mrs. Loomis, the cook, could see the highly polished dishes and plates. I bet that made the cook feel so good. There she is. Oops, let me get it straight. There's the cook, there's the nurse, and she's bringing that tray, the breakfast tray, and there's the cook, and she's so happy. Oh, what a good thing. It would feel distressing to make food for two children and have them not eat it day after day. I bet she was really worried. Yeah. Look at that, she said. This is a house of mystery, it is. And those two children are the greatest mysteries in it. If they keep up that every day, said the strong young footman, there be small wonder that he weighs twice as much today as he did a month ago. I should have to give up my place in time for fear of doing my muscles an injury. That afternoon, Mary noticed that something new had happened in Colin's room. She had noticed in the day before, but had not said anything because she thought the change might be made by chance. She said nothing today, but she sat and looked fixedly at the picture over the mantel. She could look at it because the curtain had been drawn aside. That was the change she noticed. I know what you want me to tell you, said Colin, after she had stared a few minutes. I always know when you want me to tell you something. You're wondering why the curtain is drawn back. I am going to keep it like that. Why? Asked Mary. Because it doesn't make me angry anymore to see my mother laughing. I waked up when it was bright moonlight 2 nights ago and felt as if the magic was filling the room and making everything so splendid, and I couldn't sit still. I got up and I looked out the window. The room was quite light, and there was a patch of moonlight on the curtain, and somehow that made me go and pull the cord. And she looked right down at me as if she were laughing because she was glad I was there. It made me look, it made me like to look at her. I want to see her laughing again. And all the time I think she must have been a sort of magic person, perhaps. You are so like her now, said Mary, that sometimes I think perhaps you are her ghost made into a boy. The idea seemed to impress Colin. He thought it over and then answered her softly. If I were her ghost, my father would be fond of me, he said. Do you want him to be fond of you? Inquired Mary. I used to hate it because he was not fond of me. If he grew fond of me, I think I should tell him about the magic. It might make him more cheerful. Now, isn't that wonderful? He wants to he wants to help heal his father. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. He's being healed. God is healing him with nature. In those days, the world, this was written during the Victorian era, and in those days, the world was seen as magical and spiritual. They didn't separate spirituality from magic or science. It was all kind of mixed together. So people saw things differently, and then we were just on the cusp of the scientific revolution, and so many of the discoveries of science were made because people had superstitions and ideas. People used to think that there were gases that made people sick. They didn't know germ theory. They didn't know about bacteria or viruses. And so they thought there were humors or gases or attitudes that made people sick. So there were a lot of different ideas during that time, and they kind of all mixed together. And Colin's kind of doing that, isn't he? He has that idea of magic when he's really talking about scientific experiments at the same time. And actually what he's speaking of is the life force that God puts in each of us. All humans have a life force in them. And he was thinking about and learning about his life force and things that made him feel happy and things that made him feel sad. I'm gonna look here and say hi to you. Hi. Can you say hi to me and hit like and subscribe? That would be wonderful. I'm getting ready to go to sleep. I can tell. I had that cup of sleepy time tea, and boy did it make me sleepy. I was fighting it off. I'm fighting it off now. I'm so sleepy. Are you sleepy? I'm sleepy. I love you. I'm so glad you're here with me. I'm glad you joined me. Are you listening to my voice? Did you fall asleep already? I think maybe you did. I think maybe you fell asleep. Mm, I think so. I think maybe you fell asleep. Mm, mm. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Mm, I think you're falling asleep. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? And say hi to me in the comments. I want to say goodbye to you before I go. Mm, I had a fun time tonight, laughing with you and singing with you. It was lovely. Hello, dear one. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? That would be wonderful. Yeah. I'm so happy we could spend this time together. Got my teacup. I'm really happy. You know what? I'm not going to drink any more sleepy time tea when I do a live stream because I feel like I could probably go on for another 2 hours, but I'm falling asleep. How about you? Are you falling asleep? Peeps is already asleep. He's out like a light. Yeah. I bet you're falling asleep too, huh? I'm so sleepy. I'm having a hard time keeping my eyes open. Isn't that funny? But my tea was so good. Mmm. Every last bit. Good to the last drop. Mm. I'm so glad that we had this time together. Mm. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun talking with Juanita and with Winsome Cat. Mm. I had a lot of fun talking to you. I'm so glad you were able to be here. Mm. Are you all cozy in your bed? Here. You get all cozy in your bed. Get your covers all up just right. I'm gonna get my covers all cozy. Are you being cozy? Yeah. I'm so glad you could be here with me. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? That would be wonderful. Then when I come back, you'll be able to find me when I live stream. Yeah. Mm. I'm so happy you could be here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sing you one last song, and then I'm going to say a prayer. If you have something you want me to pray for, you could tell me in the comments, and I would pray for you. I would. I'll pray for you. And if you have something you want advice for, you're going to need to come back tomorrow. Yeah, I'm about ready to fall asleep, but I thought I would sing you a song before we go to sleep. Hmm. Let's see, what song could we sing? Maybe, how about this one? Jesus, King of Angels, okay? I'm gonna sing it to you. Are you ready? Get all cozy in your bed. I want you to get all cozy. Peeps is all cozy. He's out like a light. See that? Peeps is sleeping. He's all cozy. Get all cozy in your bed. Get your comforter or your hovers just right. Get your pillow just right. And I'm going to sing to you a song. And I'm going to pray a prayer. And then we're going to say night, night, okay? Jesus, King of Angels, heaven's light, shine your face upon this house tonight. Let no evil come into my dreams. Light of heaven, keep me in your peace. Remind me how you made dark spirits flee, and spoke your power to the raging sea, and spoke your mystery to a sinful man. Remind me, Jesus, this is what I am. The universe is vast beyond the stars, but you are mindful when the sparrow falls, and mindful of the anxious thoughts that find me, surround me, and bind me. With all my heart I love you, Sovereign Lord. Tomorrow let me love you even more, and rise to speak the goodness of your name, until I close my eyes and sleep again. The universe is vast among the stars, but you are mindful when the sparrow falls, and mindful of the anxious thoughts that find me, surround me, and bind me. Jesus, King of angels, heaven's light, hold my hand and keep me through this night. That's by Fernando Ortega. It's called Jesus, King of Angels. And if you go to YouTube, you can find it at Jesus, King of Angels, with lyrics by Fernando Ortega. Isn't that beautiful? It's a very pretty song. I'm so happy that you could join me here. I'm so happy that you're here tonight. This is all cozy. Let's get all tucked in. Hi, I'm glad you could come and be here with us. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? That would be wonderful. And then the next time I go live, you'll be able to find me. It's Jeannie of In Loving Hands ASMR. I'm so happy that you're here. And Peeps is so happy that you were here too. We're really cozy tonight. I read and I sang, and you know what? I made the mistake. I drank a cup of sleepy time tea. It's really putting me to sleep for real. It was good to the last drop. Hi, I'm so glad you're here. Can you hit like and subscribe for me? That would be wonderful. Then you'll be able to find me next time I go live. I'm so glad you're here. Well, you know what? My phone is at 15%, so I need to get ready to say goodbye. So before we say goodnight, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pray for you. Yep. Dear Lord God, please bless all my dear ones who are at stream today. Hi, I'm glad you're here. Can you hit like and subscribe for me so you'll be able to find me, dear one, next time I go live? Thank you so much. That'll be a big help, and then you'll be able to find me. Dear God, please bless all my dear ones. Please surround and protect them and give them good night's sleep. If they're starting their day, help them have an awesome day today. I ask you to bless them and keep them. And my favorite verse is, in peace I will both lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, cause me to dwell in safety. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for helping all my dear ones dwell in safety. Give them an amazing day. Bless them with their secret heart's desire. Draw them close to you. In Jesus' name, amen. Hi, dear one. I'm so glad you joined me here. Can you say hi to me in the comments? Can you hit like and subscribe so that you can find me again when I go live tomorrow? I'm going to get ready here to go to sleep. We just had a lovely stream. I'm so glad you could join us. Hit like and subscribe so that tomorrow when I go live you can find me again. I'm hoping to be able to go live again this afternoon. I hope you have a lovely day. If you're just starting your day, I hope it's wonderful. And I am getting ready to go to sleep. I am so sleepy. You know what I did? I had a cup of sleepy time tea, and it really works. It's really putting me to sleep. Yeah. I'm so happy you're here though. If you hit like and subscribe, then you'll be able to find me when I go live again. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll be thinking about you and praying for you. I'll be thinking of you. I'll be thinking of you and praying for you. You have a wonderful day, okay? Sweet dreams. Peeps is saying bye-bye and sweet dreams. This is Jeannie of In Loving Hands ASMR, and I'm saying God bless you and sweet dreams. I hope you have a lovely, cozy evening. Hit like and subscribe for me so you can find your way back. Sweet dreams. Bye. Bye. God bless you. Sweet dreams. Goodbye. Goodbye, Peter. Goodbye, Chase. Goodbye, Winsome Cat. Goodbye, Juanita. Goodbye, dear ones. I hope you have a sweet dream. I hope you have a lovely evening and a really special day. Come see me when I go live again, okay? I love you. Sending you kisses. Bye. Bye.